Hello. Back in November, I asked viewers of this channel to send in their astrophotography, and 360 of you sent in photos for me to critique. And so it has taken me several months to go through them all, and I wanted to really give each photo submission some thorough consideration, and I've taken notes. My notes document is now over 100 pages long, single-spaced, so this is going to be a long video. I'm sure my longest video ever. I did look it up, and apparently the longest a single video can be on YouTube in 2023 is 12 hours long. So I'm on the clock. But the reason is I don't want to split this video up into multiple sections. For some reason, my mind works, it should be just one video. So I'm going to try to record this all in basically one take. I'll of course take bathroom breaks and meal breaks, but I like the idea of an astro critique marathon. And the last thing before we jump into the 360 image critiques is there is a camera giveaway associated with this critique. Everyone who submitted a photo was eligible for the giveaway, but you could also say that you didn't want to participate. So from the people that opted in, I randomly selected, and the camera to give away is this one right here. This is a Canon SL2 that's been astro modified by Night Sky Camera, which is an awesome business out of Vancouver, Canada that sells these modified DSLRs and mirrorless cameras, but you can also send in your stock DSLR or mirrorless and have them modify it. And they ship worldwide, and I highly recommend them. So thank you so much to Max and Night Sky Camera for donating this camera for the giveaway here. So without further ado, the winner of the giveaway is Zachary P. from Texas. Congrats, Zachary. I'll be getting this camera out to you tomorrow. Okay, so that's it. Now let's jump into the critiques, and I'll be going in alphabetical order. And if you're watching this on replay, you can check out the video description where I should put in all the timestamps and then just jump ahead to your critique. First up, we have Adam. Adam sent in this photo. It's of the North America and Pelican nebulae, and it was captured with a Nikon D5600 and an Apertura 60 EDR refractor, and that was all on a star tracker, the Star Adventurer. Adam processed this photo in Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP, and my opinion is this is wonderful. I love the contrasts, the colorful stars and nebulae. All the colors are really spot on. Adam did ask how to bring out the nebulosity more without using StarNet++. And StarNet++ is a program for removing the stars, and then you can add them back in. And so the nebulosity is actually really pretty strong already in your photo, Adam. So I think what you really mean by bringing it out more is the balance between the nebulosity and the star field. And so what you might want to look into is star reduction. And star reduction techniques. Off the top of my head, I think the way you do it in GIMP is you make a mask, a layer mask, and then you use the erode filter on a separate layer and sort of blend them back together. And I think there's some tutorials out there, I'm sure. So look into that, look into star reduction in GIMP, and I think you'll be happier with how much the nebulosity pops. But I wouldn't want you to lose the colorful star field because that's really something special about this photo. Okay, and next we have AE Nature Photography, who sent in this very nice image of the Andromeda Galaxy. AE Nature Photography mentioned the issues being bloated stars and a soft-looking galaxy. But I think this looks really good. For the small aperture of the Red Cat 51, you really couldn't ask better than that. But since I asked for these images for critique, a new tool in PixInsight came out from Russell Croman called Blur Exterminator. And so you might want to look into the combination of drizzle integration with Blur Exterminator, because I think that will help you get those really crisp details that you're looking for. The only other thing I'd say is you did send in your raw stack. I took a look at that, and I got this picture just from the automatic background extraction, and those large black spots, I think you could fix those if you took flats. So either take good flats or clean your sensor, and you can get rid of those big dust spots. Okay, next up we have Aiden. Aiden sent in an image of Jupiter and the Galilean moons, and this looks very good. Aiden mentioned being unhappy with a limb artifact. I think that, when you get enough data from Jupiter and Jupiter is slightly rotated, there's plenty of overlapping in the middle part of the planet, but then not as much along the edge. And so I think there's two major ways to solve those limb artifacts. One is just to use less data. So you mentioned rejecting 25%, but you didn't say how long you collected the data for. So you could limit your data collection, just to a 3-minute period. And then there shouldn't be a lot of rotation artifacts. Another option that I've heard about is you can use a program called WinJupos, and that de-rotates frames. It's sort of like a little bit of an artificial kind of thing, but it helps with, again, correcting those limb artifact problems. Okay, and then we have AJ. And AJ sent in this image of the Heart Nebula. It was, of course, made with narrowband filters. And AJ asked about color framing and star color. And the lack of much star color for a narrowband image, in my opinion, is good. I'd rather have star colors that are close to white rather than having really funky, obnoxious star colors that sort of just get in the way with a narrowband image. But if you want more naturalish star color in your narrowband image and you don't want to take RGB stars, what I'd recommend is doing an HOO combination for the stars, and then you can combine that with the SHO combination for the nebulae. In terms of framing, my personal opinion is when you can't quite fit in the whole object like you haven't been able to here, it looks a little bit awkward to just have a little bit cut off. So if you don't want to mosaic, another good option is just to pick an interesting crop, right? So, you could do something sort of widescreen with this, like a 16:9 crop, and just go in on some interesting section of the scene. And I think that looks a little bit more intentional than this whole thing. And then also by zooming in like that, you can avoid these sky gradients that are in the picture. Akron Astro sent in this image of the Lagoon Nebula. This is a very interesting combination of gear used. It was a modified Canon DSLR, but also a clip-in H-alpha filter for some of the data that was incorporated. And this was all on an Apertura 6-inch Newtonian with a Botter MPCC Mark III coma corrector. So personally, I like the Lagoon a little bit better in natural color. I think for some objects, using that HA filter is really gonna for some objects using the HA filter is going to add a lot, but I'm not sure this one is improved that much by adding that. I think for my taste, the Lagoon is very nice and just RGB. This is just screen stretch just to show what Akron Astro's RGB data looks like. But if you process just this, I think I might prefer it than the HA enhanced version. Akron Astro also mentioned that there was some distortion in the corners. I did take a look using the aberration inspector here in PixInsight, and it does look like there's a little bit of spacing issue. Since all the stars are all going out away from center, it usually means you have to add some spacing to get better correction. So maybe just 1 or 2 millimeters might do the trick here to fix this distortion in the corners. Next up, we have Alessandro, and Alessandro sent in an image of Saturn taken by shooting video with an iPhone 13 attached to a Skywatcher Newtonian. I think it was a Dobsonian because he said that he was manually stabilized, which I assume meant he was sort of moving the telescope to keep Saturn in view. Alessandro said he was disappointed in the result when comparing it to others with similar equipment. looking at this, I think the issue might be that you've overexposed the planet. That can be really hard to control on an iPhone, but there is an app called Nightcap Camera that should help, as it allows more sort of manual exposure controls on the camera. And then once you find the correct exposure setting, you can lock it in using that app rather than, allowing the iPhone to auto adjust, because it's often going to get it wrong with something like this. And then another Alessandro sent in this picture of the Andromeda Galaxy. This is with a stock DSLR, a Skywatcher EvoStar 72, and an EQ5 mount. And Alessandro mentioned only being able to dither in RA, and for this reason had to deal with some walking noise. So I think that it has been dealt with beautifully because I can't see it here. Maybe just making the background nice and dark is what worked. Sometimes I do encourage people not to go quite this dark, but I think in this case it has been done very well because the galaxy fades into the sky background and everything looks really good. I don't see any problem with that transition from galaxy to sky. So well done. I really don't have any suggestions for improvement with this one. And then Alessio took this with a stock Nikon and an old Nikon zoom lens and processed in DSS, Serial, and Photoshop. And Alessio mentioned that there was a red prominence when stretching in Serial. Usually those kinds of things come down to light pollution, and then they can be fixed with just color calibration. It looks like you had no issue fixing that red cast. My only suggestion is here in Photoshop, what you can do is open up the camera raw filter. And this filter is good for chromatic aberration, because I noticed some of these bright stars have a little bit of a purple fringe on them. And so you can make it more neutral by just playing around with this purple amount slider. And it can take out some of that purple fringe in your stars. Now, it also can affect other things in your photo, but in this case, I think overall your photo was a little bit purple, so I think using this purple amount slider pretty aggressively improves it. Okay, Alex A sent in this very nice photo of Andromeda taken with a Red Cat and an ASI 294MC camera. And Alex said the stars were round over the whole picture, but then after using morphological transformation to reduce star size, their shape wasn't as good, it wasn't as round. And so, yes, that's been my issue with star reduction techniques, especially morphological transformation in PixInsight. And it's why I don't really do star reduction anymore. I just use star removal techniques, so then you can stretch the galaxy or the nebula separately and then add the stars back. But there are more modern star reduction techniques. They usually still involve star removal, but you can look into them, like Bill Blanchen's star reduction techniques that are in PixInsight. He's described that on Luca Modico's YouTube channel, but he also has his own YouTube channel. That's Bill Blanchen. So I think that's the way that I would go, is either don't do star reduction at all and just use StarNet to stretch the galaxy, put the stars back in, or if you want to do star reduction, use a more modern technique like Bill Blanchen's. Okay, next up we have Alex. Alex sent in this image of Andromeda taken with a Canon Rebel XS and a William Optics 61 tracked with a Star Adventurer tracker. Alex processed this in Serial and GIMP, and it was taken from a Bortle 5 Sky. And Alex felt that maybe he could have brought out a little bit more color. And so I totally agree. I mean, even if we just play around with your JPEG here, I can see that if I raise saturation, it's making all the right parts the right colors. So you have, perfect color balance, and all you'd have to do is just raise the saturation and use masks and things to target it where you want it. So what I would probably do is boost the saturation in Andromeda a lot, and in the stars not quite as much, but almost as much. And I think that will really make the picture pop. Okay, another Alex, another M31, And I've never seen quite this orientation of M31. It's very interesting. It really draws my eye to M110 right here, a satellite galaxy. I think this orientation also does a good job of making M31 look really huge, which it really is in terms of apparent diameter in the sky. I can see that you really want to bring out the blue colors, but I think you went a little bit overboard because there's now a lot of blue noise in the shadows of the picture. And when you have sort of a color cast in the sky, that's a little bit distracting. You could just use a simple curve adjustment. So for instance, if we just go to the blue curve and we reduce that, then we're getting a little bit into a green sky. So I might have to then also reduce the green. Okay, but something like that. So here's before and after. I think that makes it pop a little bit. But other than that, I think everything is technically good. It's definitely a bright Andromeda, but that makes it stand out. All right, Alex sent in this photo of the Pleiades, and this was taken with a lens stopped down to f9 from a place with a lot of light pollution. And Alex asked a number of questions about noise and bringing out the nebula, but the main issue here is not your processing or even your technique. It's that reflection nebulae like the Pleiades are very difficult at all to do when you have a lot of light pollution. And then doubly so with a slow focal ratio like the f9 that you used. So the first thing I'd suggest is don't stop down your lens. Leave it wide open, which in your case is f6. And then the second thing is if you have any way to get somewhere darker, to a darker location, you can save reflection nebulae for those trips to the dark side and then focus on emission nebulae with a filter when you're under a more light polluted sky. Because there isn't really any fix in processing for this kind of noise. It just comes down to target selection and light pollution. And if you can't escape the light pollution, then what you have to do is just put in countless hours of data to avoid the noise. So it's really just piling on the integration. There's a video that I made with Quiv, the Lazy Geek, where he did get a nice photo of the Pleiades, but he was shooting at f2, so a very fast focal ratio, and he did something like 20 hours of exposure to counteract that heavy light pollution from Tokyo. Okay, another Alex sent in this beautiful photo of the Heart and Soul nebulae and the double cluster. This was made with a Samyang 135 f2 lens, stopped down to f2.9 using front aperture rings so that there's no diffraction pattern on the stars. And Alex mentioned having trouble with the stars, still appearing a little bit soft. And he says that this might be chromatic aberration. I agree. I think this lens is exhibiting a little bit of color fringing. I think that's typical to have a little bit of chromatic aberration. In PixInsight, what you can do is you can invert the image, use SCNR green, and then invert it back. In Photoshop, what you can do is just go to Camera Raw Filter and use this purple amount slider to, I'll just show you before and after. There's before and after, just to get rid of that purple fringing, but that's going to make the stars look a lot sharper if they don't have that little bit of chromatic aberration left on them. For this image, let's see, I think just using a purple amount of 2 on the defringe is enough. So how much defringe you use is going to depend on how bad the chromatic aberration is. This is really not too bad. Okay, Amir sent in this single photo taken of the Orion Nebula with a phone attached to a telescope. This is something I've tried too, and it is difficult. I do a lot of fancy astrophotography, and you might think, well, putting out your phone on an eyepiece is easy, but it's really not. There's a lot to it, but it can also definitely be a lot of fun. And Amir mentioned that it wouldn't stack, and I think I know the reason for that. For Deep Sky Stacker to allow you to stack, it needs at least 3 stars that are round. and also not saturated. And this photo, I don't think passes that test. If we zoom in, you can see the stars are streaked left to right. And so Deep Sky Stacker doesn't recognize these as stars basically, and then it doesn't know how to register the stacks to get. DSS doesn't know that these are stars, and then it doesn't know how to register your photos together. So you're either going to have to use shorter exposures so that the stars aren't trailed or something like that. Dialing this in can be a little bit of trial and error, but that's what you would need to do if you actually want to stack photos from a phone on an eyepiece. Andreas sent in this well-composed portrait of the Orion constellation. I really like the composition here. It works very well. Andreas used a Canon RF 24-105 zoom lens, stopped down to f/5.6, and Andreas was wondering if there was any way to improve the corner stars. Probably not. Usually lenses like a zoom won't be well corrected like a telescope would be, especially when you go wide field and on a full frame sensor. So I think this is probably the best you can expect from that lens. Andreas also asked about star reduction. He used something called the value propagate filter in GIMP to do the star reduction here. Let's see. Yeah, it's not that great. I mean, it's a little bit artificial looking when you really zoom in, but when you experience the photos zoomed out, I think it looks pretty nice. I don't really know that much about star reduction in GIMP or anywhere because I don't do it myself, but I have heard that you can use the erode filter in GIMP, so you might try that and see if it looks any better or worse than the value propagate method. Okay, Andreas sent in this nice portrait, I assume of himself, looking at the Milky Way core over some body of water. And this is taken with a Star Adventurer, a Sony a7 III mirrorless camera, and a Sony 20mm f1.8G lens. And I've heard really good things about that lens. This is, of course, very well done. I think the lantern provides a nice sort of bright anchor point for the composition. And then I love how Andreas left the processing of the Milky Way and the air glow and the light pollution all very natural. The foreground is nice and sharp and noise-free. That's something I often struggle with. I'm not good at foregrounds at night. I just never really mastered that. I did zoom in and notice that if you really zoom in on the sky, it does have the classic sort of Sony noise reduction that creates a lot of green and strangely colored stars. But when zoomed out, how the photo is supposed to be experienced, that's really not an issue at all. And so this is something that comes up a lot. Or can you use Sony cameras for astrophotography? And of course you can. Some people, I think they're more well known for this kind of thing, wide field where you're not really zooming in on the stars, because for deep sky, it might make a little bit more sense to go with a different brand so you don't have off colors. But when you're zoomed out and you're experiencing a picture wide field like this, it really doesn't matter if it has some noise reduction algorithm that makes funny star color. Okay, another Andreas sent in this image of the Heart Nebula. This was made with a modified Canon DSLR, an L Extreme light pollution / narrowband filter. And this was taken from a white zone, so very high light pollution. And Andreas mentioned that it was a dirty looking stack, so he did some heavy noise reduction, but then probably lost some detail. And so, yeah, I can see that, especially in the highlights here. For instance, down here in the fish head, we're probably losing some detail there. But overall, I think it still looks pretty good in terms of detail, and the stars look nice. The one thing I would suggest is keep playing around with color. This color is common with narrowband imaging. I see it a lot. It's sort of like a goldish brown. This is not my favorite. It's not very vibrant. So if we go here to selective color, So for instance, if I just take out all the cyan out of red, this is just sort of a richer orange that I prefer over the more sort of brownish orange. So just something to look at. Okay, next up we have Andrew Lord Emperor. Andrew Lord Emperor captured the Pleiades and captured it with a Canon XSI and a 75 to 300 millimeter kit lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. Andrew mentioned having a difficult time with the noise in the image, and this was shot from a Bortle 6 sky. So my first recommendation is if you can get to a darker sky to shoot Andrew, definitely go for it. Light pollution is, of course, a signal that we can take out the light pollution gradient and the sort of the color of the light pollution, but that noise is still part of light pollution. So if you can get somewhere darker to shoot, definitely go for it. My other suggestion is to use maybe a higher ISO. You shot this at ISO 400, but usually Canon cameras, the read noise improves at 800 or 1600. So that might help a little bit. Okay, next up we have Andrew, and Andrew took this with a simple setup of a Canon T5, a CLS filter, and a star tracker. But Andrew piled on the hours here. This is over 15 hours of integration, so that really helps bring out the faint detail that we're seeing here. And I really like the framing and processing. The only small flaw, and you would really have to know this area well to see this, is most of these dark spots are actually dark nebulae, but there's one here down here that I think is actually just some dust on the sensor that's moved a little bit during shooting. So if I just raise, for instance, the mid-tone level, these over here in sort of a row, these are all real features, while this one is not. Not many people would see that. It's just a minor quibble. I'm not sure why it didn't come out with flats or something, but just if you don't want to shoot flats, of course, the other thing is just to keep your sensor really clean, because usually those dust spots are on the sensor, not on the optics. Okay, then we have Andrew and Christina, who sent in this image of the North America and Pelican nebulae. And this was made with a Canon DSLR and Canon 300mm f4 lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. My first thought looking at it was that the color balance and the shadows was very biased towards blue. So one thing you could do is just add some yellow to the shadows to counteract that. But maybe that was, the artistic intention of Andrew and Christina. Andrew and Christina did ask about two things. One, how to make the nebula pop more. And for that, I would just stretch it more. Even working with just the JPEG here, if I just go in here and do that, that makes the nebula pop more, I think. So it's just about not being afraid to apply more of a stretch. But then, the problem with just doing that, right, is that you can see you have some halos and stuff, and you may not like that the stars get a little bit more glowy and bloaty. So one thing that you can do is you can remove all the stars with something called StarNet++, apply that kind of stretch to just the nebula in the background, and then put the smaller stretched stars back on. And then the other question Andrew and Christina had, speaking of the stars and their halos, is about these halos on the bright stars, and if there's anything they can do about that. That probably has to do with the lens. I think I know that lens, the 300mm f4, does have a bit of what's called flaring on bright point sources. So there's probably nothing you can do. Personally, seeing a lot of astrophotography, I sort of like when data has a unique look to it. So It doesn't really bother me, but I can see how if you want just more technical perfection, you might be looking at getting a different kind of lens, or even better, a small telescope like a William Optics RedCat 51. Okay, next up we have Andrew Monite, who sent in this image of the Ring Nebula taken with a Nexstar 6SE telescope and a Canon SL3 DSLR. It was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Serial. This looks very nice. It's a short integration, but it shows you what you can do with a DSLR and an Altaz telescope. My two thoughts in processing is it feels like the Ring Nebula should be centered because it's just like slightly off-centered. So it would be pretty easy to just do that with a crop. And then for some reason, the green and blue channels are clipped to black over here, while the red channel is way over here. So I'd try color calibration before stretching or while stretching to see if you can fix that. Because now that it's a stretched JPEG, I can't recover detail if green and blue are clipped to black. But I noticed that red bias, so I thought I'd mention it. All right, Andy captured the Orion Nebula and the Horsehead in Flame with a Canon 2000D and a 75 to 300 millimeter kit lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker from a red zone. And Andy took 240 lights at 29 seconds each. And Andy mentioned that the biggest issue was the gradient here in the background, and wasn't sure how to take that out in processing with DSS and GIMP. So what I recommend is adding a free program called Serial into your workflow. That's SIRIL. And it has a background extraction process that allows you to get a very flat background pretty easily. You just put down these samples and play around with it, click compute background, and it will sort of figure out how to flatten out your background for you. And you can use that right after stacking in DSS. It also has some other nice features, including stacking. So if you want to replace Deep Sky Stacker entirely, you could just use Serial in GIMP rather than Deep Sky Stacker in GIMP. Okay, Anish took a photo of the Andromeda Galaxy with a Canon T3i and a 75 to 300 millimeter kit lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Anish took 120 lights at 60 seconds each at 75 millimeter focal length and then cropped in. And my main suggestion here is for Andromeda, it probably would have been better to zoom in to 300 millimeter, because even though the focal ratio is going to be slower, you do have the star tracker to sort of compensate. Because the issue when you crop in like this is the noise scale gets bigger. While if you were filling a lot more of the frame with the Galaxy at 300 millimeters, it should actually look better. And with your Star Adventurer, if you get a good polar alignment, use fairly short exposures, 300 millimeters should be no problem. But that's my only real suggestion. I think the processing does look really good here. Next up we have Anonymous. Anonymous sent in a nice photo of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with a stock Canon RP camera and a William Optics RedCat 51 on a Star Adventurer tracker. This was taken from a Bortle 3 Sky and processed in PixInsight. And Anonymous said that they really tried to bring out the stellar streams of Andromeda in processing and was pretty happy with what they achieved. And I agree, this is really nice. You do need a dark sky to bring out this extended halo. And to show that extended halo, you do need a pretty low contrast. I'm not sure if you needed to go quite this low. You see there's a pretty big gap here between 0 and where your black level is. Just to show people what I mean, if I take a curve here and I start adjusting the black level, I think you have a little bit of leeway here before you really get any problem with the transition between the background and the Andromeda. So you might want to just darken the sky a little bit just to add a bit more contrast. Okay, next up we have Anshul. And Anshul sent in this photo of the Heart Nebula and mentioned wanting tips for improvement that don't involve buying new gear. And that's good. Anshul's processing was done in PixInsight and Topaz Denoise and Affinity Photo. So this is my personal opinion. We're probably going to hear it many, many times during this critique, but I don't like Topaz Denoise AI. I find that most of the times when I see it being used, it doesn't do a good job. It destroys detail, over smooths things, make things splotchy. So my opinion is skip Topaz. And for this image, I don't think you need to use Topaz or Affinity at all. You can really just use PixInsight, and all you have to do is apply a good background extraction, remove the stars, stretch the stars, stretch the starless image, apply saturation to taste, put the two images back together, do a final curve adjustment, and you're done. And if you do that, your image will look something like this. And so this is just my quick take on it. This is maybe not what you want, what you see in your mind's eye, but keep in mind you're going to put your own style on it, to your own taste. But I really just don't think you need Topaz Denoise. I think it's a crutch. I think that what you should really be using is PixInsight and improve, on focus, tracking, get all of that, try different things in PixInsight, get more data, all of these kinds of just boring, normal things. And that will help improve your data quality. Okay, next up we have Antoine, and Antoine sent it also in an image of the Heart Nebula. Antoine took this with a Canon DSLR and a Red Cat telescope on a star tracker, and mentioned thinking that there was more to be brought out here, and that the reintroduction of the stars could have been better after using StarNet. I'm not sure if there's really more to be brought out. The only thing I'd recommend trying, since you use Deep Sky Stacker, StarNet, and Photoshop, is to try using also Serial. In the new 1.2 beta version, there is the star recomposition process that's very nice for sort of balancing your star field and your background, your nebulosity, and seeing that all in real time. But to my eye, you've already done a pretty good job of bringing out what's here. Really, all you could do to improve this would just be to collect more data so that the faint stuff in the background is a little bit stronger, not quite as noisy as it is. Okay, next up we have Antonio, who submitted an image of the Carina Nebula taken with a Canon 60D and a 75 to 300 millimeter zoom lens on a star tracker. And Antonio mentioned stacking 100% of the data and wondered if that's why it came out blurry. Yeah, I guess my guess is what happened is you had some high clouds or high water vapor in the air that is causing these big halos on the bright stars. So if you wanted to, you could sort through your data, find any image where you see the big halos, and then just reject those before stacking. Often I think that, it looks pretty cool to see the colors of these bright stars. My biggest critique is not that in your processing. It's more just that the sky background is very blotchy, where, around the edge, it's like clipped to black, but then in the middle, it's a lot brighter. And I know that this is in the Milky Way, so you do have parts of the sky that are brighter and darker, but you're really clipping to black everywhere but the center. So I would try for a more neutral approach to the background where you don't apply so much contrast. Next up we have Aurash, who sent in a photo of the Orion and Running Man Nebula and the Horsehead and Flame Nebulae. And next up we have Arash, who sent in a photo of Orion and Horsehead and Flame. And this was taken with a Star Adventure, a stock Canon T3i, and a Canon 200mm prime lens. And Arash took exposures of different lengths to do high dynamic range processing, but wasn't sure of the best way to combine these, so just stacked them all together. So I don't think that's the best way. What I'd suggest is stacking the set of short exposures and the set of long exposures. So let's say you took some at 5 seconds, some at 30 seconds, you would make 2 stacks. And then what you'd want to do is use layers and layer masks in GIMP, and you blend the stacks together. So the longer substack is going to be for all of these dim, dusty details, like the brown dust and the Horsehead and Flame and the extended part of Orion. And the short subs stack is going to be for recovering details in the core, like the bright trapezium region here, maybe even the Running Man Nebula, and maybe also for star color too. But what you'd want to do is basically make a mask. It could be a manual mask that we just brush on, that softly transitions from your short stack to your long stack. They're going to be all registered together, but you wanted to then just sort of blend them together using layer masks. That's one way to do it. I know there are other ways, but that's an easy way that I've found pretty successful. Okay, Aris sent me this image of the Orion and Running Man nebulae made with a Canon 70D, a Canon 70 to 200mm zoom lens, and a 2x teleextender, all on a star tracker. So Aris is a Patreon member, and I've seen their shots before, and I've always thought a teleextender, I never thought it could work this well, is what I'm trying to say. Aris shows you that if you use a high quality teleextender and a good quality lens, an L lens, you can produce excellent results with that pairing. The colors are really interesting and nice. I especially like the Running Man Nebula and some of this area with the brown dust hitting Orion. I think that my one critique is I think that you went a little bit overboard with the selective sharpening and noise reduction. This sharpening in this center part of Orion looks really cool when you zoom in, but then right to the side of it, the dust is all blurred from the noise reduction. So the contrast here of how blurry this looks and how sharp this looks makes it look a little bit artificial. Arjun sent in 2 edits of a photo of M31, the Andromeda Galaxy. Here's the first edit, and then this is called the cell phone edit. And I think the data quality looks good. I much prefer, though, this normal edit. I'm not sure what's going on with the colors. I feel like there's a lot of green and magenta. I'm not sure if you possibly debayered the images with the wrong Bayer pattern or if it's just something else in processing. But Andromeda should generally look more yellow gold in the center, and most of it with some blue in the outer arms. So to check if you use the right Bayer pattern, you want to Google your camera name and Bayer pattern and see what it should be. The most common is going to be RGGB. Okay, next up we have Armando, who started astrophotography just 12 months ago. So he's obviously making very fast progress. This is the Heart Nebula done with a full mono setup and narrowband filters, and it was processed in PixInsight. I think the data looked good. I could see there's promise in the high signal areas, like the center of the Heart Nebula here called Melotte 15, and also down here in the fish head region. But I think you're trying to do a bit too much in processing this picture. The Heart's difficult because there's a lot of different stuff going around with background nebulosity, but a lot of it's very dim, so it's hard to know what to bring out and what to make dimmer. it looks like what you did here was you really brought up the levels, but then you smoothed a lot of it out with noise reduction. So what I would try doing instead is use curves transformation, or maybe the new generalized hyperbolic stretch, so that the background nebulosity isn't an issue. You can just make it dark and make the heart really pop, rather than bringing up some of this stuff in the background but then smoothing it down. That's not going to look quite as good. Okay, next we have Aaron, who mixed exposures, some taken with an L Extreme dual narrowband filter, and then some with just a regular UV-IR cut filter. And so that way, Aaron got sort of a good mix of deep nebulosity in the Sol Nebula, but also nice star color. And this was done with a Skywatcher 150mm Newt and a QHY 268C camera from Bortle 8. So this shows you can get good star color from a light polluted sky, even with a color camera. So, and I really like shots like this where they're filled with nebulosity. So for me, this is near perfect. The only thing I'm not sure about is the composition. It feels like you almost wanted to fit in the whole Sol Nebula, but then couldn't quite. So it's just like a little bit cropped off at the edges. And then you have the dark corners in each corner here. But I think for it to be more of like a finished composition to my eye, I think you would just zoom in further. Okay, Arpad is using a Skywatcher Short Tube 120, which is an achromat. So it has a lot of this blue or violet fringing on bright stars, and Arpad was wondering how to deal with that in processing, but only using free software. Currently, Arpad is using Deep Sky Stacker, Siril, and GIMP. And so what I'd recommend adding to your workflow is adding StarNet++, which is also free, because then what you can do, I've moved over here to GIMP, is you can make a starless version and then do a screen blend of the stars on top. But you're blending different amounts of stretch, and so you can really stretch your starless version of the galaxy and stretch your stars much more lightly, and that can really help control that violet and blue bloating. So just add StarNet, and I think you'll be much happier with that telescope. All right, next up we have Asher. And Asher sent in this image of the North America and Pelican nebulae shot with a modified DSLR and a RedCat 51 on a Star Adventurer tracker. Asher mentioned not being satisfied with the stars. And my advice is, I guess, the same as the last one, which is try StarNet, but also try Siril. There's a lot you can do with that star recomposition tool that's in the new 1.2 version of Siril. I do like the SHO look that you got here. I'm not sure about this composition. The neb is looking so funky over there, and it's not really adding that much. So I would probably just crop to this this interesting part over here, because this whole part is basically empty except for the neb. So the composition feels out of balance. While this composition, you have the Cygnus wall and the bright part of the Pelican right down the center. It feels a little bit more intentional. Okay, Astra submitted a photo of a nice conjunction of Mars right here with the Hyades star cluster, and then the Pleiades star clusters up here. This was stacked in Deep Sky Stacker, but Astra mentions that their camera can't shoot RAW, or actually also can't manually focus. So they'd be auto-focusing on Jupiter for each shot and then reframing on the Hyades. And that's really some dedication. It came out very nice considering those limitations of the camera, and you can clearly see that the color of Mars is a nice red and similar to Aldebaran right here. And I think that nice orangish red color does contrast well with the blue sky. Astromorph has sent in the North America and Pelican nebulae, captured with a small refractor, a mono camera, and narrowband filters. And the details and the composition look very nice here. The orange and blue, or the gold and blue look, isn't to my personal taste, but that doesn't really matter. It's just whatever you like is, I think, what you should do with narrowband imaging. This palette is great for is seeing all of this wonderful detail in the dark nebulae. AstroDoc MD sent in an image of the Shark Nebula, and it's cool to see the Shark Nebula all close up like this because you usually see it, more zoomed out. So it's nice to see the smaller details. My two suggestions here are, one, I would skip the topaz to noise, as my guess is it's doing more damage than good. Here I can see some typical topaz artifacts around the bright stars on this image, that it's over sharpens some things, it blurs other things. It usually messes up a lot of things, but it leaves weird artifacts. My other critique is I think that your background extraction could be better here. I know that this top part is dusty, but I think I see a pretty extreme, or not pretty extreme, I see a gradient, a light pollution gradient, where this part of the picture, the right side is going to be brighter and then the left side is darker. So try out different background extraction techniques. If you're not getting a good result in PixInsight, you could try Graxpert or Cirro. Graxpert is just a standalone background extraction tool, and I think Cirro has some things that were developed by the Graxpert folks, but there's other things in Cirro that are sort of fun to try too. Okay, AstroDrawn sent in an image of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and this was taken with a stock Canon DSLR and on a star tracker. And so I'm jealous because this is an object I would love to take a photo of. The Magellanic Clouds have always fascinated me, but we can't see them here in the Northern Hemisphere, of course. My two critiques with this one are both related to processing, I think. One is that the stars look a little bit over sharpened to my taste. I'm not sure if that was from a sharpening filter of some kind, but if so, maybe just back off that sharpening a little bit. They're almost taking on, a squarish look or triangle look, and I think that's from sharpening, but it could be an optical thing. My other critique is the color seems sort of weird in this photo. Like it's almost black and white, but then there's a few orange stars, but there's not much color in the galaxy. So I'm not sure if that was done on purpose. Maybe if you're trying to control noise, that's maybe why you did it. But I'd have to actually see the raw data to understand what's going on with color. But the details are quite good, so I would just try to focus on color and star treatment. Okay, next up we have Astrojoeography. And Astrojoeography sent in this nice image of the Lion Nebula, which is in Cepheus. It's a hard target, and so Astrojoe put in 80 hours, but then only stacked the 55 hours of the best subs. And Astrojoe is mostly concerned with the image looking soft, not detailed enough, and wondering if that comes down to image scale. He's at about 2 arcseconds per pixel. In my opinion, no. 2 arcseconds per pixel is perfectly sufficient for detail on nebulae and stars. The only time where 2 arcseconds per pixel might be an issue is if you were trying to resolve something really, really tiny, like details in a very small galaxy or planetary nebula, but something like this, where you want the whole nebula 2 arcseconds per pixel is perfectly fine. So I think that your frustration with detail probably comes down to how you're processing the data, like how you're stretching the data, at what point you're doing noise reduction, how much noise reduction. I think I looked through your steps and you mentioned doing noise reduction last in Photoshop. Maybe it would be better to do it earlier, like in PixInsight. There's a lot more to it. So there's the star field, how you're processing the stars, how you're adding them back in. There's new tools, which you probably are aware of. It sounds like you're very into astrophotography, so I'm sure you're now using probably Russ Croman's Blur Exterminator. Just to show you what that can do, just in case you're not already using it. I used Blur Exterminator on each of the 3 filters that you sent in, H, S, and O. I stretched each filter, took out the stars, recombined them here in Photoshop, and just applied some different colors, and then just put the HA stars back on top. HA stars are generally going to be a lot sharper than making colored stars, but I mean, of course, it's up to your taste whether you want color stars or just white stars from the HA. I didn't use any noise reduction on your data here, and there's so much interesting detail. Of course, this amount of noise might be too much for you, but we could selectively go in here and take out some of that noise, like some of it might be color noise that we could try to get rid of with the color noise reduction filter. But anyways, I just wanted to show you that with Blur Exterminator and not doing too much, not trying to really process the data too hard, you do have a lot of really cool detail here at that 2 arc seconds per pixel. I'm jealous of this data. It looks excellent, Astro Joe. And next up we have AstroNumpty. And AstroNumpty captured the North America and Pelican nebulae from the UK with a Nikon camera and lens and a clip-in filter made by STC. And they were wondering if I thought this was over-processed or they pushed the data too hard. I don't think I'd say it's over-processed. For my taste, it's just too bright overall and a little bit flat. And so what I mean by that is the midtones are competing with highlights in the picture. And so that's not over-processed. It's just, you just have to stretch slightly differently to get the best result. I'd also play with the color a little bit more. This is just a JPEG, so I'm not going to try to mess with the colors too much, but there's an adjustment in Photoshop called selective color, and taking the cyan out of reds and taking the yellow out of blues and doing some different things can really add some punch to the colors and make them more vibrant. Okay, Astropolis ECU sent in this photo of the Orion Nebula and Running Man, captured with a Ioptron star tracker, a Sony mirrorless camera, and a William Optics Zenith Star 61. This looks really nice. There's nice round stars, nice colors generally, a good contrast. So this is 2 hours of data. I'd say your next challenge is try getting 10 hours, because with 10 hours, you're going to be able to bring out a lot of this brown dust in the background. That's you don't have enough contrast yet to bring that out, but with more data, you could. Astropolis ECU had a question, and that was, in Serial, after stacking the image, it comes out green. Then in DSS, it comes out yellow. After color calibration, they both look fine. I'd say that's normal, nothing to worry about. Different stacking settings and stacking software could result in a different color balance, just making different choices about how it handles the color channels. But like you found, after you do some color calibration, they should look similar. So the initial color balance doesn't really matter. I've seen astro images come out completely yellow, completely green, blue, red, purple, any color you can imagine. They just look solid, that color. And it's very alarming at first, but it's really nothing to worry about after you fix it with a little color balancing. They all end up looking fine. Astro Sing sent in an image of the Tarantula Nebula, which is a massive emission nebula within the Large Magellanic Cloud. So this, what you're seeing right here, is another galaxy. Pretty amazing that an amateur can do this. And AstroSing did it with an 80 millimeter refractor, a mono camera, and narrowband filters. And I really don't have much to critique here. I think this is beautifully done. The processing looks great. There's a lot to look at here. Lots of beautiful colors. You know, the color palette, I think I've sort of said I don't like the browns, but in this case, for this object, it works quite well. So I'll say my opinions about color palettes is really object to object. I should have said that earlier in the critique. Some objects will look really good with more of like a yellowish brown and light blue color palette like AstroSing did here, while some I feel it looks a little bit boring and they could use a little bit more vibrant colors. If I was just going to have one nitpick, I don't personally like when bright objects are cut off in the corner or on the edge. So this top corner, this little thing up here being so cut off makes it feel a little bit unfinished to my eye, which is too bad because, you know, this corner looks so great with this dim thing out here with this little red blob and everything. So when I read this image from this corner up to this corner, I just feel like, I wish it extended just a little bit more. But that's a minor nitpick. Okay, Astro Jaeger sent in this image of the Veil Nebula, and this looks quite nice. Lots of nice detail. This is the classic HOO color palette for this object. My only critique with this one is I think the composition looks a little bit weird. So I'd suggest cropping in, and then that'll get rid of some of this stuff around the edge anyways. Maybe if we do a 16:9 crop, maybe something like that, I think looks better. But play around with it. I think just it will look better a little bit more zoomed in and a little bit more intentional with where the nebula is in the field. Okay, AT Astro sent in this very nice picture of the ISS, International Space Station, transiting the sun. This was taken with a Canon 7D recording video on a Celestron Nexstar 4SE telescope. The detail here is great. We got the sunspots, we got the ISS. If we zoom in on the ISS, we can see the solar panels and the docking modules and everything are very clearly defined. I don't really have much of a critique of this image. The only thing I'd say is it might look just as good just to do a single ISS instead of the sequence. And I'm thinking maybe this one, like right in the center near that sunspot, which seems to be one of the sharper ones. You can see that as the atmospheric conditions change, you get some that are sharper and some that are a little blurrier. So, or maybe that one's sharper, I don't know. But yeah, just sort of pick one that's the sharpest and go with that. And instead of the sequence, just one, because I think that you have so much detail that might look cool just to do a single ISS. Okay, next we have Atharvana 007. Atharvana 007 sent in their first astrophoto. This is of the Orion Nebula and Orion's Belt, or also called the Belt and Sword of Orion. And this was taken with untracked with a Nikon DSLR and Nikon kit lens. And Atharvana007 asked, what makes for a good lens? And I'm guessing that they're thinking of upgrading from the kit lens since this was taken at f5.6. So what you're gonna wanna look for is mostly prime lenses. The kit lens that you used is a zoom lens, so it goes from 18 to 55, but at fairly slow focal ratios. A prime lens, like a nifty 50, a 50 millimeter f1.8, can often be found for not very much money, for lenses at least, somewhere around $100 or sometimes less if you can find a used one. But with a prime lens, you just have one focal distance, 50 millimeters or 100 millimeters, something like that. But the nice thing with a prime lens is they usually open up to a much brighter aperture. F1.8 is common for wide lenses. F2.8 is common for telephoto lenses. And so if you were able to shoot this same scene at f2.8, you'd be letting in 8 times more light than at f5.6. So your images are going to come out a lot cleaner, a lot brighter. So that's my advice looking for a prime lens. Find one in your price range with a fast aperture. So something like a 50 millimeter f1.8 might be what you're looking for next. Next, we have Augie, who sent in this image of the Sol Nebula, and Augie didn't immediately see anything to critique here, but Augie did mention some splotchiness and thought it was possibly over sharpened. And that's not something I noticed at first, but when I took a closer look, I do see some of what you're maybe talking about. There's like a little bit of, you have to really zoom in, but there's like a little bit of like granularity in the low signal areas that indicates possible over sharpening. And then something I noticed when I was doing that was that the stars inside the nebula somehow have this like different look than the stars outside the nebula. I'm not sure if you did some kind of selective sharpening or something, but they just have a slightly different look. So just to give you an idea, I tried processing your data, tried to keep the process very simple. But when I processed it and just sort of looked at the stars inside and outside the nebula, I didn't see any issues with the actual data. So that suggests there's something that you were doing that gave it a little bit of an artificial look. Bilaj sent in something unusual, at least by today's standards. This is, of course, done on film, Fujicolor Superior film, and this is of my favorite constellations, Cygnus and Cepheus, and it's a 50 millimeter focal length. And Bilaj then photographed the negative with a Canon digital camera using some macro photography techniques. And I think this one came out really well. I like it a lot. The composition is great by centering the what's called a Northern Coalsack Nebula here. I think that makes a lot of sense. Bilaj did mention that this light leak of the red light over here was actually a mistake. But I think in terms of light leaks, this is a fairly nice one that doesn't really distract from the photo. I've dabbled a bit in film astrophotography, but I haven't produced anything that I've wanted to share yet. So, and I found that light leaks, though, are a common problem with this kind of photography. So I've been taking my film camera and covering everything with black electrical tape. So anyways, I really enjoy this shot, and I may be contacting you for tips. I especially like how you photographed the negative, leaving in the sprocket holes. That looks really cool. Okay, next we have Ben, who took this photo of M33. It's very nicely done. This is LRGB plus 2 hours of HA to help make these nebulae within the galaxy pop. And Ben said that he struggles with star shape and color, especially bringing out the blues in his stars. So for star shape, there are a number of different modifications that you can do for your 6-inch Newtonian. I'll just zoom in here so people can take a look at Ben's star shape. I really don't think they're that bad, but I know that we're super critical of our own work and less critical of others often. So anyways, there's two mods that you can do for your Newtonian. You might already know. One is a primary mirror mask. You can have these 3D printed. And then the other is you can replace the spider with something that's like a machined piece of metal. In terms of bringing out the blues, I think you've already done a great job considering this is a Bortle 6 sky. But other than traveling to a darker location, the only thing I can think of is waiting for the object to be high in the sky, where you'll be shooting through less atmosphere can really help with blues. Another Ben. Ben took this photo of Andromeda with a 75 to 300 millimeter kit lens, the same lens that Trevor and I used in our challenge video, and was wondering about sharpness and whether it was worth redoing this at a lower focal length so that he could have a slightly faster aperture, or just wait until he can get a Rokinon 135 f2. So there are, and this is untracked. So there are two schools of thought when it comes to upgrading. Some people are always going to get the star tracker first, or suggest getting the star tracker first, and others say get a nice fast lens first. And I think it probably depends on how much you are currently enjoying untracked. So if taking and stacking 1,000 photos is annoying to you, then I'd go for the star tracker first. And when Trevor and I did our challenge, we were using a star tracker with this lens, which I think helps a lot because then you can stop it down. But yes, in general, for untracked, having a fast aperture, ideally under f4, is really ideal. But once you add that star tracker, then you could shoot at f6.3 and it's not going to be a problem. So, you're probably going to be saving for something new, whether you go for the lens or the star tracker, sort of up to your style and what you really enjoy. But probably I'd suggest, go get that star tracker, continue using this lens, and yes, you can get more mileage out of it. Okay, next up we have Benny. Benny shot the Orion and Flame nebulae without a tracker using a Sony SLT A58 camera, and mentioned leaving the SLR lens installed, but also used a Sony 55 to 200 millimeter lens at f4. Okay, and Benny asked about the green color and also about the SLT lens and whether it should be removed. So I had to look all this up because I wasn't familiar with an SLT camera design. It's a pretty interesting design. So I'd say if you're comfortable removing that mirror that you're shooting through with an SLT, I think it might be worth trying. Although I'm not sure how that's going to affect focus of your main camera sensor. So it might be a risky thing to try if no one else has ever done it for that kind of mod. In terms of the green color, this is something you should be able to fix with processing. Check out Siril, SIRIL, which lets you sort of adjust the color balance before you stretch the image, which will really help. But then Siril also has a remove green noise command that just eliminates green noise, just like what you have here. So that should also work pretty well for you. Okay. Then we have Benny Ride. Benny Ride sent in a photo of the Crescent Nebula made with an Optolong L Extreme filter, an SV Bony refractor, and an ASI 533 MC. And Benny Ride mentioned this was 6.5 hours and their best photo yet. And I agree, very well done. The processing looks good here. Benny Ride mentioned there may be being too much green still. I don't think so. I'm usually pretty good at spotting too much green in an astrophoto, and I don't really see it here. And then Benny Wright also mentioned about the corner stars being a little bit funky. So let's zoom in on those, take a look. Yeah, just a little bit. A little bit worse in that corner. And we're still in this corner. So it might be back focus mixed with a little bit of tilt. But I think it does look like you probably have a little bit of a back focus issue because the stars are radiating in towards the center. And that usually means the sensor is too close to the reducer. So you need to add spacers to fix that. It might be just an additional thin spacer, like a 1 to 2 millimeter spacer might help with that. Okay, Banu sent in a nice image here of the eclipsed moon, and it was taken with an iPhone attached to an eyepiece of a Celestron Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, and then the photo was lightly processed using GIMP, and mostly to reduce the noise in the picture. So my only suggestion is you could maybe try a little bit of sharpening, light sharpening. Just something like unsharp mask. And it's not going to make a huge difference, but it might help just a little bit. You could also do maybe a little bit of a saturation boost, just to really get that feeling of it being the eclipsed moon. Something like that I think looks good. Both pretty basic little adjustments that might just give it a little bit more of an edge. Here we have Bill. Bill sent in an image of the Orion Nebula. Bill mentioned he clipped the blacks a bit on purpose to get rid of the walking noise. I think that's exactly what I would do to get rid of walking noise, so good call. And Bill mentioned the core of Orion being blown out and not knowing how to fix it in GIMP. I think in my original Orion start to finish series, I show this. My suggestion is you basically duplicate your image right away before you stretch it. And then you go ahead and do the normal stretching on one layer. But then you take that duplicated layer that hasn't been stretched, you put it on top, and you stretch it ever so slightly so just the core looks good, and then you blend that in with a layer mask using just like a soft brush at maybe 50% opacity, and you can work back in the core details back into the image sort of in a manual fashion just until it looks natural and good to the eye. That's how I approach bringing back the core. Is you don't need separate data, you just need the same data but stretched in a different way. Okay, another Bill. Bill sent in this image of the Heart and Soul Nebulae. It was made with a Canon mirrorless camera and an ASCAR ACL200 Astro lens. And he processed with Serial and Photoshop CS2 and requested that I really lay into this image. So I guess here we go. First thing I noticed is probably an obvious thing is the composition isn't the best. You've cut off the Soul Nebula here, and then it doesn't seem super intentional. Like if we just rotated, we could get them both in. The second is that the sky is very green. And there's also a bit of a gradient left in. This corner is too bright. This should be easy to correct in Serial. You basically just put in different points on the sky, and it can extract that sky background, which will get rid of both the green and the gradient in one go. But then if there's still green noise left in your photo, Serial has a remove green noise process that will take care of it. And then the last thing is I like the star color. You seem to have nice natural star color, but the stars themselves are stretched a little bit aggressively for my taste. So what I'd suggest is try installing StarNet, and then you can work on a starless version and the stars separately, combine them back together to get sort of the best of both worlds with your photos. Burke sent in this photo of the Milky Way core area centered on the Eagle and Omega nebulae. And this was done with a Sony camera and zoom lens on a Star Adventurer. And Burke asked if the dark spot on the right is an actual feature of the Milky Way or a mistake in editing. It's a little bit of both. I think this is an actual feature if this is the dark spot you're talking about. But then there's also a gradient left to right where this looks too dark on this side and too bright on this side. So again, I'll talk about Serial a lot just because it's free and it has a great background extraction tool, but it should help you fix this sky gradient pretty easily. And those sky gradients are going to be extra common with wide field shots like this. Okay, I've moved over to PixInsight because Bob had some questions about PixInsight, so it'll be easier to answer them over here. Bob sent in this image of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with a RedCat 71 and a stock Nikon D5600 DSLR. And Bob asked for a general critique and also wondered if there's any way to speed up PixInsight's weighted batch pre-processing script. So let's take a look at it. Okay, here's the weighted batch pre-processing script. And the easiest way to speed it up is go over to the last tab at the top called Pipeline and turn off most of these things. These two are the normal ones, image registration and image integration. These other ones they take a lot of measurements. They take a lot of time to complete, and they're not always necessary for every data set. So I often am turning off local normalization. I may or may not use subframe weighting. I may or may not use linear defects correction. All right, I usually don't use that because I usually don't need it. So I would really only recommend, having these all on if it's something very important to you, like an important data set that you don't mind spending a lot of time on. And then you could just let WPP run overnight. But if it's just something quick, just turn all of those off. Just leave on image registration and image integration, and it should go much faster. Okay, and then to the general critique, I would suggest doing less in processing. To me, your result here looks a little bit over-processed, too much going on. And because it's a little bit over-processed, the Galaxy has a little bit of a pasted-on look, like it's separate from the rest of the photo. Looking at your stack without much done to it, I don't know if this is going to come across on the video, but there's a blue ring here. And I'm not sure what caused that. You can see it just a little bit in your final picture, but I think you've done some work to try to get rid of it. But it'll work better if you can get that out of your data to begin with. I noticed your flats exposure is only 1/640th of a second. I think I've found with very short flats like that, they can often cause issues. So I'd suggest adding diffusion, like a stack of white paper or a white t-shirt, until your flats are at least 1/10 of a second, and see if that helps with the ring. I'm not going to promise it will, but it's just something to try. Okay, this is Boreum. And Boreum actually broke my rules and sent in 3 images, but I'm going to indulge them and show all 3 because they're actually pretty cool images. Boreum shot these with a Canon 18-55 kit lens at 55 millimeters f5.6, untracked on just a tripod. And I know that lens, I'm usually not super happy with that lens, but considering, everyone who has a basic Canon DSLR has that lens, it's a very mass-produced lens that's going to be everywhere. So it's pretty cool what you can actually capture with this consumer object that tons of people have access to. So this is the M31 Andromeda, which we're going to see a lot of in these critiques. But let's look at some of the other captures here. This is M81 and M82. Again, this is untracked with that Canon kit lens. It's just fun to see, you know, what you can see out there with just very basic gear. And then here's the Pleiades star cluster. So I enjoyed this collection of 3 bright Messier objects that you can shoot untracked, maybe all in one night. During the fall in the Northern Hemisphere, you could get all 3 of those back to back. Okay, we're going to stay in PixInsight for one more image here. This is Brad's Ghost Nebula data, and this is 20 hours of integration. And Brad's, likes it quite a bit, but feels that the stars are a little bit soft, and was wondering if there's some easy way to sharpen them. Well, since this since I asked for the critique images, we had Russell Croman's Blur Exterminator come out. And if you're not already using this, Brad, let me just show you what it can do. I'll just start it over here on your raw stack. It's important that you use it on linear data, because then it can actually calculate the PSF of the stars. Once you've done a nonlinear stretch, it can't really do its work correctly. It can still sharpen, but it won't actually be doing deconvolution. Okay, it's done. So here is, just zoomed out before and after. Before and after. So you can see it definitely really sharpens up the stars. But let's see what it does zoomed in and with some detail of the deep sky object here too. So there's before, there's after. So I'm mostly seeing, just that the stars are getting sharper and smaller. But if you look really closely at some of the fine details, like right in here with this dark part of the ghost, and then after, it does sharpen up as well. So it's a really nice plugin. It is a paid plugin, but I think it's well worth it. Now you still have some of the common Newtonian issues, which it won't fix, like the star profile isn't perfect. I don't think you have any serious issue with collimation. I think it's just something in the light path is causing a little bit of a disturbance to that edge, but it's really not too bad. I think in the finished image here, once you add the saturation and everything, it looks fine. So I wouldn't get too obsessive, but I would consider purchasing this Blur Exterminator for your images, because I think for your data, it will make a big difference. Next, we have Brandon. Brandon sent in this image of the Milky Way shot with a Canon T1i and a Canon Nifty 50 lens, stopped down to f2.2. Brandon asked how to get more vibrant colors and asked about the star trails in the corners. So the trails in the corners, which I can zoom in on so you can see what it is. So here's the center. And you can see the corners, the stars are a lot more trailed. That's distortion from the Canon 50mm lens. It is pretty evident the more wide open you are. So at f1.8, f2, f2.2, any of these, it's going to be pretty evident. Once you get down to around f4 or f5, it's not nearly as bad, but I wouldn't necessarily stop down that much for untracked astrophotography. But if the distortion is bothering you, you might want to stop down at least a little bit more, f2.8 or something like that. But you could also just crop it out. It only really affects the image out here. So you could just go to a tighter crop. In terms of vibrancy, I actually think your stars are already very vibrant. It's really just the Milky Way portion that doesn't have much contrast or color to it. So what I'd suggest is try StarNet++. That allows you to take out the stars, maybe pump up the Milky Way, do something with it, and then add the stars back in. And I show that process in most of my start to finish videos, including the one on the Lagoon and Trifid, which is probably the closest data to what you have here. Okay, Breezy sent in this image of the constellation Aries, captured with a smartphone and stacked with Sequator. And this looks good. I think the stars look nice and in focus and have some color. Smartphone astrophotography is something I have a little experience with, but not much, so I'd like to do more of it. My only suggestion is maybe play around with curves a little bit more. Like you could try to make the stars a little bit more prominent, but then the background darker. I might even suggest clipping the background. Well, it's difficult. You're gonna have to really play around with it, but yeah, just keep playing around with maybe curves and see what you can do. That's just a slight difference, but you can see it's a slightly darker background. Maybe the noise isn't quite as distracting if you darken the background. Okay, Brennan sent in a photo of Orion's belt and sword. This was shot with the Red Cat 51, a Canon 6D, and on a Star Adventurer tracker, and Brennan used an L-Enhance filter. And mentioned finding it hard to get all of the natural blues in Orion when processing. So the reason for that is that Orion Nebula is often just labeled as an emission nebula, but it's actually a mixed nebula and it has reflection nebula components. So when you use the L-Enhance filter, you're blocking out plenty of that extended blue nebulosity in the Orion Nebula. And that's the reason why it's hard to then bring those natural blues back out, because you're blocking them. But of course, you're also blocking light pollution, so that's what helps you so much with the contrast in this picture and bringing out all of this HA emission, which came through very strongly. But something you might consider in the future is doing a mix. So take some L-Enhance data, take some data without the filter, and you can sort of get the best of both that way. Brian sent in an image of the lunar eclipse. It was captured with a Samsung S22 smartphone attached to an 8-inch Dob and pre-processed in PIP for exposure, or no, just processed in PIP, sorry. For exposure details, Brian said ISO 800, a quarter of a second exposure, and then asked, why is there so much noise in the picture? So if I'm understanding correctly, this is a single exposure, not a stack of exposures. So to lower the noise, the best way is to take many photos, just like this one, or take a video. You align them with PIP, stack them with AutoStackert, and after the stacking process, the signal to noise should be much higher, and you won't see as much noise. Now, for a normal full moon shot, not eclipsed, that you probably aren't going to have a problem with signal to noise in a single exposure. But with the lunar eclipse, where the moon is much, much darker and we're a little bit more signal starved, it's probably a good idea to get a stack of exposures to improve the signal to noise ratio. Okay, then Bryce sent in a photo of the Dumbbell Nebula. This was captured with a Nikon DSLR and zoom lens on a Star Adventurer GTI mount. And most of Bryce's questions about the image were about the star quality, and asked why so many of the stars appeared orange and red, and also asked about large blue halos. So to me, your stars don't look orange and red, they look green in this image. I'm not sure if you were seeing orange and red stars and then trying to correct them, and that's why they ended up green. But stars should actually be mostly orange, white, yellow, red. That's the most common colors for stars. Then you'll see some blue stars. Blue stars are often brighter. They're also rarer. But they are often more prominent because they're brighter, but also our telescopes and lenses bloat blue stars. So then they become even more prominent. In terms of halos and blue bloat, I think that's just going to be the nature of your zoom lens. If it does bother you, you can try some star reduction. In Photoshop, there is the minimum filter, which works pretty well. Normally you would do a star mask and then use this, but I'll just show you what it looks like without a star mask. So here was before, and here's after the minimum filter. So you can see it very much diminishes the smaller stars. So that's one thing you can do. Eventually, if star quality is something that you really care about, you may end up ditching the zoom lens and getting something like a small telescope, like a William Optics RedCat 51. These small telescopes are really well corrected for star fields, so you might be happier with that. Okay, next we have Brody, and Brody sent in an image of Andromeda taken with a Nikon D3200, Skywatcher Evo Star 72 on a Star Adventurer from a Bortle 5 sky. And so the first thing that I noticed is that this side of the picture looks pretty different than this side. It looks darker and the colors look different. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Like if it was just a gradient that you kept processing and then the colors ended up very different. Brody asked, why is this image so grainy for 5 hours of data? I think it's partly because of how you stretched it and that you pushed the data pretty hard for 5 hours. The outer parts of Andromeda are really quite dim. I also noticed that you used ISO 400. Personally, I would try at least ISO 800, maybe even 1600, because the read noise should go down. The Nikon D3200 was before their cameras, I think, became more ISO invariant. So I would try a higher ISO for lower read noise. But overall, I think this looks good. I would just focus on background extraction as your first thing in processing, because then this sort of differential between the two sides shouldn't be an issue. And then if the noise in the image is really bothering you, it doesn't really bother me too much, but if it bothers you, then you just have to either get more data or don't push your data as hard as you did. Brian sent in a photo of the Orion and Running Man taken with a Canon zoom lens and a modified Canon 80D on a Star Adventurer tracker. This was from a Bortle 9 city sky. And Brian mentioned shooting this at f8 and recognized that it is pretty dark. And I agree, there's probably no reason to stop down to f8. The stars are going to be sharper, and they do look sharp in your photo, very pinpoint. But at f5.6, you'll be at a nice middle ground where I think the stars will be well corrected, but then you'll be letting in a lot more light at f5.6. Other than that, I think this looks good. I think your processing is tasteful and you're getting very good results from a city sky. Caden sent in this image of the Andromeda galaxy, and Caden mentioned recently getting a star tracker, and this was 106 lights at 40 seconds each at 5.6 f-stop and with a zoom lens. And Caden asked how to make it more noise-free without any weird artifacts. So the main thing, the weird artifacts thing makes me think you're talking about noise reduction. That's not actually what I would suggest. The main thing is actually to get more total integration time. So this is 1 hour, get 4 hours, and your image is going to be a lot more noise-free, twice as noise-free. The other thing I'd recommend is download Serial, use background extraction, use remove green noise, and you should get a little better result after that too. But the main thing is just getting more total integration time. because this looks quite promising for 1 hour. So if you got 4 hours, I think it's going to look really good. Okay, Captain Pixel sent in an image of the Elephant Trunk Nebula. This was taken with a modified Canon 800D Optolong L Extreme and an Optolong S2 filter with an ASCAR 180 telescope, and it was mounted on an iOptron Skyguider Pro tracker. And Captain Pixel wanted to emphasize that it's possible to get photos like this without spending too much money. I totally agree. Last week I used the same little telescope, that 180 ASCAR and Canon modified DSLR, the one that I'll be giving away in this video, and a very cheap dual narrowband filter from SV Bony, and I thought the result was amazing. So, and your photo, of course, is amazing as well. The color variety is very nice. It looks, like an expensive photo, one that someone used a mono camera and everything for. So it's nice that you just used a modified DSLR for this. In terms of the processing, my only critique is the background is too black for my taste. The transition from nebula to space looks a little bit too dramatic, while I think and maybe a little artificial, while if you brightened the background, it would look a little bit more natural. Okay, Carl sent in an image of Orion's belt and nebula, and this was taken with a Canon DSLR, a Tamron zoom lens, and Carl 3D printed and designed his own star tracker. I have a picture of that here. The Celestial Rotation Mount V4 looks really cool. So that's awesome. I actually have a 3D printed mount kit from OG Star Tracker. I still need to test it, but I like this idea of 3D printed star trackers. As for the photo, it looks good. A common refrain in these techniques is I see a little bit of a light pollution gradient. You can see it in this corner mostly, and Cyril could take care of that. Other than that, I think it looks good. You have nice round stars, so your 3D printed DIY star tracker seems to be working well. Carl has taken a nice photo of the Milky Way here and also sent an annotated version that I liked. There's the annotated version. It's always cool to see the constellations and all the different deep sky objects that you've captured. It's also neat that they have Jupiter and Antares sort of framing up this composition. Carl asked if this was overprocessed and said the more saturation he added, the more he liked the photo. Well, I'd say as long as you're, happy with the processing choices, then there's going to be no wrong way to go about it. To my taste, the saturation level looks good, but too high for how dark and contrasty you have the photo. So I would like this saturation level, but with a brighter, less contrasty photo, and that would be my personal preference. So not making the blacks this black, not making the brightest parts of the picture. Well, the brightest parts of the picture would be this bright, but keeping the midtones and the shadows more in the same area rather than extending that stretch so much is my personal suggestion. Okay, next we have Carlos, who sent in a photo of the Andromeda Galaxy. This is actually sort of an interesting comparison back to back because I felt this one had too much contrast and this one has not nearly enough contrast. So I would definitely darken this background sky level quite a bit. If we look at a curve here, you can see there's plenty of room to bring that background sky level over. I'm just working with the JPEG here, so this is just to give you an idea of what that might look like. but I would make this picture quite a bit darker, but then also just add contrast globally. You can do that with an S-curve. When I do that here with your JPEG, the Andromeda Galaxy looks a little bit pasted on, but if you carefully add this contrast while stretching your data, I think you can avoid that problem. And you want to start adding that stretching and contrast after you've done a careful background extraction. And I think based on what I'm seeing here, that will look good. Carson sent me in a photo of M33, also known as the Triangulum Galaxy. This was taken on a Nikon DSLR and zoom lens on a Star Adventurer tracker and what Carson calls a terrible tripod. And Carson used Sequator to stack and Photoshop and Lightroom to edit. The colors and general processing here look really good to me. My only note is that I noticed while just sort of looking at this that the stars look quite good up here in the upper left-hand corner, and then they get gradually worse until they look pretty bad in this lower right-hand corner. Basically the whole right-hand side, but especially the right-hand corner. Well, up here they look pretty nice. So I wonder if this is a crop and the galaxy wasn't centered. If so, you're going with this kind of lens, it looks like you're going to get much better correction in the center of the lens. So if you were just sort of hoping M33 ended up in the shot, you weren't quite sure where it was, one thing you can do is take a long test exposure, find M33, try to center it, and hopefully that will work a little bit better. If I'm wrong and this is not what's going on, it's not a crop, then it looks like your lens has some kind of tilt issue. All right, Casey sent in this anamorphic ISS pass. So what that means is Casey used an anamorphic lens, cinema lens, on a Sony A7S to capture this photo of stars and the International Space Station. And typically with an anamorphic lens, you use it for widescreen cinema, but this is sort of turned on its side to get this tall vertical shot. And I've always been interested in anamorphic lenses, but I've never, felt I could justify buying one. So it's interesting seeing this. This is a single exposure, and Casey mentioned the color, this sort of bluish greenish color, was on purpose for artistic effect. I also noticed that the vignetting up here sort of matches the shape of the tree line, which also is a nice artistic touch. All right, CatDog took this photo of the fighting dragons of Ara with a stock Canon T8i, a Skywatcher Star Adventurer, and a Skywatcher 72mm refractor with a reducer. This was from a Bortle 2 Sky. And CatDog described really struggling with both polar alignment. This is, of course, in the Southern Hemisphere where polar alignment is harder, and also struggled with finding this object. After finding the object, CatDog realized their polar alignment was bad enough that they could only do 30-second exposures, and even that was sort of having a mixed bag. But they went ahead and went for it. Was a little bit disappointed with how much data they actually got. But I have to say, I think what you've managed to save here looks really good. I mean, I guess nothing beats dark skies. And even though, you could only do 30-second subs, you only got an hour and 15 minutes of good subs to put into an integration. I think you've pulled out a lot of really nice details, and my only processing suggestion, just a little bit more contrast. I'm not sure exactly how much I think looks good. I'd have to play around with it a little bit more. Maybe a little brighter. Yeah, I think a little bit brighter could be good. Okay, Catfish Astronomer sent in a high-resolution moon mosaic made from 12 panels of about 40 images each. Let's zoom in on this. Oh yeah, you can tell there's a lot of detail here. This is still not at 100%. There's 100%. Okay, and this was shot on an inexpensive Pentax Q10 camera attached to a Celestron C90 telescope. Very well done. We just looked at it up close. There was no, noise or grain. We also don't see any stitching artifacts. This was stitched with Microsoft Ice. And I'm not sure if Catfish Astronomer applied any sharpening. It doesn't really look like it. I think that it's just a very tasteful processing of the moon without really anything artificial going on. So that's always nice, I think, when you just get a very nice image of the moon where you can really zoom in and look at that crater detail. And it reminds me of actually looking at the moon through an eyepiece. The moon shots are one of the few things where it's like, yeah, you can actually see the moon like that with a fairly inexpensive telescope. Now, the view on the screen is very still. How still it will be through the eyepiece depends on your atmosphere and how much seeing there is. But poor seeing or good seeing. But still, it's a fairly close approximation of what it actually looks like when you're looking at the moon through a telescope. Okay, Charles sent in an image of the double cluster in Perseus with the Sony a7 IV, Nikon 300mm prime lens, and no tracker. And so this was just a tripod. This was processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Serial, and Photoshop. And Charles said he tried to make the colors of the stars come out as much as possible. I think you were definitely successful there, although you're getting some magenta color from chromatic aberration. If you do want to remove it, you could use the defringe tool, but that's going to really make it not as colorful. So it's sort of a mixed bag there. Charles asked if it's possible to pick up the nebulosity around the double cluster with his equipment. I'll be blunt, no. You'd need both a star tracker and a narrowband filter to pick it up at all. The HA emission around the double cluster is incredibly, incredibly dim, just slightly brighter than the sky itself, and it takes many hours with a narrowband filter to bring it out. So untracked and with a normal stock camera, you're never going to see it. Okay, this is Charles. Charles sent in an image of the Horsehead and Flame taken with a William Optics Z61 telescope, an ASI 71MC, and just a UV-IR cut filter from a Bortle 2 sky. I love this, the stars, the natural colors. This is my favorite kind of interpretation of this scene. Definitely one of my favorite horse heads that I've seen in quite a while. So Charles mentioned that the hardest thing in processing was to keep Alnitak, which is this bright star right here, from blowing out more of the picture. But I think you've done a really good job of making it look natural. The only thing I could find when I was really trying to find something to nitpick was deep in the shadow areas, you do have a fair amount of green noise. So one thing you might try is just masking to the darkest areas of the picture and applying some SCNR green to get rid of some of that green noise if someone were to really zoom in. But I think this looks great. It looks excellent. It shows off the power of dark skies and careful processing. Okay, next up we have Chris and Brennan. And Chris and Brennan are a father and son team of astrophotographers who captured the Heart and Soul nebulae here with a stock Canon mirrorless camera, a RedCat 51, and an Optolong L Extreme filter. And they processed with Serial and Photoshop, including the Russell Croman plugins, Star Exterminator, and Noise Exterminator. I think this looks great. The framing, the color, the contrast, the star treatment, these all look very good. I think my only suggestion is I would have maybe backed off on noise exterminator just a little bit. What I'm looking at are some of the details like in here. And what I can see is that it looks a little bit splotchy, and then some details, which I think should have come out a little bit sharper with a Red Cat 51, look like they've been blurred a little bit. And so if you were using the default of 90% on Noise Exterminator, I would try cutting that in half. The scale is a little strange. I've noticed that, going from 90 to 80% doesn't really do much at all. So you might have to be pretty dramatic in how much you drop it to see any difference. But that's what I would try, is just use a little bit less noise reduction, because I think it might be blurring some larger structures. Chris captured the Seder region with a stock Canon T7, a 75 to 300 millimeter Canon zoom lens, and an iExos 100 mount. So the Seder region is definitely a challenging target for a stock camera without any kind of filter. So you've done a good job of bringing out lots of dim nebulosity here. You asked why it came out more orange than red. I think that might have to do with it being a stock camera. So a lot of the HA is blocked, but the O3 signal, which is more of a greenish teal, comes through more strongly, and that gives the nebulosity a little bit more of an orangish or magenta kind of look than we're used to seeing. Okay, and then Christopher sent a photo of the horse head in flame. This was captured with an SV Bony 70mm doublet, a Canon T8i, and a Celestron AVX mount. And my first thought was that it looks a little washed out. So I'd increase the saturation on the brighter stars and the nebulae at least. I'll just show you what that would look like. Now, you're seeing some color noise and stuff in here, but that's because I'm just doing this on the JPEG. But I just wanted to give you an idea that it could be a little bit more saturated than you have it. You had a question about star trailing and how to fix it in post. I do have a video where I captured the dumbbell nebula and then show an easy way to fix star trailing in Photoshop. But I'm not really noticing star trailing in your photo. I mean, if you hadn't pointed it out, I would have not noticed it. It's maybe a little bit up and down star trailing, but I'd say that's pretty minor. You also asked about blue bloat on big, bright blue stars and whether it's more likely the telescope or moisture in the air. I think based on my experience, this looks like it's the telescope. But also keep in mind the Orion belt stars, these two right here, are some of the brightest stars in the sky. So they're going to get more bloated than many other stars in the night sky. So you've probably noticed that with other areas of the sky, this isn't going to be as noticeable as here. But I think this data looks very good for the equipment that you're using. So keep it up, and I think, like I said, you might want to add a little bit more saturation to your shots. Okay, Clancy sent in an image of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was made with a Star Adventurer tracker, the Canon T7, and a Canon 70-300 zoom lens. And Clancy said he thinks his polar alignment was not spot on, which caused trailing in the photo. But others told him it was coma from the lens. So let's take a look. I actually think it might be both. It looks like mostly coma, but I think you might have a little star trailing too. So stopping down the lens should give you tighter stars. You may also need to work on polar alignment to get rounder stars, but I would start by stopping down the lens. This was 2 minutes at ISO 800. You might stop down the lens, but then do 1 minute at ISO 1600. Generally you only really notice it so much when you zoom in, so I don't think it's that big a deal. But if you're concerned about the stars, that's something you can try. With the processing, you asked if you went too far. I think the only thing you went too far on is the contrast. So when you make the sky this dark and the galaxy this bright, I feel like the galaxy takes a little bit of a pasted on look, when what you really want to do is have the galaxy look like it's part of the sky out there, like you're looking out into outer space. So to do that, I would use less contrast, make the galaxy a little less bright, the sky a little bit more bright. Okay, Clear Night Astro also sent in an image of Andromeda. This one was taken with a Sony a6500, a Samyang 135 f1.8 lens, and a DIY motorized barn door tracker. So that's something I've been meaning to do, is motorize my barn door tracker, but it got on the back burner and I still haven't gotten around to it. But it looks like you're getting great results, nice round stars. And this is at 135 millimeter focal length, so that's definitely impressive. My only suggestion is, I think the galaxy looks a little too red, maybe. So just maybe a little bit more green and cyan in the color balance. I'm seeing it really here in that transition between the blue and the yellow. There's just a lot of red, but maybe there's nothing to do about that. But anyways, that's the only thing I noticed. Okay, Clement sent in an image of the Crescent and Soap Bubble Nebula. This was taken with an ASCAR FRA 400, ASI 2600 MC, and Antlia ALPT dual narrowband filter. So let's take a look at the details here. There's the crescent and there is the soap bubble. Looks really good. The details are definitely holding up well. I think in some areas you did clip the sky level to nearly black. I think it would look better if you eased off on how dark you made the image. That's the only thing. I think it would have a better impression if it was more filled in with nebulosity zoomed out like this, because I can see the details look really good, but zoomed out it just looks a little weird how black the sky is. Okay, Clocksmith sent an image of an Andromeda galaxy made with an Olympus camera, a Samyang 85mm prime lens, and a Skywatcher EQ3-2 mount. And Clocksmith processes with all open source software and used many different programs to reach the result they wanted. This included Cyril, DSS, StarNet, GIMP, and Darktable. And Clocksmith wondered if they were handling the chromatic aberrations well, or if there's a better way to do it. The way they did it was creating different versions of the image based on what looked best with different software and then blending these versions together. Well, let's take a look. It's not perfect, like in the bright areas, or here in Andromeda I can still see there's some chromatic aberration, and then on some bright stars it still looks a little funky. That looks funky there, but overall I think it looks really nice. I mean, there's only so much you can do when a lens has pretty bad chromatic aberration, so I think zoomed out, it definitely looks perfect. It's only if I really zoom in and pixel peep that I would notice anything. So I think however you're doing it, it looks good. All right, CN Astrophotography sent in an image of the Crescent Nebula captured with an Orion 80mm refractor, ASI 294MC, and ZWO dual narrowband filter. And CN Astrophotography mentioned struggling to bring out the oxygen signal. So I read through all your processing steps, and my big advice there is before stretching your data, separate the red, blue, and green channels. And from there, you can either just keep the green if it looks a lot better than the blue, or sometimes you can mix them together. But anyways, that's your O3 signal, and then the HA is, or the red channel is your HA. And I would suggest stretching these two things separately, because you can see what happened here is the HA is so much brighter than the O3. But if you start with them linear, you can do a lot with stretching. And then you can recombine them, colorize them in Photoshop and all of that, and get a really nice result. You can check out my last video, because I was showing that a little bit on this same target. So that might help. Okay, Colin sent in this image of the Milky Way shot with a Canon DSLR and a Rokinon 14mm lens, and it was tracked with an Omegon wind-up tracker. And Colin processed this using Affinity Photo for iPad. That's not something I know existed, that Affinity was available for iPad. Good to know. I think the color here and the star colors look good for the most part. There's a little bit of weirdness in the star colors, like some green stars. But zoomed out, I didn't notice. For a tracked shot, I would expect this to be a little bit brighter. I'm wondering if the steps that you described to reduce light pollution is what made it appear dark like this. I would maybe try without those steps and see if you can get a brighter picture. Colin did mention struggling with focus with wide-angle lenses and asked if a screen magnifier or a loop may help. They definitely might help. For wide-angle and DSLR, it's really hard. You just have to, I think, take test exposures, zoom all the way in playback mode, do that several times, and eventually you'll get an eye for when you're getting closer, further away, when you're really in focus. But it really does take some experience, I think, to get better at that, focusing wide-angle lenses. But keep trying, and it will get easier over time. Okay, this is from Kurt. Kurt sent in an image of the Sol Nebula captured with his Astronomy Club's 4-inch refractor and his Canon 5D Mark II. And this is definitely a difficult object to go after with a stock camera, and doubly so at f8. The refractor you were shooting was f8. So my advice for next time is go after something brighter, like a Messier object, something in broadband maybe with an f8 telescope and a stock camera. I'd also recommend either taking flats or clean your sensor window, because I noticed you did fine with what you had here, but it would have been easier to process if you had a cleaner shot to begin with. So it's going to be hard to go after this object, but then doubly hard when you're dealing with lots of dust spots and stuff. So I would try cleaning your camera, go after a brighter object next time. Okay, the Skywalker sent in an image of the Rosette Nebula. This was taken with a modified Canon DSLR, a 6-inch Newtonian telescope, and an Optolong L-enhanced filter, and all on an EQ5 mount with on-step motor drives installed, which gives you go-to on that mount. So that's a nice affordable setup, and obviously one that can produce great results based on this picture. And to keep with the affordable nature here, Da Skywalker captured with Nina, processed with Cyril. Both of these are free software. I think this looks great. It's very natural palette. It might look cool to do a little bit more of like a dream palette by really boosting the blues since you used a L-enhanced filter. Damon shot the Milky Way with a Canon DSLR, a Sigma 20mm lens from a dark spot, and stacked in DSS with no flats. Was wondering about why there isn't much color. So the first thing I would suggest, if you have all the raw data still, is just don't use the bias frames. Bias frames are needed when we're calibrating flat frames, but not needed maybe when you're just doing, when you just have darks, because the bias information is already in the darks. So you could try just lights and darks and see if that helps. The other thing I'd try is use Cyril, S-I-R-I-L, and try doing just a gentle background extraction and color calibration before stretching. And then once you've stretched, don't be afraid to crank up the color saturation, see what you can get. This definitely looks a little odd, but I'm not sure quite what went wrong with your processing to not get much color. So just try out some different things and see if you can fix that, because I'm not exactly sure. If you can't figure it out, feel free to contact me though. Dan captured M31 with a William Optics Z61 telescope, a Sony a6000, and this was from a Bortle 7 Sky. And Dan took 6 hours of exposures and was wondering how to make the color pop more while still keeping it natural. So I'd say this looks very natural. This is, if you're going for the natural look of Andromeda, this is it. You get a little bit of blue stars, especially in the outer arms, but it's the true natural color of Andromeda isn't as overemphasized in the blue as we often make it. That's more of a stylistic choice. But even if you were trying to do that sort of more artificial stylistic choice, it's hard when you have a lot of light pollution to bring out any blue. So Bortle 7 light pollution is pretty bad for bringing out blues. So other than driving somewhere darker, because I don't know if that's an option for you, my only other tip is to try to find out when M31 is going to be highest in the sky. You can find this out on telescopius.com and shoot it at that time. Okay, Daniel shot the Iris Nebula with a Takahashi 106 telescope and an ASI 2600mm with astronomic LRGB filters from a Bortle 5 location. Daniel's looking for processing tips to give more depth to the image and any other pointers. Okay, so very dusty scenes like this one are often very difficult to process because there's so much going on in the background that they can end up sort of blotchy looking. You have light pollution gradients, you have the dust, and it can be hard to sort of differentiate between those two. And then you can get into a situation where you have sort of imperfect background extraction, then you use noise reduction, and it all just sort of becomes messy. So what I would suggest is try using background extraction on each filter. Don't combine and then do a background extraction. Try a very careful background extraction on each filter before combining. If you don't know where to place the points, you can try using automatic background extraction with a low function degree. It'll give you an idea of where the dust is, so then you can know where to put the points for dynamic background extraction. You might also want to try Graxpert. Some people are saying, they struggle with dynamic background extractor in PixInsight, but are having an easier time getting a good background extraction with Graxpert. Then the other thing I would suggest is to be very careful with noise reduction. There's seems to be blurring of large structures going on in your photo, and so I would just back off that. Maybe try a gentle noise reduction technique like John Rista's method, which you can find on his website. Okay, Danielle sent in an image of M31 and M33. This was taken with a Canon DSLR and Canon Nifty 50 lens. Danielle processed with PixInsight and GIMP and is looking for advice on flats and general tips. Okay, so let's start with flats. With some lenses, especially lenses without dew shields, it's going to be very hard to get good flats. So one thing you might want to try are sky flats. So you point the camera at the sky during dusk or dawn, just an empty patch of blue sky, but before it's super bright, and just use that for your flats. These flats are usually going to be shorter than we would normally suggest, but sometimes people find these sky flats solve a lot of problems. And then if all else fails, you can try no flats. If you want to do no flats, you just have to make sure that your camera sensor is really free of dust, because that's the hard thing to take out, is a big dust spot on your sensor if it ends up in your photographs. So, and then in terms of general tips, I really like this framing, how you've done it. I like the diagonal between the galaxies with the bright star in the middle here. My general sort of tip, though, is you've made the stars so uniformly small and dim that zoomed out, that looks like noise to me. It doesn't look like a star field. So I think you have to back off on the star reduction quite a bit, and it will look better. This is just, when you try to reduce the stars this much, it ends up looking just sort of strange, I think. So something in between. And you definitely have enough detail on the two galaxies that they're going to stand out even with a much brighter and busier star field. Okay, next we have Dave. Dave sent a close-up of the Pac-Man Nebula taken with a Skywatcher Spree 150 and ASI 2600mm camera with astronomic narrowband filters. And Dave mentioned spending a lot of time on framing, and he likes picking popular targets, but then just framing them in unique ways. And I think that definitely shows. This is a really cool framing for the Pac-Man Nebula, and one I'm not sure I've seen quite like this before. I really like how this little globule right there is right in the middle, left to right, and then you have just a nice base here for the picture with nice vertical features going up, drawing your eye from the bottom to the top or the top to the bottom. There's just a lot to look at here. And so your processing looks quite good too. Definitely a lot of strong details. You can zoom in on that. But not, doesn't look like overly processed. Nothing looks sort of out of place. My one suggestion, this is just my personal taste, is that the orange here is a little bit uniform. You have an orange to yellow gradient, but then within this orange you have big blotches which are just sort of, there's no color variety, right? So what I prefer is add in a little bit of more red. I'm just doing this on the JPEG, so it's not going to look very good, but basically I would just try to get more reds or darker oranges into the shot. You're still going to have this orange and blue look that you have, but by adding in deeper reds, I think you're just going to get an even nicer color variety in some parts that way. And see here, it's like it's actually sort of more reddish over here than it is here. And the way I did this is just selective color. I went into reds and just messed around with that a little bit. But again, it's going to look a lot better if you did that on not a JPEG. Okay, David C. sent in an image of the eagle from a Bortle 5 sky with a stock Nikon D3300 and a Spree 100 refractor and on a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount. And this is about 100 minutes of data. David C. would have liked more contrast on the pillars and less noise. Yeah, I see it's a little noisy. So yeah, so normally in these critiques, I'm telling people to use much less noise reduction. In this case, I would use more because you have a fair amount of color noise, green color noise that you could get rid of or at least reduce, right? So if we just do color noise reduction, and maybe also just take out a little green manually, right? Okay, so I mean, I think that already is looking better. Something to look into is just a little bit more noise reduction, a little bit trying to take out any remaining green noise. I think will make your picture look better. And then for the contrast issue in general, what you want to get is a dual narrowband filter. There's an inexpensive one that I recommend called the SV Bony SV220. It's pretty new and it's $160, but it works really well. I think you'll love it for emission nebulae like this. David captured the North America and Pelican nebulae with a Canon 550D and a Samyang 135 f2 lens on a Star Adventurer with a CLS filter. And David mentioned having trouble knowing how to handle stars, when to separate them, when to reduce them, and all of that. Right now he's using StarNet and Star Masks in Photoshop. So I think whatever you're doing now, is looking pretty good. But my tool of choice is Serial and StarNet. They work together in the new version of Serial 1.2. And then they have a process called star recomposition that I think makes this whole process of adding the stars back or even stretching the stars and the nebula from linear separately, but seeing it all. You can do all of that in Serial 1.2 beta, and I have a video about it. So hope that helps. I think this looks really good though, considering your equipment. I'm very impressive. Okay, here's a shot of the Andromeda Galaxy shot by Dawn, and this was taken without a tracker, just on a tripod with a Canon 2000D DSLR and a Rokinon 135 lens. And Dawn mentioned struggling with noise. Yeah, noise is always going to be a concern when shooting untracked. But I mean, it looks like you managed it quite well here. You clipped the background to pretty much black. I don't see much noise in the Galaxy, but there's still some nice details. maybe a little bit more noise reduction than I would have done. But that's all, personal taste. I think it's hard to say if this is just how you stretch the data, but it feels like your data might be a little bit out of focus, or at least some of it. One thing you can get for focus with the Rokinon 135 is a custom 3D printed Batinov mask, and they sell these on both Etsy and eBay. They're about $10. Definitely worth it. It will really just help confirm that you're in perfect focus. Dawn also asked if I do any in-person training. I'm just dipping my toe into that. I've been doing a few one-on-one trainings with people in the Northeast. I haven't done any group sessions yet. I feel like it might be hard because you're being, torn in different directions. It's also hard where I'm located in New Hampshire to do something around here because we so rarely know when we're going to have a clear sky. So it's something I've been thinking about, but I'm not sure when I would do group in-person training. If you're interested in one-on-one kind of in-person training, you can always message me and see if it can work out. Okay, Dennis sent in an image of the North America and a little bit of about half the Pelican down at the bottom. This was taken with an ASI 1600 and SHO narrowband filters. I like this orientation, the focus on the dark nebula. The only thing I'd suggest in processing is take a look at Bill Blanchard for star reduction. I think you are using the traditional method for star reduction using a star mask and morphological transformation. But I much prefer Bill Blanchard's script for star reduction. I think it looks more natural, leaves fewer artifacts. In terms of capture, I think you have some tilt in your system because if we look at the stars up here, they look sort of out of focus, and then if you look at the stars down here, they look a lot sharper. So there seems to be some left to right tilt that might need addressing. I don't know where it is in your system. It might be something that's pretty obvious that you could fix, or it might be something more difficult. Tilt is always sort of a hard thing. And another Dennis sent in an image of the Carina Nebula shot with a Canon 500D, a Canon 70-200 f4 lens, and an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. This was processed with Serial, PixInsight, and Photoshop. So the framing, the colors, the contrast all look great to me here. Whenever a nebula has like a nice base underneath it, I always feel like it has like a floating effect, which looks really good. And then I also really like when compositions have something that draws my eye from the bottom left-hand corner up into the top right. My one critique is the stars look a little too crunchy for my taste. What that means is they don't have like a nice natural shape to them. They look sort of over sharpened, which is strange because the nebula behind them doesn't look over sharpened. It actually looks a little bit like blurry. So it's just an odd pairing to see sort of over sharpened stars with a nebula that doesn't have that sharpness. So I'm not sure if you use the starless technique. It looks like you maybe do, but if you do, I wouldn't mess with the stars. Just leave them natural. Okay, here we have Dinesh, and Dinesh shows the Andromeda at the top and Triangulum galaxies untracked with a Canon DSLR, Canon Nifty 50 lens, and this is 519 lights at 6 seconds each. And the lens was stopped down to f2.5. Dinesh processed this with PixInsight and Photoshop. And this is really good. I think it really is one of the the better untracked shots we've seen so far. And the framing is of course really interesting with this strong up and down straight line vertical composition. The background is a little bit noisy. You could maybe darken it a little bit. I also like that you presented this, how we would see these objects in the Northern Hemisphere. Andromeda is often flipped around 180, just a convention. But this looks really neat how, the Triangulum galaxy is going to usually be for us lower on the horizon and the Andromeda galaxy above it. So I really enjoy this picture. Okay, DV took a photo of the Cygnus region. This was without a tracker using a Nikon D7500 and a 35mm lens, and DV mentioned it was difficult focusing. 35mm lens, yep, that makes sense. A wide angle lens like that's going to be very challenging to focus, especially if you're new to this. It takes a lot of practice, I think, to get good at focusing at night, and a lot of trial and error usually. DV processed this with Sequator and Affinity Photo, but was hoping that I could edit the stack myself in PixInsight. So since I was asked, here's my version. It's just a quick edit. I did automatic background extraction, made a starless version, applied curves and saturation to the starless version, and then screened the stars back on. You can see there's still a little bit of unevenness in the background, but I think by going starless and being able to control how the star stretch, worked, I think you can see a lot more. I think the northern coal sack really comes across strongly here. There's the elephant trunk, North America. And I should also say, if you don't want to pay for PixInsight, a lot of this kind of thing could be done with Cirrel and StarNet, which are both free. Okay, here's Dominic. Dominic sent an image of M31 made with a Canon 400D and a Canon Nifty 50 lens. Dominic mentions battling noise because it's a very old DSLR. And yeah, the 400D is quite old, but I think, it still can work fairly well for long exposures on a tracker. I like your processing here. You knew how to sort of conquer the noise by making the sky dark, but you still have lots of nice star color. All right, Doogs. Doogs sent in the Comic Bat Nebula. This is a Southern Hemisphere object that I wasn't familiar with. It looks pretty interesting. Doogs, I think you've done a nice job here with balancing the different colors and the star field. Doogs mentioned I was having trouble when processing dark nebulae. I didn't even really understand this was a dark nebula. It looks more like a mix of emission and reflection to me, but maybe this part is supposed to be the dark nebula. I'm not sure. But I think the key is probably just longer integrations. This is 3.5 hours. To make a dark nebula easier to process, I wouldn't say easy, but easier to process, you're probably going to want 10 hours minimum. To make it super easy to process, 20 plus hours is not uncommon. But this is a really nice start. The The only thing I'd change with what you've done here is there's a little bit of green left in the shadow areas. I'm not sure if AstroPixel processor has like a remove green noise command. But yeah, if you could just take out a little bit of that green noise, I think it would be stronger. This is Drew. Drew sent in an image of the Horsehead and Flame Nebulae made with an Orion 80mm refractor, an ASI 2600mm, and LRGB filters. And this is 5 hours from a Bortle 6 sky. And these colors look really spot on to me. I don't see anything really amiss with the color. My only suggestion is on my monitor here, at least, I feel like you could move the black level a little bit darker without really losing anything. You can see there's a gap right there where there doesn't seem to be any data. So I think you could do something like that. And it just adds a little bit more drama, but and a little bit additional contrast. The Dumpy Dalek Observatory sent a nice image here of the Witch's Broom Nebula, part of the Cygnus Loop. And this was captured with a rescued water-damaged RASA 11-inch, an Altair 269C, and an IDOS NBZ filter on a Skywatcher AZ EQ6 mount. So this looks great. Dumpy Dalek mentioned the weird diffraction pattern has been solved. Let's see what I'm talking about. Oh, I see. Zoom in on that one. See how there's sort of like a little bit of a weird diffraction pattern. That's the best way to describe it. They got a holder for the USB and power cable coming off the camera at the front of the telescope. So actually that star that we were just looking at, that's the only thing in the image that I thought was a little odd looking. And it's not just the diffraction pattern. I feel like this star isn't quite bright enough, right? Usually that star in the Witch's Broom is such like an anchor, so nice and bright and a little bit bigger than you have it there. And it feels like it's like been, I don't know, just it doesn't look quite right. Maybe you were trying to tame this halo that came from the IDOS filter, and then in trying to tame the halo, the star just didn't come across as bright. But maybe that's just how it looks in the data. I'm not really sure. But in any case, that was the only thing that I thought looked a little strange. And congrats on the rescued RASA 11. That's definitely a really neat telescope that can produce excellent photos like this very quickly. Eduardo sent in an image of Messier 13 taken with a Canon T7 using an 8-inch f5 Newtonian on a Skywatcher HEQ5. And that's a pretty big long scope for the HEQ5. This obviously looks great, very nice color and details, and I really like this field of view for the cluster as well. These two colorful stars framing it, as well as this little background galaxy, I think really adds to the composition and adds interest to the photo. Collimation, from what I can tell, looks good. There's a bright star. We have these gaps in the inner halo around the star. That's really common with these Newtonians. I think it's from the mirror clips on the primary. So some people will print a primary mirror mask for that, but not necessary if you don't mind these gaps. The cluster itself, looks really good. Nothing's blown out. We can see there's a lot of resolution there. So, well done, Eduardo. Next we have Edwin. Edwin sent in an image of the Pleiades star cluster taken with a Canon DSLR and a zoom lens on a star tracker. This was from a light polluted location. So I just have two quick suggestions. One is I would go ahead and crop. And why are we cropping? Well, if we look at the top and right, these are registration artifacts, pretty common to see. And my eye is just trained to see those when I look at an image. So, it might just be me that finds them distracting. But anyways, I would just go ahead and crop in because there's not much out there anyways. And then we get a little bit closer in on the Pleiades. The other quick thing is that there seems to be a little bit of a red bias to the picture. If we look at the histogram, you can see the red channel is a little bit over to the right. So there's different ways, people go about fixing this, but an easy way to do it might just be something like that. I just put a single point, just brought it down a little bit. You can see now the histogram peaks line up a lot better. And here's before and after. And you can see it's just removing that little bit of a red tint to the photo. Okay, this is Emmerich's, and Emmerich's captured obviously the Milky Way here. This was with a stock Pentax K1 with astrotracer function and a Sigma 35 f1.4 lens. This is their first stitched panorama image. And this looks really cool. I really like this image. You kept it pretty dark, so at first glance you might think this is starless, but it's just that the stars are really tiny and you're really zoomed out. I bet this would look really nice printed. But by keeping it really dark like this, it really gives this feeling of being out there at night. The shadows are, of course, a bit blue shifted, but I'm guessing you did that on purpose just to give it that kind of nightscape photo quality, and just because it looks cool. So I'm not going to fault you there. I like all the deep sky objects that you've pulled out. It seems like the Pentax has very nice HA response. There's North America, Satyr, Elephant Trunk, double cluster at the top, Andromeda over there. So very nice job. And it also shows how well that the astrotracer function on the Pentax can work for this kind of thing. Okay, Enceladus Dan. Enceladus Dan captured the Orion Nebula with a Skywatcher 150 PDS Newtonian, the Skywatcher EQ5 mount, and a Canon M3 camera. Enceladus Dan asked about the pattern around bright stars in the image. I think I've talked about this just a couple critiques ago, but I'll mention it again here. These gaps, I think these are caused by the primary mirror clips. And so if you make a primary mirror mask, most people 3D print them. It's just an opaque ring that you put over the mirror clips. I think it usually cleans those up. The other possibility is the coma corrector is extending into the light path, something like that. But it looks like something about in the light path of the primary mirror, somewhere along the edge, is causing that kind of thing. Other than that, really nice details. I'm not sure about this sort of mustard yellow color, if I like that, but you definitely pulled out some nice details in the trapezium there. I think this sort of reminds me of the color treatment in the Hubble image. Although the Hubble image, I think, has even more colors going on. All right, Eric sent a 6-panel mosaic of the North America and Pelican nebulae in Cygnus, and Eric mentioned struggling with the processing, trying to get the panels to stitch without the seams showing. Yeah, that's definitely a common problem. It's hard to match, background levels when you're doing a mosaic, and the signal to noise ratio of each panel can be different. The software that I found works best for making deep sky mosaics is AstroPixel Processor. So my workflow is I use PixInsight to do most pre-processing and even placing the panels and all of that. Well, then when it comes time to actually put it all together, blend the panels into one stitched mosaic, I use AstroPixel Processor. And I do that for each filter. Then I bring the mosaic images for each filter back into PixInsight for more processing. So hopefully that workflow might help you a little bit if you're considering doing more mosaics. But I think you've done a really nice job here. The only suggestion I have is I'm sure you planned on getting Deneb here, so you didn't want to leave it out since you planned on capturing that as part of your mosaic. But to me, it doesn't add anything to the image. It actually feels a bit weird to have this little bright star right in the corner like that. So what I would do is, even though you planned on putting that in, I would just crop it out. And I would maybe crop the top of this image a little bit too, just since there's nothing interesting up there. And by cropping the top and bottom, you're putting this dark nebula right in the middle, and then the eye can be drawn in either direction to the Pelican or the North America. And you might also try, different orientations. I'm sure you've already tried different orientations, but just to see what looks best. I think I like this orientation better. The reason why, and this is maybe just a personal thing, is I always like compositions where your eye is getting drawn from the lower left-hand corner up into the upper right. So I don't care about having much stuff down here or up here, but I want all the action to be in here. And so that's what you're doing if you turn the picture this way. So to my eye, it feels like it has better flow. Okay, here is M45, or the Pleiades star cluster from a Bortle 9 city sky, shot by Eric. Eric used an Astrotech 70mm refractor, Canon T5, and SV Boni CLS filter. Eric was wondering why so red. For the Pleiades, I don't recommend you use that CLS filter, and that is why it's going so red. I know it seems like, well, I got to use a light pollution filter, it's Bortle 9, but for broadband objects like the Pleiades, I found it's better just to wait until the object is as high in the sky as possible and then shoot short exposures. Look at the histogram, adjust your shutter speed until the histogram is around a third to half over from the left edge. And even if that means going down to 10 seconds, 15 seconds for exposures, if you get the same 4 hours that way without any filter, I think you're going to get a better picture in the end. It might seem in many points in the process that you're going to get a worse picture, but in the end, I think you're going to find that even though there's a lot to deal with when you're shooting through light pollution, if you're shooting a broadband object, the CLS filter is not your friend. It's great for emission nebulae because it's cut. Then it's just cutting out light pollution, and you still are passing the emission nebulae at full strength. But for broadband, like the Pleiades, which is actually a mix of many colors, not just blue, I would go no filter. Okay, Eric shot the Orion Nebula with a Newtonian telescope and DSLR. Eric said he had some issues with his intervalometer acting up. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but sometimes when that happens, it's because you haven't allowed enough time between the pulses with your intervalometer. So the camera hasn't recorded the last shot, and then you have a big gap. But it might also have just been a battery issue because it sounded a little strange. So hopefully you figure that out. Eric acknowledges that he could have framed this better. Yeah, you could have rotated maybe 90 degrees, get the Running Man. Something I'd also look into, Eric, is how you're collimating the Newtonian. Your diffraction spikes are split, meaning the collimation could be better. But for no coma corrector, I think your stars look pretty good here. Definitely pretty good in the center. And you got a lot of nice detail. All right, Ethan captured the Andromeda Galaxy with a Canon DSLR, a zoom lens, and on a Star Adventurer tracker. Ethan asked about noise and how to avoid it when stretching. So it's pretty simple. The more you stretch, the more you're going to see noise. So the best thing to do is just collect more data, because then the more data you collect, the more you can stretch the image without the noise being super visible, because the signal is overwhelming the noise the more data that you collect. That's about it. There's not, the only other sort of consideration is, if you shoot it higher in the sky, if you shoot it away from light pollution, all of these kinds of things also will help. In terms of the processing here, I think your colors on the Galaxy look really good. The only thing is there's a gradient here on the right. It's a pretty easy gradient. You really could just do a curves adjustment, and then with the layer mask active, just grab your gradient tool, draw out a gradient, and then darken that side of the picture. So here's what the mask looks like. That's what the curve looks like. And here's before and after. That's the easy way to do it in Photoshop. An even better way to do it would be with Serial before you even stretch the data. Okay, here's another Andromeda. This is also another Ethan. So this Ethan took 13 and a half hours integration with a 70mm refractor on a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount, a stock Canon 90D camera, and from Bortle 8. Okay, there you go. So that's a good example. 13 and a half hours, and you get a really nice result there, even from Bortle 8. Before Ethan was using this 70mm refractor, he was using a Canon zoom lens, so he was very glad to see how well the stars came out with a refractor. And they're processed to my taste, which is, even though they're quite colorful, in the very core, it's still clipped to white. Some people will fill in the star cores with color. I think that's falling out of fashion, but it's never looked right to me. Okay, this is Explosive, who also captured Andromeda. This is with a Nikon DSLR lens. This was untracked, and it's just 45-second exposures with a lens at 50mm focal length. So that's 3.5 minutes integration. Pretty cool that you can see the shape and sort of outer arms of the galaxy with just 3.5 minutes integration. Okay, this is from Fallbrook Astro, who took a modified Canon T7, put in a clip-in 12nm HA filter, and took 112 shots at 80 seconds each with an 80mm refractor, and got this shot of the Satyr butterfly, or as Fallbrook Astro puts it, the Satyr bug. And Fallbrook Astro asked if the noise is excessive for 2.5 hours integration. I don't think so, but I mean, because your HA filter is only activating the red pixels, your green and blue channels are going to be just empty with noise, right? So typically what you do with an HA clip-in filter is just capture your HA, just extract that red channel, and then get a separate data set for unfiltered, and then you can make an HA RGB image. Another popular technique today is to use a dual narrowband filter, because then you're getting the O3 in the red, green, and blue channels and the HA in the red channel. So you can sort of cut down on imaging time that way. But you've obviously captured a lot of nice details here, but the noise issue is just going to be because you're only using 1/4 of the pixels when you shoot HA. Okay, this is Finis 319, and Finis 319 took an image of the Veil Nebula from a city sky with the moon out using a stock Canon DSLR and no filters, at least none mentioned. And I'm actually really surprised that the HA response was this good from a stock Canon DSLR. Finis 319 mentioned the noise being an issue, and I've never seen noise quite like this in an astrophoto. And it looked to me more like some kind of weird processing thing. So what I did is I took the raw data and just did my own quick process of it here, and didn't find that same noise pattern was there. So I'm not sure where that was coming from, Finis 319, but it doesn't seem to be intrinsic to your raw data. It must be something that's going on in processing your data. Okay, this is FIA Photography, and FIA Photography sent me an image of the Horsehead in Flame. This was taken with the Canon DSLR Samyang 135 and Star Adventurer Tracker, and this was 400 lights at 8 seconds each. And my suggestion with this one, the processing is fine for what it is, but what you need to work on is polar alignment, because if at 8 seconds each you're still getting this much star trailing, that means that your polar alignment is pretty off. You should be able to get nice round stars with 30-second exposures at that focal length with the Star Adventurer. So you might already be able to do that by the time you're watching this, but if not, what I'd recommend is get one of these polar scope apps that show you exactly where Polaris should be on the reticule, and then keep practicing with those, and it'll get easier as you go. And then you'll be able to be, the main thing is when your stars are this trailed, that's how you're losing all detail in the nebula too. So it will really help get sharper pictures if you can master polar alignment. Okay, this next one is by Florian, and Florian sent this image of the heart and soul and the double cluster. And this was taken with the Samyang 85mm lens. Florian noticed the left side was much worse than the right side. Oh yeah, I can see what you're talking about. And wondered if the Canon 85mm EF lens is better than the Samyang. From what I've heard, it's not worth it. It's not a great astro lens. I have the Canon RF85, only available for the R series cameras, and that's very good, but also very expensive. For EF mount, I think the best 85 is the Sigma Art 85. That's also going to be fairly expensive compared to the Samyang. So if you want, you could just keep returning a Samyang and getting new ones until you get a better copy, at least one that doesn't have this much tilt. Florian also asked about the halos from the high altitude clouds. He mentions he likes the effect for a constellation shot, but not so much for deep sky, and if there's anything to do in processing. Not really. The only thing that you can do in processing is look through all of your frames that you're going to stack before stacking them. And if it only is in, let's say, the last 10 frames, but the first 50 don't have it, then obviously you just throw out those 10 frames that have the halos and stack only the good data. If all the frames have the haloing, then there's nothing you can do. You just have to accept this is what your photo looks like. When I opened this, I thought it looked pretty cool. It's definitely fun to see all these star colors. Okay, this is Fourier, who captured the Rosette Nebula with a refractor, an ASI 294 MC camera, and an Optolong L Extreme filter. My first reaction opening this is just that it's very red. Not only the nebula, but like the background sky is a reddish color too. So what I'd suggest in processing is separating out the red and green channels so you can stretch them separately, and that'll allow you to sort of balance the HA and O3 response. But if I were just to adjust this manually, I might but if I were just to adjust this manually, I would maybe at least make the sky level quite a bit more neutral, just so that the Rosette Nebula stands out from the background sky. Okay, Francesco sent in this image of NGC 1530. This was taken with an 8-inch f5 Newtonian and an ASI 224 MC camera, all on a Skywatcher HEQ5 with no auto guiding. And this is almost 1,300 subs at 30 seconds each. That's really showing some dedication and showing how well a small sensor and a big scope can work if you know what you're doing. So really nice job. The only thing I would suggest with your PixInsight processing is to use dynamic background extraction before you stretch the image. That should help with this vignetting that I see here. Okay, this is by Fred Oz, and Fred Oz submitted this photo of Jupiter and the Galilean moons, captured with an iPhone attached to a telescope eyepiece using a Celestron smartphone adapter, and Fred Oz recorded video at the eyepiece using the Nightcap camera app on iPhone, and then stacked about 1,100 frames to make this image. And Fred Oz mentioned he struggles a lot to get the iPhone aligned, getting the telescope focused, knowing the right shutter speed is, all of these kinds of issues. But I think you've done a really great job, Fred Oz. I always struggle with planetary imaging, so I think anyone who is doing it well it's really commendable. I did take a look at your stacked TIFF, and I think you did a nice job of processing here. But the only thing that stood out to me was that maybe the great red spot was a little bit too saturated and a little too orange. I did look at other recent pictures of Jupiter, and a lot of them did have the great red spot as fairly orange. So I guess that's sort of the color that it is right now. The colors in Jupiter and Saturn are always changing on us, so it's always good to sort of be aware of what's happening with the planets. Unfortunately, I don't have really any great tips for how to make things easier with attaching the phone and getting it all aligned, because that's something that I struggle with too. Maybe with more practice, I'll have tips in the future, but for now, all I can say is just keep at it. I think it's worth it for the kind of images that we're we're able to capture as astrophotographers. Okay, this is by Frosith Astrophotography, and Frosith Astrophotography has shared the Horsehead and Flame nebulae, and this was captured with narrowband filters. So this is an SHO style image, and usually you see this seen in full color, sometimes HARGB. So it's always interesting to see a scene that you typically see one way in a very different color palette. And you do miss out on some of the nebulosity here, because I think this is a reflection nebula, but I do like this aesthetically quite a bit. I find it especially interesting how colorless the flame came out, since usually in broadband that's so orange, but it's almost black and white here. I wonder what that means about its chemical makeup. There's this large halo around Alnitak that's sort of interesting. I think that'd be pretty easy to minimize here in Photoshop, since it looks so circular. But I also don't mind it. It's sort of an interesting effect. And because you've kept the colors so muted, it sort of blends in with everything. But if you wanted to take it out, my technique is you make a circular selection around it, and then you can use adjustments like saturation and changing the color slightly to help it blend in to the image. Gabriel sent in this photo of the lagoon in Trifid. It was taken with a DSLR and lens, but no star tracker. And Gabriel said he doesn't like how much noise are in his shots, and he wants a tip for minimizing the noise. Unfortunately, that's one of the biggest downsides to astrophotography without a tracker. It's never going to be as noise-free as astrophotography that we can do with a star tracker. So that would be, I guess, my advice is save up and buy a star tracker. The least expensive ones, like the Move Shoot Move or maybe the Omegon Wind-Up Tracker, are not super expensive, somewhere between $150 and $250 US. So I think that will help. But I mean, for untracked, I think this looks quite good. And this is also a good target, I think, for untracked in terms of noise, because it's such a busy star field that I don't really notice the noise. So I think going after things in the Milky Way like this could be a very successful way to go about it. Okay, next up we have Garrett, and Garrett sent in a photo of the North America and Pelican nebulae captured in narrowband with an ASI 2600 mm camera and Antlia SHO filters. And Garrett mentioned struggling with the balance between the stars and accurate star color, and mentioned collecting RGB stars, but not being happy with how they looked when combined. Well, I think this looks great in terms of the star treatment. The stars are definitely apparent, but not the star of the show. The star is definitely the nebulae. And so for narrowband, my personal preference is not super colorful stars, because I feel like if you put in super colorful stars with super colorful nebulae, they sort of fight, unless you're very selective about how you do it. So I like fairly desaturated small stars like you've done here. My only two critiques with this image are, one, that the composition feels a little bit off, just because both the Pelican and the North America are just slightly cut off on the sides. So I maybe would prefer just a slight change there. And then there's a blue gradient up here at the top that looks a little bit odd. You might have left it in because you saw that it was part of the O3 response. But a lot of times with O3, we have issues with flats calibration or different things going on. So sometimes it's a good idea, if you don't already do this, to do a background extraction on each filter. And that might help with that kind of blue in the sky background. Okay, George captured an elephant trunk here with a Canon 200D. No, sorry, Canon 20D-A. So that was the first astro-specific Canon camera, a CLS filter, and an Orion 80ED telescope with no field flattener on a Vixen Sphinx mount. And George processed this with Serial and Photoshop and mentioned trying to get the sky more neutral while still bringing out the red nebulosity and also trying to get the stars smaller, and wondered if the central bright stars are still too big. My opinion with the stars in this image is not that the central stars are too big, but that your medium stars are too small. If we zoom in a little bit, to me this is too much star reduction of your medium-sized stars, so you're losing variety, basically. You either only have big stars or small stars. Well, to me, what looks better is to have still this natural mix of star size. And then the overall redness, I think, works well here since it is a close-up of the nebula. So even if this isn't completely accurate when it comes to color, I think it works well in this case. I might crop this because, you did have the no field flattener, and I'm not sure how much the sides of the image are really adding for me. So I would maybe crop in to a more vertical composition like that, or even more, just because you really have a nice elephant trunk there, so something like that. And then you wouldn't have the issue with the distortion. I'm someone who is very willing to crop. I wasn't always that way. I used to be, I want to keep everything that I captured, but now as I've been in the hobby longer, I'm more into, if it's makes it a more interesting composition where we can really focus on the important things in the photo, let's go ahead and crop. Okay, Gpard sent in an image of the Pleiades star cluster taken with an open astro tracker, and that's a 3D printed astro tracker. And let's look at how round the stars are. They look nice and round, so the 3D printed astro tracker is working well. Gpard also used a Tear 3S, which is an old Soviet lens, and a modded Canon 500D. This is about 5 hours of 5-minute exposures from Bortle 4. So I think this is very well done. The two things that I would do are increase saturation in everything but the sky. So you can just make a simple luminance mask and then increase saturation. And then I see a little bit of a gradient from left to right, with this bottom right corner being the brightest. There is also, I think, more dust in the background that you could bring out. So I would just suggest a background extraction. It should help with both dust and gradients. Giannis sent in an image of the Andromeda Galaxy taken with a Nikon Z5 camera and a Tamron zoom lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Giannis processed this with Serial. I think this looks quite good. I feel like the color could be tweaked a little bit. It's a little bit muddy in here, like a little brown, where I think it could be a little bit more vibrant maybe. And Giannis asked if there is an easy way to know the ideal ISO, aperture, and shutter speed. Yeah, sort of. I'll try to explain it quickly. With a star tracker and a lens, what I would suggest is just put your camera at ISO 1600. That's a safe ISO for most cameras for astrophotography. And then after you've set the ISO to 1600, set your aperture to around f4 or maybe f5 if you want very sharp stars. I would start at f4 and only go to f5 if you find that the stars aren't acceptable at f4. After that, just adjust the shutter speed with a test exposure until you're finding that the histogram peak falls about 1/3 over from the left when you take a test exposure. So how long that's going to end up being with the shutter speed depends on your location. But let's say you have a reasonably dark site, maybe Bortle 3 or 4. At f4 ISO 1600, I would expect your exposures would be about 1 minute to maybe 2 minutes. With some cameras, especially newer Sony and maybe your Nikon Z5, you could use a lower ISO and longer exposures if you wish. But that doesn't necessarily result in better photos. It's just a choice. And part of that choice is if you want fewer photos to stack to make the process easier and you have no issue with star trailing, then there's no problem with taking longer exposures at lower ISO with some of those newer Sony and Nikon cameras. So hopefully that helps, but my sort of go-to would be ISO 1600, f4, and then just adjust shutter speed until the histogram is 1/3 over. Okay, next we have Geo. Geo sent in an image of the Crescent Nebula and its surrounding nebulosity, and a part of the Satyr butterfly up here in the upper right. And this was taken with a Canon RA camera and a Radian Triad Ultra filter. And Geo mentioned separating the channels using selective color multiple times to get this result. Yeah, and I think you were quite successful in getting lots of color out of the image. And it's definitely an exciting color palette. The crescent really stands out, and yeah, I think there's maybe a little bit of a gradient from top to bottom that you could work on. And then the other thing I would be careful of when you're processing is if we look like here, see how some areas just have gone flat, like there's no texture left, they're just like a flat color, and sometimes we call this posterization. That's probably in this processing using selective color multiple times. So just be careful every time you apply something like that. Just look at what it's doing to the image and maybe back off on certain things if you see this kind of issue. Just because overall I think the impression is quite good, but my eye is drawn to issues like that. There's another example of it in this top corner. See how it just becomes sort of this flat color. And it is avoidable. So you can, through careful processing, avoid that kind of thing. Glenn captured Andromeda with a Canon T7, a Canon 75-300 kit, zoom lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Glenn mentioned his images always coming out softer than he would like and wondering if that comes down to the lens. Glenn also requested that I take a go at processing his data. So I did. I'll show you that in a second here. But first, let me just address some of your other questions. The Canon 75-300 is a good lens for what it is. At that price, it's a nice lens. But if you were to upgrade to a small, well-corrected telescope like a William Optics RedCat 51 or an Askar FRA 300 or an Apertura 60 EDR with Flattener, any of those small 50 to 60 millimeter refractors are going to be a lot sharper, much tighter, well-corrected stars and better details than you would get with a comparable lens at the same focal length. That said, there are things that you can do to keep your data as sharp as possible. You mentioned getting the Astronomy Tools action set and that you used noise reduction in here. I like the Astronomy Tools action set. There's a lot of good stuff in there, but I would probably not use noise reduction if your concern is sharpness, because noise reduction techniques typically blur detail. They don't preserve detail. So with that said, I'll show you my try at it. So I maybe went a little bit overboard with taming the core because the galaxy is a little bit dark. But since you were asking for maximal sharpness that I could achieve, that's what I was going for. And you can see there's this little cluster of blue stars here where I think I even, yeah, you can sort of see like individual stars. And then I was also just really paying attention to the dust lanes when processing. But I didn't do any noise reduction at all. I did apply plenty of sharpening in different stages along the way, but I didn't do any noise reduction. So just to show you maybe what you can achieve with that lens. Looking at it up close here, I might also should do some chromatic aberration reduction that's available in the camera raw filter, and that would even sharpen it up a little bit more. Okay, Gordon shot a 9-panel mosaic of the Witchhead Nebula using a Sigma 150 to 600 zoom lens and a 1.4x teleconverter, which brought the lens to an effective focal length of 840 millimeters. Gordon used an ASI 294MC camera and a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount. And Gordon asked about the trade-offs between mosaic imaging, like he did here, and again, this is a 9-panel mosaic, between capturing the same amount of integration, but if he had zoomed out to 150 millimeters and done a more wide field shot. So it's an excellent question. I think it's one of those it depends kinds of answers, though. It depends on both the scene, the object, and also what your goal is. Because a mosaic is going to be ideal for printing, for resolution, and then also with a busy star field, the stars are going to be much sharper because they're better sampled. So there's a lot of potential advantages to mosaic imaging, but you do need patience. There's a lot that can go wrong. It can be harder to process. So I think there are trade-offs, but I think in the end, if you are okay with sort of spending more time in probably both acquisition and processing, it's worth it to try mosaic imaging. So I think you've done a nice job here. I'm impressed that this is done with a camera lens and teleconverter, and it looks quite good. So thanks for sending it in and for the question. Okay, Graham sent in an image of the Milky Way. This was captured with a Motorola One Fusion Plus smartphone, and this is 10 images of 30 seconds each stacked with Sequator and edited in Photoshop. And Graham asks what more could be done considering this is a $220 smartphone. Good question, and first off, congrats. This is excellent. I think this is a really, really well done smartphone Milky Way capture. I suppose what more could be done, given the quality here, is you could try stacking photos. Or stacking more photos, I should say. This is already 10 photos stacked, but maybe if you stacked 100 photos and or took 100 photos and stacked the best 50 that had the best focus and composition, that would bring down the noise in the background a little bit more, because you can see there is a little bit of noise still, even though it's a nice bright photo. And then another possibility, and I'm not the best at this, but is to find a very interesting foreground. So you have some trees here to sort of anchor it, but there maybe if there's another interesting thing you could put in the foreground with the Milky Way, that would be another sort of one-up to this photo. Okay, then we have Greg, and Greg sent in a very nice image of the Wizard Nebula in Cepheus. This is 52 hours of integration with a Skywatcher Esprit 120 from Bortle 1, and Greg captured this with SHO narrowband filters and RGB filters for the stars. And this is great. The Wizard is actually one of these targets that I've never captured in a close-up like this, despite really liking how it looks. And I guess I've been saving it for the right moment. I don't really have much to critique here because I think the colors and composition and the processing are all to my taste. If I really zoom in on the stars, I guess one small nitpick is some of the brighter stars seem to have a little bit of a purple magenta-ish fringe. You did mention you used RGB for the stars, so that kind of thing would be pretty easy to take out. In PixInsight, if you separate the stars from the rest of the photo, invert them, run SCNR green and invert back, the magenta fringe should be pretty much gone. While we're zoomed in, you can just see that this has lots of really nice details. And I think I mentioned in some earlier critique that I don't always like RGB stars with SHO narrowband. In this case, I think Greg has pulled it off. It looks really good. And because Greg's RGB stars here aren't super saturated and colorful, right? I think if you go too saturated with the stars, it does distract from the nebula. But in this case, I think this is how to do it. And the other thing I would say is Greg's color palette here with the SHO is sort of a rainbow color palette where you get all these different colors like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, all these browns, all these different colors in the nebula. And I think that style works better with RGB stars as well. All right, Gracie sent in an image of the Heart Nebula taken from a Bortle 9 sky with a small refractor, an ASI 294 MC, and an Optolong L enhanced filter. And Gracie mentioned having trouble with processing due to not enough integration time and wanting it to look more HD, but the processing ending up making it look worse. And Gracie also asked about the best method for star reduction, and Gracie uses PixInsight and Photoshop. So my big advice here is when you don't have much integration, I think less is more in processing. It's very easy to want to fix problems that you see, and then you sort of end up overdoing it, trying to fix those problems. But you know, with little data from a city, you're just going to have to accept that it's not going to be perfect. So try to just work with what you have. In terms of your question about star reduction, I think the best thing out there today, if you want to spend some money, is Russell Croman's Blur Exterminator plugin. You use it on your data when it's still linear, and it does a really good job of deconvolution, which will make your stars smaller in this very natural looking way, but retain their relative sizes. I just did it on your data here just to show you what it did. So here's this, your processing, and then if we just look at sort of the star sizes, you can see they got slightly smaller, tighter, but it's nothing super dramatic. If you wanted to go further than this with star reduction, I recommend Bill Blanchin's scripts, and you can search on YouTube to find those. In terms of what I did with the processing here, I tried to keep it pretty simple. I noticed in your processing that the background had a lot of sort of discoloration. So I tried to just keep it fairly neutral, and but I did do a little bit of cheating here with desaturating the sky in Photoshop with a mask. So here's what the mask looked like, and then here's before and after. I was just sort of taking out red. And even though some of that red might be actual HA signal, for me, it just looks better with a more neutral sky behind the Heart Nebula. Okay, next we have Gurga, GRGA. And Gurga sent in a sequence of photos of Jupiter and a transit of the planet Io. And this was made with a Skywatcher Maksutov, a 2X Barlow, and an ASI 178MC camera. And this is great, Gurga. I'm not much of a planetary photographer myself, but this definitely makes me want to try again because you know this equipment is affordable for a lot of people, and these results are quite amazing. Showing you all this detail in the cloud bands And then this is a sequence of photos showing the planet, or the moon, Io, starting to transit in front of Jupiter, in between us and Jupiter. So really nice result. I like how the processing doesn't feel overdone. It's not over sharpened. The colors are beautiful, but not oversaturated. So really well done. Okay, Gregory sent in an image of NGC 133 or 1333 in Orion. And this is another object that's quite beautiful, but I haven't captured yet myself. I've always wanted to. It has a really nice mix of reflection nebula, dark nebula, young stellar objects, Herbig-Haro objects, all this kind of stuff going on. The only suggestion I have, I think it's a very nice image, is that there's a little bit of green noise left in the shadow areas, mostly, here in the dark nebulae. So there's a nice tool in PixInsight called, and I'm in PixInsight because I know this is what Gregory uses. It's called SCNR, I think it's chromatic noise reduction, or maybe it's selective chromatic noise reduction, something like that. And you can remove noise of different colors, but the most common one we want to remove is green, like in this image. And there's an amount slider. Usually you don't want to do it at 100% because then it'll affect the star color too much. And you might want to actually remove the stars and apply this and then put the stars back in. But I'll just show you what's going to happen if we just apply it at 50%. Okay, so here was before and after. And hopefully that comes across on the video, that there was just some sort of dark green noise. I'll do it again, zoomed out. See the sort of greenish noise in the dark nebula. And then if I remove that, it looks better overall. Now, one consequence is that maybe now the sky background is a little bit too blue biased. So sometimes it's a little tricky. You have to work it a little bit. You might have to then go into curves and add a little green back. But it does work pretty well. And you can try it both when the data is linear or non-linear, sometimes both. And the key thing though is trying to sort of perceive, is there any green left in the image, and take it out. The other strange thing I'll say about this topic for people that might be colorblind is you can run things like photometric color calibration. They apply a white balance function, but there could still be a lot of green noise in your picture even after a photometric color calibration. So I'm not sure the best way to know if you're colorblind, that there's still green in your picture, because you might not be able to see it. Maybe just showing it to someone else and say, do you see any green here? Okay, Guillermo sent an image of Andromeda taken with a Nikon D3300, Sigma zoom lens, and Skywatcher HEQ5 mount. And Guillermo used Deep Sky Stacker, Topaz Denoise, and Photoshop to process. Guillermo said he was happy with this image, and I agree, it looks quite good. Guillermo is wondering what I would do with his data, so I'll show my quick process. Here's Guillermo's. There's mine. I maybe went a little bit overboard. I think it looks a little overprocessed today with today's eyes, but what I did here was I used Blur Exterminator to make the stars really small and give some nice detail boost in the galaxy. And let's see what else I did. Oh, I stretched the stars and the galaxy separately using generalized hyperbolic stretch. I then recombined them here in Photoshop and applied some saturation boost to the galaxy. The one thing that I think looks a little odd today is that the core doesn't have much of that nice golden yellowish color. So I'm not sure if I messed up the color balance a little bit here. But anyways, this is my sort of take on your data for what it's worth. Okay, now we have Guy, and Guy sent a 9-panel mosaic of the core of our Milky Way galaxy with twin Canon 6Ds and twin Rokinon 135mm lenses on a Skywatcher AZ GTI mount. And this looks like quite the big project, very impressive. Guy requested that I give him some feedback, some suggestions, I think, because he felt there were things to improve in the image, but he couldn't really see what they were. The only thing that he could see that was sticking out was the lagoon didn't look quite right. And I agree, the lagoon doesn't really look right. Guy said that's because he shot very long exposures because his goal was to really expose for the dust. So then the lagoon got blown out, and then he had to sort of try to recover details in the lagoon because he didn't like it blown out either. So if he was going to do it again, he would probably mix in some shorter exposures. So that makes sense to me. That's not really what stood out to me, though. My critique is more about sort of compositionally with a big mosaic like this. To my eye, this composition doesn't really work. The problem with many mosaic images, mine included, is you get so excited about just expanding the mosaic and capturing this huge amount of sky that you start missing what works compositionally because you just include more and more stuff in the frame. And when you include more and more things in a photo like this, the eye doesn't really know where to travel. And this picture for me lacks what we call flow. And part of the reason that it lacks flow is because there's not much negative space, right? Because you've made the picture so bright with so much going on that there's nothing that really ends up standing out. And I understand the goal was to make it clear there's dust everywhere in the Milky Way, but I think that maybe you went just a little bit too bright. And then also compositionally, I'm not sure if this was the best way to lay it out. So I hope you don't mind, but you shared an Astrobin link to your profile. So I just want to bring up this as a sort of counter example to your image here. So this is also a big mosaic, but you've found and framed a scene so that it has this really elegant simplicity of a strong vertical composition where the eye is led up through the scene to the most important thing. And then you also used bright stars in a way with this one where they anchor the scene better. So hopefully, in contrast to this one, you can sort of see what I mean by composition. This one has two strong sort of pillars of information and then this bridge between them, but something about that doesn't work as well as the simplicity of a composition like this. So I think that's sort of the biggest thing. I think you're looking at your portfolio on Astrobin, you've gotten way better at this kind of thing from image to image. So hopefully that helps and is some feedback that you can actually use. Okay, Hassan captured the Rosette Nebula with an ASI 533MC Optolong L Ultimate filter and the Red Cat 71 telescope. So Hassan, you have some very nice details here. If we zoom in, you can see the dark nebulae in the Rosette. Quite good. Hassan mentioned wanting to get more blue to come out in the center of the Rosette. That was his goal in processing. So one thing I would try with a filter like the L Ultimate, if you haven't, is separate out the red, green, and blue channels before stretching them. And that way you can stretch them separately. And when you stretch the O3 signal, you can stretch it a lot more aggressively than the HA to sort of match their brightness levels, and then that will help the blue come out. And there's different schools of thought when it comes to how to create the O3 signal. Some people combine the green and blue channels, or you can sometimes just use the green channel, throw out the blue if the blue is very noisy. I'll leave that part up to you, but the main thing I think with this kind of filter is to stretch the color channels separately and then combine like it's an HOO image. Okay, Hayden's Heavens sent in a photo of the Pleiades from Bortle 8. This was taken with a TPO 180 astrograph, Canon T7i, and SV Bony CLS filter on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. This looks very nice, pretty natural color rendering, especially with the CLS filter. You may want to try shooting this without any filter and just using very short exposures. Personally, I found even from Bortle 8 or Bortle 9 that on reflection nebulae, the result can be better without any kind of light pollution filter. The downside to that is if it's a really light polluted place, you may be taking 10 or 15 second exposures. And so it's sort of a chore to process that many pictures. But I think that it might be worth it for recovering a little bit more of that blue nebulosity. The other thing I noticed is there's a small common type of light pollution gradient here from bottom up. So you could probably take care of that, right in Photoshop or GIMP, but the best results you're going to get for light pollution is to use a background extraction tool when the data is still linear, and you can do that with the free program Ciril. Okay, Henry sent in an image of the M31 Andromeda Galaxy taken untracked with a Sony Nex 3N camera and zoom lens. Henry took 1,197 photos at 4/5 of a second and shooting at f6.3. So f6.3 is definitely a bit slow for untracked astrophotography, but I applaud you, Henry, for trying this with what you have available, and so you definitely got some of the shape here of Andromeda, a little bit of the outer arms beyond the core. I think I can see in your data here. Something you might try, it might be difficult with how faint Andromeda is to reduce some of this blue noise in the sky background. Other than that, I think the stars look round, and you did get some nice star color as well. HT sent in a photo of the Dragons of Ara NGC 6188. This was taken with a ASI 294 MC camera and Skywatcher 72 ED refractor. And HT captured this with Nina and processed with Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP. So my biggest advice is to add Ciril to your workflow. It's also free software. I can see that you're using other free software. And what I think it would add to your workflow and to your data processing is background extraction, color calibration would be really useful here, because the picture looks a little bit brighter in the middle, but I'm also seeing some sort of color casts in here. And so I think if you did a little more color calibration and background extraction when the data was still linear, it's going to help you get more contrast and more vibrant colors. Because the data here looks quite good. But I think there's more potential in the processing. Okay, next up we have Hubert, and Hubert sent in a photo of Cygnus taken with a Canon 70D DSLR, Canon 50mm lens, and astronomic CLS filter on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. This was processed with DSS, StarNet, and Photoshop. And so I really like this composition. It features a lot of the best known nebulae in Cygnus, the Veil Nebula down here, Satyr, and the North America and Pelican. The one thing that I would work on here is the star field. I know the CLS filter isn't going to give you the most natural stars, which is why stars are mostly either just white or sort of reddish orange in this picture. But I would try to desaturate the red stars a little bit. Another thing you can try is, let me just turn off the star spikes for a second here, is the camera raw filter, the defringe option in optics. And so since you have a lot of sort of orangish stars, I'm going to expand the purple hue to that and then do something like this. So here's before, and it's just, you have all these reddish orange fringes on the stars. And then there's after using that defringe filter. And I think, it changes the color balance of the photo a little bit, but hopefully it helps focus the eye on the nebulae a little bit more. So that's just a quick example. But that's my main advice, is to play around with the star field. And I don't mind the addition of the star spikes. I think I would personally make them a little bit less pronounced and maybe add fainter ones on a few more stars, just so it's not just like those three only. Okay, Ian sent in a photo of the Heart Nebula. This was taken from a Bortle 6 sky with a stock Canon DSLR and a small refractor. And this is 2 hours integration. Ian processed this with DSS, Serial, StarNet, and Photoshop. And, Ian, I think you did all the right things in processing, looking through your steps. I did try this one as well and went with a little bit more of a subdued look. And part of the reason that I went darker than you did is because I'm very hesitant to use any noise reduction, because I think that it creates usually more problems than it solves. So just to give you an idea of like a more subtle dark version of an edit of the same data, that's what it might look like. Ian asked about noise and SNR, signal to noise ratio, and how to improve it, and then gave some options like, would it be better to get an astronomy camera, a light pollution filter, or just more total integration? It's hard to say, given your result here. I think if you added a light pollution filter and got a little bit more integration, that combination will improve the photo a lot. And then if you add the modified camera into the mix, that's going to improve it even more. So that's sort of a cop-out. I'm just saying do all three, but that's the truth of astrophotography. All these little things add up to the result. So there's not really one thing that I can say is going to work the best, because I'm not sure. There's just too many factors. But keep at it, keep trying to improve, upgrade your gear when you think it makes sense and you have the money to do so. And last thing I'd say is keep in mind the Heart Nebula is a very difficult target for broadband imaging. So I think you did a really nice job here, but it's more of a narrowband kind of target. So it's always going to be a difficult one when shot in broadband. Okay, Ian sent in a photo of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with an SV Bony telescope, a Skywatcher Star Adventurer, and a Canon 80D. And this is 2 hours of integration from a Bortle 5 sky. Ian asked about how to get more colors out of the galaxy, and he's processing this with PixInsight. As far as a processing technique to get different colors to come out, there's a script in PixInsight called Color Mask. That's in the scripts that allows you to do saturation boost to different parts. So you could, for instance, make a color mask script for the blues and then just boost the blues saturation. However, I'm going to warn you that it's only going to work well if you actually have a good blue signal in your photo. It's easy to maybe just end up selecting the noise and boosting noise. And so with light pollution and broadband objects, it might be really difficult. If you are fairly mobile and you can travel to a darker sky, it's definitely worth it for something like this. Even an hour integration from like a Bortle 3 sky is going to be much easier to process than several hours, let's say 4 hours from Bortle 5. So that's my main advice is it's maybe not a processing thing, it's more of a sky thing in terms of boosting blues. Okay, Ilya sent in a nice image of the Bubble Nebula and the M52 star cluster up here. And Ilya took this with a Skywatcher Esprit 80 with no Fladner and a Fuji X80A5 on a Skywatcher AZ GTI mount. So the stars are really nice and round here, and you have some nice detail in the bubble. My only quick suggestions are, I think the bubble, the HA emission sort of around the bubble here should be more of a red. Overall, the scene has sort of like a yellow color balance to it that I think could be fixed. I actually just went ahead and did a quick selective color here, just taking cyan out of red and taking yellow out of yellow. And here's before and after, just to show you a more neutral kind of color balance. I also cropped in a little bit just because I think the center was the important part of the picture. So those are my two suggestions, a little crop and a little bit more color balancing. Okay, Isaac sent in this photo of the North America and Pelican nebulae, and this was shot with a Nikon D810 that's been modified and a RedCat 51 on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Isaac definitely did a lot of processing on this. I'll just show you what the original looks like with just background extraction. So I think Isaac's processing is good here. I would have guessed this was done with a dual narrowband filter based on how much the stars were shrunk, but it was a well done star shrinkage because I don't really see any artifacts left over. Isaac asked about this being so red and how people are getting more blue in the body of the North America Nebula. So as you suspected, Isaac, there are various reasons. Some people are shooting this with a stock camera, and in that case, the bright O3 emission is going to be better balanced with the HA emission because a stock camera is cutting off a lot of that HA. Once you modify your camera like you have, then you let in more HA and it dominates the blue, the O3. And then people also, of course, use narrowband filters and dual narrowband filters, and that gives you more control over how you present it if you do extractions and things like that. But even with just a modified camera, you can have a lot of control through processing. What you want to do is, with the data still linear like this, you can click this button, split RGB channels, and then maybe go starless on the RGB channels and stretch them separately from one another so that you can really bring out that O3 signal. There is plenty of O3 data here in both your green and blue channels, and there's your red channel. So it's all about how you stretch, how you recombine them. Basically, you're doing narrowband processing, even though you're doing it with a color camera. So the first step is to separate out the channels and treat it more like you're doing narrowband. Okay, Isaac sent in this photo of the Lagoon Nebula taken with a QHY 183C, a Skywatcher EQ M35 mount, and a Skywatcher Evo Star 72 telescope. And Isaac's processed this with Serial and StarNet to go starless with the presentation here. And I think, while I don't do a lot of starless image, starless is my final presentation, I think the Lagoon is actually an excellent object to do it on because there's a lot that are to be revealed by removing the stars out of the Lagoon. My one suggestion is the framing. It feels a little bit weird to me. There's this bright thing down here. I like that the lagoon has this nice sort of base of darkness to sit on. But I think the core of the lagoon should be centered. So I would just recommend cutting off most of this left side and just centering the core area like this. Maybe even getting rid of that top little bright patch, because it sort of pulls the eye away from the lagoon. So I think I like that even better, because you're then a little bit closer in without looking around, and it really highlights the main attraction here while still giving you a little breathing room on the bottom. Okay, Ivan sent in a photo of Andromeda. This was taken without a star tracker using a Canon M50 and a 32mm lens at f1.4. And Ivan mentioned that he had just received a gift of an Ioptron Skyguider Pro star tracker and was looking forward to using that. So congrats, Ivan. That's really cool. I think you're going to really enjoy using the star tracker. Ivan said for completeness, he sent in this cropped final version, but also the uncropped version, which includes more of Perseus. For me, I enjoyed the uncropped version more because I get a lot of photos of Andromeda in these critiques, but it's always nice to see something a little different. So this one, shows the context of Andromeda and the double cluster, which is the famous double star cluster in Perseus. So I think this perspective is a lot of fun. So thanks for including that, Ivan. Okay, and another Ivan. This Ivan sent in the Crescent Nebula taken with an ASI 533 MC, Optolong L Extreme, and Skywatcher 150 PDS Newtonian on an Ioptron Gem 28 mount. This was taken from a Bortle 4 sky and processed with Cyril, StarNet, and GIMP. And Ivan asked two questions. One, what is the best way to add the stars back into the image with free software? And two, is there an alternative to auto stretch in Cyril? So you likely already know this as a Cyril user, Ivan, but the Cyril 1.2 beta answers both of those questions perfectly. They added a very comprehensive implementation of generalized hyperbolic stretch, and they also added a process called star recomposition with StarNet implemented right into Cyril. So you can watch my video on that if you haven't already, but those are definitely my favorites for how to now stretch images and add stars back to starless. And you can now do everything with a nebula shot like this right in Cyril. You might not find that you even have to leave Cyril to go from beginning to end. So speaking of the photo, this is of course really well done. You got amazing details here on the shell and within the Crescent Nebula, and the Crescent Nebula is obviously the star of this image. I like how you handled the background, keeping it sort of dim so that the Crescent Nebula really pops out, but also feels right. It doesn't feel like pasted on or anything. It feels like it's right there as part of the nebulosity. So congrats on the image, and I think you're going to like Cyril 1.2 even better. Ivar captured the Cygnus wall with a Skywatcher 150 PDS on an HEQ5 mount with an ASI 1600mm camera and astronomic 6nm SHO filters from a Bortle 9 sky. So I think this looks excellent. It makes a great impression zoomed out like this. I found two small nitpicks on zooming in. One is at the bottom of the picture, there's a small line of green. So I always just check your edges, because it's easy just to quickly crop out little registration artifacts. And the second issue is if you zoom way in on certain parts of the image, I think the stars look off. You mentioned that you brought the stars back in at 70% opacity, but if you zoom in on certain areas, that makes the stars look odd, like too dim. A star core shouldn't be that gray. Like it has to have a little bit more of a vibrant punch to it. So if I'm going to lower the opacity of the stars when I'm bringing that back in, I never go below 85%. 70% feels like too dim for me. You asked about reverse vignetting on your O3 filter and flats that won't fix it. So it's normal with narrowband filters to actually be darker in the center and brighter in the corners. Normally flats should correct that. So my guess is your flats are under correcting, and you could try brighter, longer flats. But another thing that it could be is the ASI 1600 doesn't work very well with bias frames. So if you're using bias frames to correct your flats, instead use dark flats. And dark flats are just darks that match the exposure time of your flat frames. If you use the WPP script, it's very easy. You just load in your regular darks to correct your lights, your flat darks to correct your flats, and it will know what to do. So that would be my other suggestion. Okay, this is Jay Astro, who sent in an image of Orion taken at 55 millimeter focal length on a Star Adventurer tracker. And this is 1 hour of integration taken from Bortle 6. And Jay Astro asked if this level of noise is normal for 1 hour of integration from Bortle 6. Yeah, I think it does look normal. Let's zoom in on the noise. Yes, definitely normal for 1 hour integration. The thing, you might compare your images to other people's images and then think, oh, well, why are mine noisier? Well, there's a lot of things that can be going on. Even just saying Bortle 6 can mean different things because it's a range of sky brightnesses and they might be shooting it higher in the sky, all kinds of things. And signal to noise ratio is a little bit complex, but the main things that are going to influence are how dark your skies are and your total integration and your focal ratio. And the harder you stretch the image, the more you're going to see the noise that's in the image. So the longer you increase that total integration, the more you can bring out without the noise sort of taking over. So you stretch this fairly hard for 1 hour. You're starting to see some of the dust in Orion. But if you just processed it differently to make the sky black, then you wouldn't see as much noise. So to make this particular photo, noise free, or at least bring out the dust without the noise, I think you might have to go to 8 hours, 10 hours. I'm not exactly sure, but the alternative is you could just darken the sky to hide the noise. Or not even darken the sky, just don't stretch it as much. Okay, Jack sent in an image of Cygnus, of course, one of my favorite constellations for the reason you're seeing here. It's chock full of nebulosity, and I think this is the first black and white photo sent in. This is cool. This was taken with a modified Canon T7i 100mm lens and astronomic 12 nanometer HA clip-in filter. And Jack processed with Serial and Photoshop. And Jack mentioned he wants to make this an HA RGB image, but wants to know how to introduce the RGB without overwhelming the image. So check out two videos I did earlier this year. One was about my secret weapon, which is how to blend stars into a starless image made with StarNet. And then the other is about Serial 1.2 beta, which is out now. Because both of these ideas will give you some ideas for what to try. Think about how to use StarNet, stretching the stars and the starless data and combining it all back together. And with your HA RGB plan, another thing that I will sometimes do is make both the HA and the RGB starless, combine those two just with opacity adjustments as a starless base, because the RGB will give you sort of a nice reflection nebulae and a better base color to the sky. And then you can just blend only the RGB stars on top of that. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. Okay, Jack sent in an image of the Horsehead and Flame Nebulae taken with an SV Bony 80ED telescope and a self-modified Nikon D3400 on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And that's a big telescope for a Star Adventurer, an 80 millimeter refractor. Jack mentioned he is colorblind, and so he tries to use photometric color calibration to get the colors right. Asked about the colors in the image. I think, yeah, something did go a little bit amiss with your colors. The color of the dust and the flame and the horsehead are all right on, but then the blues somehow got shifted to magenta here. And the reds might be a little bit too orange, but it's mainly the blues went to magenta. I did open up your data and just ran an automatic background extractor, no color calibration, and these colors are perfect. So you might not really have to do any kind of complicated color workflow. If you can just find processes that don't change the color too much, your data actually has all the right colors already in it. So if your goal is to keep it natural, that's what to do. But as you said in your message, if you're happy with how it looks, that's all that really matters. So I think you've done a good job of bringing out a lot of detail here. It is really only if you're concerned with natural color that I would try to, after a background extraction, maybe a color calibration, just try not to do anything that's going to change the color balance. I'm not sure exactly what did, but that's the way to go about it. Now that I'm looking at these back to back, yeah, the reds are also very shifted to orange, and the blues got shifted to magenta. All right. Jack for Life 101 took this image of Andromeda with an Olympus Pen E-PL5 camera at 210 millimeter focal length without tracking from Bortle 8. Jack for Life 101 forgot to switch from JPEG to RAW, so this is 81 second JPEGs stacked. And he asked about calibration frames and whether they're necessary when it's cold out. So I still recommend them if shooting RAW. The temperature isn't going to matter too much. I mean, you could say the darks aren't as necessary when it's cold out, but I would still just do them. Now with JPEG, you don't want to use calibration frames typically because these are stretched frames they're stretched in camera, and then all calibration is sort of out the window. But I think this looks quite good considering it is JPEG stacked and considering the age of the camera. You definitely got a couple of the prominent dust lanes here in Andromeda and the overall shape. Okay, Jacob sent in an image of the North America and Pelican in Cygnus. This was taken with a Canon DSLR and kit 75-300 lens on a star tracker from Bortle 4. And Jacob was happy to capture an emission nebula with a stock camera, but was wondering if the colors looked right or if they were oversaturated. So I do think your colors look pretty right for a stock camera. You'll find that with a stock camera, you actually have this better balance between O3 and HA, just naturally, because for nebulae that are rich in O3. So I think this looks quite good. To improve it, you can just get more integration time. This is just under an hour, but if you get 3 to 4 hours, it's going to be even easier to process. And then you can, stretch the data more without the color noise being such an issue. Because you can see that there's a lot of promise in here. But when I stretch it aggressively, we are getting a lot of color noise. Okay, Jacob sent in a picture of Andromeda. This was taken with a Sony mirrorless camera and zoom lens on a Star Adventurer mount from Bortle 4. Jacob was unsure if his flat frames worked correctly. I did take a look at your flat and it looked perfectly normal. But then looking at your resulting stacked photo, you can see there's a lot of blotchiness. My guess is this is clouds. So thin passing clouds you might not have noticed from Bortle 4. Those are what's, I think, causing this blotchiness in your result. You can always, when you are reviewing your photos on the back of the camera, try to see if there's any clouds passing through. That's my guess is what's going on. I can't be absolutely sure. Other than that, I think this looks very nice and natural. Getting more color out of the data, like you asked, will require more processing. And I think the blotchiness here might be what's holding you back from getting more color with this particular data. But generally, you can use masks. You can use masks combined with like saturation boosts, and it can help get more color. Okay, Jacob captured the Horsehead and Flame nebulae in Orion. This is with an SV Bony 80mm scope and a Canon T7 on an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. So this is an impressive capture. I mean, an 80mm scope again on a star tracker. A lot of people are putting these big scopes on star trackers, which impresses me. My only advice is this picture looks very bright and almost washed out. And then it has a pretty extreme gradient from left to right, where it's much darker over here to the left of the flame. So, bringing it into Serial before stretching, doing a background extraction, and then messing with the black level after you've done that gradient extraction, these things are going to help a lot with getting the right contrast and things like that. Okay, Jake sent in an image of the North America Nebula. This was taken with an Explorer Scientific 127 refractor, and this is a 4-panel mosaic. So congrats on the mosaic, Jake. It's definitely a seamless mosaic. I didn't notice the only thing after I read this is a mosaic that maybe gives it away is over here on the right edge. There's a little red and blue artifact there. I think overall my advice for this is the color balance feels a little bit off to me. I think it's sort of like a magenta cast is what I'm seeing. Like if you look down at the sky where it should be just sort of a neutral black, it's a little too reddish. So if I just do a color balance here, go to shadows and add about, I added 22 to the green in the shadows. Here's before and after, and that's just, it's a little bit more neutral to my eye. Now, there's some things that I like about the added magenta in the mids. So you might want to apply that more selectively than I did, but just to give you an idea of what I was seeing with the color balance. Okay, Jake sent in a picture of Andromeda. This was taken with a Canon RP and a Canon 600mm f11 lens. That's one of these new R lenses that are pretty neat. And this was 100 lights at 1 minute each and used DSS and Photoshop. Jake didn't spend a lot of time on processing, but would probably have made the stars smaller if they had spent more time. I actually don't think the stars need to be any smaller here. I think the star size is fine. It's more just the balance between the star brightness and the galaxy brightness that needs a little adjustment. So if you could just, either make a mask to just the galaxy or separate the stars in the galaxy and boost the brightness of the galaxy compared to the stars, I think you'd find the star size is actually fine. Okay, James sent an image of the Orion Nebula. This was captured untracked with a Canon DSLR and a Samyang 135 lens. I like the star colors. You have a lot of variety there, and they're nice and colorful. I took a look at your raw data, and you did capture the extended shape of the Orion Nebula and a bit more of the Running Man. But looking at that raw data, I could see why you went with this sort of darker edit, because in the raw data, there's a lot of walking noise, where it's like the noise turns into these sort of lines. So one way to break up that walking noise would be if you, this is just a better look at it, if you take data over multiple nights and you have a slightly different rotation each night, that will help break it up, that pattern. The other thing that helps are good dark frames, but that's sometimes hard with a DSLR. So nice job with processing some difficult untracked data. Okay, Jared sent in a photo of the Elephant Trunk Nebula, which is one of the more beautiful nebulae in the sky in the constellation Cepheus. And this is very well done. The composition, I think, is perfect. Looking at it, what I saw was there's sort of this repeated pattern of here's the elephant trunk, and then here's this dark nebulous streamer, which sort of has the same shape. It's almost like it's casting a shadow, and that gives it a really nice 3D effect with this composition. My one suggestion, since I see that you do use Photoshop, is to try the defringe tool. It's under Camera Raw Filter, and it's right here under Optics. And I think just applying a little bit of this purple amount slider. Here's before and after. And right near the elephant trunk, here's before again. I just noticed there was a lot of sort of purple fringing on these bright stars. And I think that helps improve the look. If you are finding that it's messing with the overall color balance of what you're trying to do with the nebula, you could always mask it. So you can always just mask to just the stars on a separate layer and apply it just to that masked layer. But I actually think that it looks pretty good just applied globally in this case. Okay, Jason took this photo of the Cygnus Wall region of the North America Nebula, and Jason wanted tips for getting a neater background using Cyril. So let's just go over to Cyril and take a look at Jason's raw data here. Here it is with just an auto stretch applied. So there's linear, and then I'm just going to turn on auto stretch. And the first thing that I notice here is that there's a blue color cast to it. So I'm going to go to Image Processing, Color Calibration, Color Calibration. I'm going to make a selection over a dark part of the picture and click Use Current Selection, and then click Background Neutralization and Apply, Close. Okay, so that gets rid of the blue color cast. Now the overall image looks a little bit red. So I want to do a background extraction, but just to make sure we get the best background extraction, I'm first just going to crop out the edges of the photo. Just make a selection, right click, crop, go down to background extraction. We can try this RBF method, but I'm going to turn up and do high smoothing because this doesn't look like there's much gradient here, but we just want a little bit of background extraction. So I'm going to turn the smoothing way up and just use a few points. Okay, I just put in about 6 points. I'm going to click Compute Background. Okay, so overall, that actually is better. I know that now we have this green color cast on the right side, but we got a lot more contrast everywhere except the right side. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that, and then just run Remove Green Noise. Okay, and I think that is a great starting place. So hopefully that helps Jason get you to a good starting place with Cyril. We just did 3 processes: background neutralization, background extraction, and then remove green noise, and we got that. Okay, Jason sent in a very nice image of the Witch Head Nebula here. This was processed in PixInsight, which is why I opened it here in PixInsight. Jason asked about sharpening in post and how much and when and whether it's a good idea. I think it's perfectly fine to use sharpening in post-production. I'm guessing you did here. It looks plenty sharp. If you're saying that you don't think this is sharp enough, that it's too soft, I disagree. I mean, the Witch Head Nebula is this sort of cloudy cloud, cloudy cloud. It's a dust cloud basically out in space. So it's not going to have like super sharpness just due to the nature of the object. But to me, this looks plenty sharp enough. The only thing I'm seeing here is there's a little bit of color noise in the shadow areas. It looks like green color noise. So let me just try a little bit of SCNR green on it just to see what happens. I'm just doing this at 50% on the JPEG. So I don't know if you can see that in the video, but I think it did help a little bit. Here's before and after. A lot of times the dark green noise is very subtle, but I did see a little bit in your image. But other than that, I think this is perfect. I like sort of the lower saturation of the star field and really drawing attention to the Witch Head Nebula. Okay, Jay shot the Rho Ophiuchi cloud complex when it was low on the horizon with a Sony camera and lens. And the first thing I noticed here is there's a bit of a blue color cast to the whole thing, but then there's a very prominent green hotspot in the middle here. So taking out the blue color cast is easy enough. We can just run a color balance thing here. And so here's before and after. The image is a little bit dark when I do that, but that's because I'm just working on the JPEG here. The green spot is going to be a lot harder to take out. I attempted to take it out a little bit here. That doesn't look perfect, obviously, but I just wanted to show you with the blue color cast gone, the green hotspot gone. I think there's more that you could do with processing. If you found that that green hotspot was from dew forming on your lens, you might be able to find the subs where that's happening and remove them before stacking, but I'm not sure if that was actually the issue here. Okay, Jay sent in a single exposure Milky Way shot. I really like this. I've always been a big fan actually of single exposure Milky Way images, and using silhouette here really works quite well to show the graveyard and the Milky Way. The one thing I noticed is there's a little bit of green, bluish green in the mids and shadows. So we could try just a slight color balance shift. Now, I probably went a little bit overboard here, and now the image has a bit of a magenta bias. Personally, I sort of prefer a magenta bias and a green bias for the Milky Way, but that's really, personal preference. Okay, J Cash Money sent in an image of the Orion constellation rising over some hills, and this was shot with a Canon T7i, a kit lens, and a Tiffin double fog filter. So I'm not sure why in the images you sent, there's these little squares artifacts. It looks just like something weird happened with maybe the data transfer of the images or something. So I'll just ignore that. You were asked me to address the light pollution in the image. For me, it's perfect that you left it just as is. I know that, in a lot of other critiques I've been talking about removing gradients, but in a wide shot like this where you're also seeing the horizon, you need to leave it in. That's my opinion, at least, because otherwise it will look very unnatural to try to remove that and then add the horizon back. It never looks good. There's always going to be some glow as we reach the horizon in a wide field shot like this. And so this is is a perfectly nice amount of glow from light pollution. And then I also like how you used the double fog filter here to bring out the stars in the constellation. I think this is a perfect use of the kit lens and to shoot constellations, and then using that filter really makes the constellations pop. Okay, Jeff sent in an image of the Cave Nebula taken with a Skywatcher Esprit 120 and the ZWO ASI 2600 MC camera. And this is 12 hours of integration and processed with PixInsight. I think this looks really great, Jeff. You have really nice details here. If we zoom in a little bit, you can see all kinds of nice details in the dark nebulae and in this little Herbig-Haro object over here and in the reflection nebulae. My only issue is the flow of the image definitely leads me to this reflection nebula right here, but to my eye, that reflection nebula is the wrong color. It looks a little bit too purple. I'm not sure how this was color calibrated. Maybe that is correct, but just to my eye, a blue reflection nebula should look a little bit more pure blue. Again, I don't know how it was color calibrated. Maybe you did do all the right things, but just check that out and see if that's the right color for the nebula. Okay, Jeff sent in an image of the Pleiades and the surrounding dust. This was taken with a stock Canon DSLR and a Red Cat 51 on a Star Adventurer from a Bortle 2 Sky, and this is 4 hours of integration. So I have two suggestions. One is I think you could use a little bit more saturation, especially in the blues. I'm just doing this on the JPEG, but just to give you an idea. There we go. And my other suggestion is to add more contrast. So especially making it darker. So something like this, just bringing down the sky background level. You might still also have a little bit of a gradient left here where this top half is a little too bright. So maybe also work on background extraction to get more contrast up in here. Okay, Jeremy sent in a very nice image of M33. This is the Triangulum Galaxy, and this was captured with a Sony mirrorless camera attached to an SV Bony 70mm refractor on a Star Adventurer GTI. The galaxy looks very nice here. We can zoom in. My one suggestion is to ease off on the contrast. So the sky is very dark here. Well, the black level is not too bad, but then it's stretched very aggressively where all the stars are basically white and quite bloated. So I would just ease off on stretching, and with a little bit lower contrast and with a more subtle star field, our eye will be drawn even more to the galaxy. Okay, Jim Not Carey sent in an image of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with a modded Canon T3i, a Rokinon 135 f2 lens, and on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And I love seeing Andromeda with such detail, but then also a massive star field. This looks really good, shows that lens is good for even the large galaxies. My only critique is, and it's just a minor tweak, is to the colors of the galaxy. The outer halo looks a little too green. So here's just a neutralized halo. It's just a very subtle change to the green curve. And then the inner part of the galaxy, I think, looks a little bit too magenta. So here I just added a little bit of green to the inner part. So here's before those changes, and there's after. So very subtle tweaks to the color. Okay, Joachim had captured the Orion, Running Man, Horsehead, and Flame, or also called the Orion Belt and Sword. And this was done with a Nikon D5000, a Nikon 135 lens at f2.8, and this is an astounding 5,730 lights at 1.3 seconds each, taken over 4 nights, and stacked in 11 batches using Serial, which I have open here. And the 11 stacks were stacked again to get the final result. So Joachim asked if this is the best way to go about this because they'd heard that it might be better to actually use Cyrillic so that you could stack all 5,700 lights in one big batch. So technically, yes, you've heard correctly that that is technically better, but practically most computers may not be happy about stacking that many subs at once. So you might be better off doing exactly how you did it. Because stacking them all at once, you might just go through the whole process and in the end get a memory error after like 24 hours. So I think the way you did it makes a lot of sense and the result is very nice. You brought out a lot more detail than is typical with untracked astrophotography. We can zoom in here. So you can clearly see the horse head and flame. And there's a lot of detail here in the Orion and Running Man. My one suggestion is there's a little, the blues are tended towards green, not everywhere, but just like in the nebulae. So anyways, if you just try remove green noise, that should fix that pretty well. I mean, I think that did a really nice job just getting rid of that green noise. Here is before and after. Here's before and after. Okay, Joao sent a photo of Andromeda. This was taken without tracking using a Canon 850D and a Canon 75-300 kit lens under a Bortle 7 sky. This was processed using DSS, Serial, and Photoshop. And I think this looks very impressive for Bortle 7 and using that lens. I'm surprised by how much detail you were able to get untracked in these outer arms. My critique is that you mentioned using camera raw filter for noise reduction and on the Galaxy before adding back the stars. To my eye, you went too far with the smoothing with the noise reduction slider. Just to open that up and show you what I mean. Here under detail, I find you can use this color noise reduction as much as you want, but you have to be very careful with this middle slider, the noise reduction slider, because it very quickly can blur out detail. Okay, John sent in an image of the Rosette Nebula. This was taken with a Skywatcher Esprit 120, a ZWO camera, and an L Extreme filter from a Bortle 4 Sky. John processed this in PixInsight and used the 4-ax palette. So some very nice details here. We can zoom in on them. You can see. And I think you framed the Rosette pretty well. I wonder if a 90-degree rotation, if you could have, no, because then you wouldn't have gotten this outer part. So I think this is a good rotation for your system. This is sort of like an orange and purple palette. It's not always my favorite, but I think for this object, it works pretty well. I'm not sure how others feel, but for me, it's like, I don't have a favorite palette necessarily. I feel like every object, something can work well or something can work not so well for it. And I've seen this kind of look with other things, and I think it doesn't work, but for the Rosette, it does. It really does give a nice feeling of like, I think the Rosette is sort of a tube shape and you can sort of feel yourself going into it this way. Okay, John captured the Monkey Head Nebula with a Skywatcher Quattro 200p QHY 183C from a Bortle 3 Sky. So this looks like excellent data. The stars look perfect. You must have really dialed in that Newtonian. John used Serial and GIMP for processing and was looking for recommendations about balancing the colors and bringing out the dark nebulae along the edges. So I think part of that is the balance of the star field and the nebula. And I think in processing, you've have perfect stars, but they are stretched pretty aggressively. So they're mostly white. And just stretched very hard, like almost clipping. So I think in this new version of Serial 1.2, definitely try out the star recomposition process here in the star processing menu. You do have to remove the stars and make a starless image and then have a stars only image, but then you can do a lot of balancing, and I think that will really help make the nebula pop if the stars are a little bit less prominent. Okay, John captured the Pleiades with a Canon 7D, an Apertura 6-inch Newtonian, and no calibration frames. This was 90 minutes stacked with ASTAP and processed in PixInsight. So the details are really nice here, especially in the Pleiades. This is stretched fairly aggressively for 90 minutes of data, which of course is great for seeing all of that detail that you've captured, but there is a fair amount of noise and unevenness in the background. You said no calibration frames, so I'm guessing some of this unevenness in the background could be tamed with flats. But then another thing to try is a combination maybe of automatic and dynamic background extraction followed by photometric color calibration. All of these processes, while the data is still linear, will really hopefully even out your sky background, and so that you can add a little bit more contrast, make the background a bit darker, but also make it flatter. Okay, Jonathan also shot the Pleiades. This one is a wider shot, obviously, and this was shot with a Rokinon 135, stopped down to f2.8, and with an ASI 294 MC camera, and on a Star Adventure GTI. Processed with Deep Sky Stacker, PixInsight, and Photoshop. And issues that Jonathan would like me to address are the dust detail and the stars having hollow cores. So you've definitely brought out a lot of dust detail, but then I think at some point you added too much contrast to the sky. So the sky looks almost clipped, like jet black. And so the colors are good, the dust detail is good, but just by adding that much contrast, it doesn't quite work with the dust. So make the sky a little bit more gray, and the dust should fit in better with the whole picture. And then let's see about this star core issue. Okay, so what Jonathan's talking about is look at these bright stars here and see how there's no core anymore. It's somehow missing on a few of these. So here's the issue. I am not actually sure, though, what happened, because I haven't seen this particular thing before where the star cores are missing. Of course, one solution is if you noticed it at a certain step in processing, you could then not do that step, or if you had to do that step, if it was something critical, at least save a copy of where your image is right before that step so you could add the star cores back in. Something like that, I think, is the solution here. Looking at this closer, I'd say there's too much contrast in the sky background, and also in your stars are stretched very aggressively. Yeah, I would stretch less overall, and then just use the starless technique to bring out the dust and keep the stars as natural as possible. Okay, Yuha sent in an image of the Orion and Running Man nebulae taken with an Olympus camera, ASCAR 180 Astro lens, and an Omegon Minitrack LX3 wind-up tracker. And this is a mix of many 15 and 20 second lights. That's a great little setup that you have there. It's the kind of setup I'd like to feature on the YouTube channel sometime. For anyone that hasn't seen the Minitrack, it's fairly inexpensive. You wind it up, doesn't use any batteries, no power to run it because it's just mechanical. Yuha mentioned struggling with blue and brown noise around this area. So the brown, probably both, but the brown especially, is actually dust out there around the Orion Nebula. If you look at a very deep picture, deep integration of the Orion Nebula, you'll see that it's filled with this brown dust. So knowing that, you could try to bring it out, but probably with this shortened integration, it's not going to come out that well. So I think what you did of just taming it is the right call. I would darken the background even more probably. That's really the choice you have with Orion, is try to bring it out or darken the sky. And if you try to bring it out, you need enough integration so that it doesn't just become super noisy. Okay, Jules sent in an image of the Lagoon and Trifid nebulae in the core of the Milky Way. This was taken with a RedCat 51 telescope, a stock Canon 600D, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. And this was Bortle 6, 106 lights at 1 minute each, and was processed with StarNet and Photoshop. Jules, you have some really nice details here in the Lagoon and Trifid. If we zoom in, you can see there's a lot of cool details in the cores of each. And personally for this scene, this feels a little bit dark. Since this is in the core of the Milky Way, we know that there's tons and tons of stars here in the background. But this edit of the data almost feels like there isn't. So I prefer a brighter edit of this scene. So just to show you what I mean, here's letting the star fields be sort of a presence a little bit more. Of course, in yours, you could say the Lagoon and Trifid pop up more because the rest of it is a lot darker. But I think that they sort of speak for themselves, and you could always sort of zoom in a little bit just to make them even more present in the shot. I also think by making it this dark, you're losing out on some of the things that you captured in the background. So the Lagoon actually has this sort of bridge and then connects to this other nebula up here that's sort of interesting. So yeah, I would just play around, try maybe a brighter edit. Julian sent in an older image of his. This is of the Andromeda Galaxy, which was one of his first successful astrophotos, and this was taken with a stock Canon 550D, a Canon 75 to 300 millimeter zoom lens, and was taken on a Sky Tracker Pro. This is 124 75-second photos and stacked with Deep Sky Stacker and edited in Photoshop. So the colors are very good. You have the warm core and the bluish outer arms. It looks like you used a fair amount of noise reduction and sharpening. And I think you have to be careful with that because when you zoom in, it looks a little bit over sharpened to my eye. These things always look nice zoomed out. So it is sort of a trade-off. Maybe you just want to go for the more nice zoomed out appearance, but for a sharp eye, when you zoom in, you start getting a little bit of weirdness where noise turns into something that looks like signal sometimes, but it actually isn't. Or, there is signal there, but then it also is like over smoothed noise sometimes. Julian had a couple questions he hoped that I could answer. One is about dew heaters, and he said that even with 2 dew heater bands, he was still getting dew on his lens. I'm not sure what's going on there. Usually if you have just one dew heater in the right place, you shouldn't, even with very high humidity, you shouldn't get dew. So what I would suggest is however these dew heaters work, just turn them on inside your house and hold them and make sure that they're actually getting warm. A dew heater band doesn't need to get super hot in order to work, but you should be able to feel that warmth after a few minutes. So it sounds like something isn't working right. The second question was about filters like the L Enhance, the L Pro, and whether those can somehow block high humidity or thin clouds or things like that. And no, those filters will still be affected by those things just as much as unfiltered. What those do is they block light pollution mostly. And so you get higher contrast on emission nebulae by blocking a lot of the light pollution sources. Okay, Jurg sent an image of the Rho Ophiuchi cloud complex taken with a Canon zoom lens a ZWO ASI 2600 MC, and an original Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. This was from a Bortle 2 Sky at high elevation. So the data quality and the colors and the rendering here all look very good. My one issue is with the star field. It just feels very aggressive for this scene. If I zoom in, it's like all of the little stars have been clipped almost, and they're just super bright in how you stretched. Almost like a maximum filter was applied to them. It might just be the stretch, or it might be something that happened with Topaz Denoise, applying a lot of sharpening to the image, and then thinking all these little stars needed to be extra sharp, and it just makes it feel a little bit busier than it should be, I think. So my preference is to use a starless technique. So you use something like StarNet and remove the stars. Then you can stretch the nebula however you want, add them back in, and it helps sort of control a busy star field like this. Okay, Justin sent in this photo of the Orion Belt and Sword with Orion Nebula and Running Man quite prominent. This was taken with a Nikon DSLR and zoom lens on a Star Adventurer and processed with AstroPixel processor and Photoshop. And Justin mentioned star halos and what to do about them. I did look at your stars. They're a little bit trailed left to right. And then up here, Alnitak looks quite good. I think that star halo is pretty unobtrusive. With these stars, it looks like some kind of processing was done, and it definitely, I think, doesn't look good because you've sort of taken a hole out of the halo but then left a ring. So if these looked like this, I would have just left them alone. I think that would look good. Because it's the natural color of the star, and so I don't really see the point in getting rid of it. And at this point, I don't know how I would really fix this because there's just so much going on. But typically, if you have a really obtrusive star halo in Photoshop, what you can do is basically make a selection around it. So I'm just holding down Shift and Alt, or Shift and Option with Mac, and then feather that selection. So go to Select, Modify, Feather, and then we can just adjust that part of the picture. So see, if I wanted to just sort of desaturate that halo, I could, or I could saturate it, or I could change its color, that kind of thing. So it's possible to work with halos in Photoshop. You can darken them somewhat, but it's a very subtle thing. And for the most part, I would just avoid doing it at all costs. In this case, I would probably have just left in their natural halos. Okay, Kareem sent in an image taken with the Stellina telescope from Vaonis, and this was processed in PixInsight. And this is 145 lights at 20 seconds each with a new moon and from a Bortle 5 sky. So I'm only seeing the JPEG here, but I think the background is a bit dark. I would have maybe gone with a slightly brighter background. If I look at the info panel here in Photoshop, the green channel seems to be clipped to 0 over most of the background, and the blue channel is clipped to 0 for most of it too. I'd also just crop a little bit. There's a little bit of an artifact here at the top. We can crop away, and then we can center the lagoon a bit more. And other than that, I think this looks quite good. I think you got a lot of nice details here in the lagoon. A lot of times this area gets blown out, but it looks really nice in your image. Okay, Carnock sent in an image of the Milky Way. This was captured with a Canon 90D and a 10mm EFS lens on a Star Adventurer tracker from a Bortle 2 site, and Carnock stacked with Sequator and processed in Photoshop. So I think this looks good. There's a bit of haze and light pollution maybe down here, maybe some air glow. My only suggestion is the sky looks a little bit blue biased, but some people do that for effect. So, you might be doing that intentionally just because it looks nice. But if you wanted to correct that, it would be pretty easy. You could just color balance in the shadows and add a little bit of yellow. But of course that's affecting the air glow down here. So then maybe I'd want to draw in a gradient for that. Something like that is a corrected sky. Whether that looks better or worse, I think it probably looks worse, but just to give you an idea of a more neutral sky and what that would look like. But other than that, I can't really think of anything that I would change here. I like the little element of the vignetted branch on the bright sky reflecting the Milky Way. Okay, Ken took an image of Thor's helmet from a Bortle 9 sky with an ASI 533 MC camera and was wondering why the image came out looking red and how to fix it in PixInsight. So I think the red is just the natural noise from a light polluted sky and only taking an hour's worth of photo. Because if we look at Thor's helmet here, that's a fairly natural color, but there is just a lot of red noise. So an easy, simple way to reduce any color in PixInsight is just open up your curves transformation tool. This default curve is all the colors, but we can just pick the red curve here. So we can see what we're doing. We can click the circle, which is going to give us a real-time preview. And then I can just make a very subtle change to the red curve. So basically what you want to do is the red noise is down here. I'm going to minimize that, but I don't want the color in Thor's helmet to change. So I'm going to put another point right here. And I'm just looking at what it looks like here compared to the original image. And I think that looks good. So I'll apply it. And here's before and after. So just taking out some of that red noise. You can zoom in. Here's before and after. I'd probably also darken the background a little bit on this one. So I'm just going to go back to this RGB mode and let's do a darker background. Just like that. So curves is always probably the last tool that I'm using to finish a photo. You're going to want to do any kind of final sort of color adjustment sometimes, and also setting your black level where you want it. Okay, Carrie sent in this image of the Rosette Nebula. This was Carrie's first image in 9 years, for a 9-year hiatus from astrophotography. And as may be expected after a long break, there were some issues in capturing it. There was an unexpected Windows update that cut the session short and some other problems. I did want to show, if we look at this, the stars look fairly round. But if we look at Carrie's original data, zoom in, the stars are pretty trailed. So I just wanted to congratulate Carrie on being able to fix star trailing in the image quite successfully, and also bring out the Hubble palette look here. I wouldn't have known just looking at this how trailed those stars were to begin with. I think the processing on the nebulae, a little bit too much noise reduction for my taste, because I think your details are a bit sharper here in the original data than where we ended up. But other than that, very nice job, and congrats on coming back to the hobby after a long break. Okay, here is Kevin, who shared an image of the Jellyfish Nebula. This was taken from a Bortle 9 sky using an L. Okay, Kevin shared an image of the Jellyfish Nebula. This was taken from a Bortle 9 site using an L Ultimate filter, an ASI 533 MC, and a Red Cat 51. And Kevin mentioned wanting to work on reducing the halos from the L Ultimate filter and adding autofocus to his Red Cat telescope. So I'm not sure how to go about reducing them in PixInsight. I'll just show how I do it in Photoshop just in case this is helpful. So you first make a big selection on the halo, make it a bit bigger than the actual halo itself, because then you're gonna feather it by quite a bit. I'm gonna feather it by 20 pixels. And then I'm gonna go to adjustments, hue/saturation, and I'm going to darken that halo, desaturate a little bit. You might find also that playing around with the hue helps. Okay, and then I can bring back the star by just taking a brush and painting with a soft brush in black on the star. And anywhere else that okay, so here's the before and there's after. So the halo isn't actually gone. It's very hard to make it look natural if you really actually completely remove the halo. But when you're zoomed out, I think that does look better than before. So something you can try if you have Photoshop. I'm not exactly sure how to repeat those steps in PixInsight. Creed sent this photo of the North America and Pelican Nebulae in Cygnus. This was made with a stock Canon DSLR, Canon 200mm prime lens on a Star Adventurer. And this is 71 lights at 3 minutes each over 2 nights from a Bortle 4 sky. So I really like this crop and how it's vertical, but you fit in the whole North America and Pelican by having them slightly tilted like this. It looks really nice. My one note is I think this would look even better with a slightly more robust star field. It looks like you have really nice star colors and the stars look nice and round. So I would just like to see them a little bit more in the field. Now, part of the reason you might have avoided making them more prominent is because you have a little bit of fringing, a little bit of chromatic aberration. But I've shown this a few times now. There's a fix for that in Photoshop with this camera raw filter under optics. And so we can extend this into the orange a little bit more and get rid of some of that chromatic aberration. And then you can see here's before and after. And after you do that, I think making the stars a lot more prominent would look really good. Well, not a lot more prominent, a bit more prominent, I should say. Okay, Chris sent in an image of Andromeda taken with a Skywatcher AZ GTI, a Red Cat 51, and an astrogear.net modded Canon T5i. And this is 200 lights at 2 minutes each under a Bortle 4 sky and processed with Cyril. And I think this looks very good. Very nice, natural kind of processing. Chris mentioned maybe pushing the colors too hard and over cropping the image. To me, these colors look very nice. I don't see any issue with pushing them too hard. I think that it's the right amount of saturation for what you have, and I don't think it's crossing any kind of line in terms of tastefulness. In terms of the crop, I agree. I think I'd probably prefer a little bit wider. With a lens like this, I think it'll look sharper if you actually have a wider field of view. The last thing I'll note is this is sort of how Andromeda actually appears to us in the sky most of the time, is in this orientation. It is common to rotate Andromeda 180 degrees, so it looks like that. For me, I do sort of, I don't know why, but I sort of prefer it that way too. So just something to toy with. I'm not sure if it really matters to you, Chris, but to me, it just feels a little bit better that way for some reason. Okay, Kyle sent in an image of the whole Veil supernova remnant, which is also called the Cygnus Loop. And this was taken with a stock Canon R5, a Redcat 71, and an Optolong L Ultimate on a Star Adventurer tracker. That's a very interesting combo of gear. I haven't seen many people using the Canon R5 for astrophotography, so it's good to see it being used well. Looks like it's a fairly good sensor in terms of noise performance and also HA response. I assume it's not modified. Kyle said that his processing was in PixInsight, and this was basically just color calibration, curves, and SCNR green. I would suggest trying StarNet or Star Exterminator because it allows you to stretch the nebulosity further without worrying about the star field. And then you can combine the star field back on. So like this would be perfect if you just took this image with the stars as they are, but then took out the starless image and pushed it further to bring out more of this nebulosity and then just put them back together. I think there's more in there to be brought out. Okay, Chiron shot the Lagoon Intrepid with a Redcat 51 and ASI 533 MC and processed with Cyril and something I've never heard of called Real-ESRGAN, which apparently upscaled the image. So my only critique with this image is the star field. It just feels a little bit too high contrast. And the smallest stars are all sort of blown out and very sharp. When the smallest stars in a big star field like this should appear a little bit dimmer and a little bit fuzzier. But they've been brought up so much to be so sharp. And I mean, it's definitely a look. It looks sort of cool, but for my taste, I'd prefer a slightly more natural star rendering. Okay, Larkin captured the Elephant Trunk Nebula with a stock Canon DSLR from a Bortle 7 Sky. And this is a very challenging object from with a stock DSLR, and then because it's a large dim emission nebula, and then extra hard because from a light polluted sky with no filter. So the issues are probably just because you were really fighting against the data here with a stock camera and that much light pollution. So the stars look a little bit soft. There's a lot of noise reduction. In general, what I would suggest is it's always better, I think, to just accept where your data is and don't try to push it too hard into something that it's not, and maybe collect more data when you have a challenging object like this. But congrats for going after it and pulling some detail out. I mean, I think this right side where you have the more color is more successful than the trunk itself. this looks pretty interesting over here. So good job, keep at it. I think collect more data on this object, and it'll be easier to process after that. Okay, Lars Astronomy sent in NGC 7822. This was captured with narrowband filters and an ASI 294mm Pro. And Lars Astronomy asked about binning on that camera. I've never used that camera, but I sort of know about how it works. I think if I were to use it, I would be using it in the native mode, sort of how the sensor was designed to be used, which is a bin 2. And then I would just dither and drizzle rather than the high resolution mode with the very small pixels. Because to me, there wouldn't be that much benefit, and then the file sizes are 4 times as large. At least the way I'm thinking about it. I might be wrong because I've never used the camera and I haven't done any tests. But anyways, when it comes to processing, this looks really cool. I like this teal blue that you've brought out. It looks really, really nice. I've rarely seen quite that intensity of teal. It looks really good. The star treatment, I'm not a huge fan of. It looks over sharpened to my taste. And then a lot of the smaller, medium-sized stars got shrunk, I think, a little bit too much. So I prefer a slightly fuzzier profile on the stars than this. But the nebula is really, really nice looking. So if you could improve your star treatment, I think that would push this image over the top. Okay, Leon is a 14-year-old astrophotographer from Germany who uses a stock Canon 600D, Canon 55-250 zoom lens, and an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. This is Leon's image of Andromeda that is 6 hours of exposure from a Bortle 4 sky. And Leon mentioned this lens is known as not being good for astrophotography, but he thinks the result is good for this gear. I totally agree, Leon. This is very, very good for that gear. You've brought out the colors and the details in Andromeda very nicely. I can zoom in on it and it still looks great. And your stars look nice and sharp and colorful. And the only thing I found a little bit odd is you got such rich colors in Andromeda that I'd expect a little bit of blue in M110 here, but it's just sort of pure white. It almost looks like you didn't saturate that, or maybe that's how it came out, but that was the only thing I thought looked a little strange, is how much color is in the stars and Andromeda, but just nothing in M110. Okay, Liam sent in this wide field shot of the elephant trunk and flying bat. And Liam said he struggled to control the star field. It's a little bit bright and messy, but I'd prefer that actually to an over-controlled star field. At least you have some very nice star colors and it feels somewhat natural here. And it is quite beautiful in how diverse it is too. Like to see how the star field looks down here in this corner versus where the dark nebulae streams are. It's very interesting. But to control a star field like this, what I would suggest is StarNet and Cirrel, and specifically how they work together in the new Cirrel 1.2 beta. I have videos on this, and it will really help you balance your star field and your nebulosity. Okay, Linus is a 15-year-old astrophotographer from Germany who sent in a photo of the North America Nebula taken with a Nikon D300, Nikon 70-300, zoom lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Linus mentioned he'll be getting a better lens for Christmas, which is a 180mm prime lens. So that's already happened. That'll be nice. I hope Linus is putting it to good use. Linus noticed his zoom slides during capture and wondered if there's a way to prevent that. Yes, just get some electrical tape and tape it down. Put the electrical tape right on the barrel, and the lens won't be able to move after you do that. But the electrical tape is also really easy to take off when you're done. Linus said all of his images have come out sort of blurry and is wondering if I can pinpoint the reason. Okay, let's take a look. We'll zoom in. So I think your focus is fine, but you have star trailing. And let's look at it. And it is in the same direction across the whole frame here. It's left to right. So what that usually indicates is polar alignment error. So there's two ways you could go about sort of fixing that. One is work on polar alignment and make it better. That takes some practice. Another thing you could try is just using shorter exposures. So here you're using 60 seconds, try 30 seconds. If you go down to 30 seconds, you might want to bump up the ISO. And that's it. Hopefully with shorter pictures, your stars won't be trailed, and then you won't have that sort of blur from the polar alignment error. Okay, L. Shep Astrophotography sent in this photo of the Trifid Nebula taken with a 10-inch Newtonian, QHY 268M, and Adlia LRGB filters. And let's zoom in on these details here because this is pretty amazing. So you very rarely see this kind of detail in the Trifid. And not just detail, but also color variety in the dark nebula here. And, I think the way that L. Shep Astrophotography did it is by just, really long kind of integration and exposures that really were able to bring up this level quite a bit. So you could see all of this interesting variation in the dark nebulae. Very nice. Let's look at the whole thing again. There might be still just a little bit of a gradient where the left side is a little brighter than the right. Very minor though. Overall, I think this is a really excellent shot and definitely a keeper. The Trifid, I'm just amazed at this dark dust in the Trifid. That looks so cool. I've never seen it quite like that, and it's a treat to see it like that. Okay, Lucas sent in a photo of the Heart Nebula created with a Canon 550D, Canon 75-300 zoom, and a Star Adventurer. This was taken from a Bortle 4 sky, and it's 247 lights at f7.1 focal ratio. It was processed with Serial and Photoshop. And Lucas asked if the background being red like this indicates actual HA emission or just noise. So it's probably a mix of both, but mostly HA emission. I know that this area, from doing deep integrations with a mono camera, is just full of HA emission. It just keeps going everywhere. So it's hard to process this area because you're right that it's dimly red, but then that doesn't look that great because it doesn't. Then the Heart Nebula doesn't stand out as much, and it sort of just looks wrong. So aesthetically, I'd probably still neutralize the background a bit more than you did here, even if it isn't right in terms of what's actually there. I just think it looks better to darken the sky. Okay, Maxim captured the Andromeda Galaxy with a modified Canon 40D, a Sigma lens, and a homemade mount. And Maxim mentioned having an issue with the edge of M31 where it looks torn off. So let's take a look. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Maxim, by that, but maybe it has to do with how dark you made the sky, because the sky is almost clipped to black, so maybe that's what you're talking about. Not sure. Other than that dark background, my only other sort of critique is the star field is so saturated that it's distracting from the galaxy and just looks a little bit artificial. So I would leave the stars not a little bit more natural, not this colorful. Okay, Malte sent in this photo of the constellation Cassiopeia, created with a Canon M100 camera and a Canon 70-200 f4 lens, shot at 70mm f4.5, and tracked with a Skywatcher EQ3-2 mount. And this was 2¼ hours from a Bortle 4 Sky, and Malte processed with Cyril, Graxpert, StarNet, and GIMP, and described a few workarounds with layers to get the star halos and backgrounds to look right, but described those workarounds as cheap tricks. So I mean, it looks perfect. I really can't fault your processing at all. Sometimes these workarounds that we do, yes, they feel like we're maybe being a little bit too heavy-handed in processing. But if you're fixing artifacts that are mainly sort of, are the gears issue and not the trying to add anything that's not there in the sky, you're really just fixing an artifact from your gear. I think it's perfectly fine. The only way to not do these sort of cheap tricks is to just buy very expensive gear, like a top tier refractor, to get better results. But that's not always practical. And with a camera lens, what you did to fix these problems seems smart to me. And where you ended up with the stars and the halos, I think looks very good. I don't really see anything that stands out as unnatural looking or overly processed. So very well done. This is the kind of image that I really love, a large, rich star field, but one where you can still really make out the constellation and even some deep sky objects in there as well. Okay, Marcel captured the crescent and the soap bubble very successfully, I'd say, and this was with the ASI 294MC, the Optolong L Enhance, and a Skywatcher 200p Newtonian. I really like the framing here with like the crescent sort of looking like it's trying to escape off that side, and the soap bubble is right down here. The colors look really good and natural. My critique is I think the background extraction could have been done just a little bit better. Maybe this area looks like a little bit too bright, but that might be O3 emission. I'm not sure. I know that the O3 emission is sort of everywhere in this scene, so maybe never mind. Maybe that's right. You have some really excellent details here in the crescent. If I'll just zoom in on them for people to see, and your star shapes look quite good too. So very well done, Marcel. Okay, Marianne captured the Heart and Soul Nebula with a stock Canon XSI DSLR, a Samyang 135 f2 lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer from a Bortle 4 Sky. So the Heart and Soul are definitely going to be difficult with a stock camera and no filters. Even from a dark sky with a fast lens like you used, when you use an older DSLR that hasn't been modified, it's going to be really hard to bring those out. Let's just take a quick look at the data you shared in PixInsight. Okay, so here is the stack with just a automatic background extraction applied, and it looks like the flats didn't quite work correctly because you still have a lot of vignetting and sort of a bright ring here. I think, that can be fairly common with camera lenses, but it does make the data more difficult to process, I'm sure. So you might try shooting sky flats instead of however you did shoot the flats, and that might help. And then you do have a fair amount of banding from the age of the DSLR. One thing that can help with this is there's an action set. No, sorry, you're a PixInsight user. So there's a script under Utilities called Canon Banding Reduction. I think it only works on horizontal banding, so you might have to turn your picture 90 degrees and then use it. But you can try that out. The last thing to try, it's worth a shot, is maybe bumping the ISO up to 1600 and see if that helps with banding and noise on the camera. Mark took a photo of the Pleiades star cluster with a Nikon DSLR and zoom lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. And this is 111 lights at 45 seconds each from a Bortle 3 sky. Mark said that he struggled to fix this magenta cast in processing using Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop. So I'll show you a relatively easy way to fix it in Photoshop, which is the color balance adjustment. So you just go to Adjustments, pick this color balance, and then you're just going to add green to the color balance to fix the color cast. So I'll turn this on now. And so I added plus 12 green in the midtones and plus 25 green in the shadows. Now, if I disable the layer mask, one issue is when I did that globally, you can see it added some, it overdid the green up here. So what I did was I messed around a little bit with the layer mask, just sort of painting with a light touch until it looked right. And it's still maybe not perfect, but hopefully you get the idea of removing some of that magenta cast with just a color balance layer and a layer mask. An even better way to remove that color cast from the beginning would be to use Cyril, S-I-R-I-L, before bringing the photo into Photoshop. And you can watch some of my start to finish videos for how to use Cyril and background extraction and things like that. Next we have Marcus. Marcus sent this image of Andromeda taken with LRGB and HA filters and an ASI 1600mm camera. So I first read Marcus's email sort of out of order and saw this was done in one night. And then I was like, how is that possible? Then I got to back to the telescope and realized, okay, it's a Celestron 8-inch Rasa at f2. So that makes a lot of sense. The Rasa is an amazing telescope for getting lots of signal in a short amount of time because of its very fast f2 focal ratio. The only downside is the stars on the Rasa can be a little bit funky. So you can see the halo is a little bit uneven. But the overall impression is very good. And one of the better M31s I've seen. I really like the addition of the HA. It really makes it quite nice. My only critique is the background doesn't look perfectly flat. You can see there's some color shifts and some brightening of the corners, especially in these upper corners. We have a little bit of a red. So you could try to correct that. Probably best to just get very good background extraction early in the process before stretching. Okay, Martin captured the Cocoon Nebula in Cygnus. This was at 900 millimeters focal length at f11 on an EQ1 mount with a clock drive. And Martin notes that the image is in focus, but the blur is from a small resonance, a frequency from the clock drive that is basically vibrating the camera a little bit, causing it to be blurry. So you're definitely doing astrophotography on a difficult mode here by marrying a f11 high focal length scope to an older clock drive mount like that. But I'm sure that's what you want to be doing, and it's a great photo for that setup. You've gotten some very nice details on a small object here, and my only critique is in the processing. I'm not sure why all the stars have this dark ring around them. I'll try to zoom in and show where it's most obvious. It's not actually all the stars, it's all the larger stars have this dark ring like this. It looks maybe like you made some kind of selection on the stars to dim them, and then it also dimmed the sky background around them. So if you could avoid that artifact somehow, it would make the picture a little bit better. Okay, here is Marty. Marty sent in an image of the Veil Nebula taken with a Red Cat 51, an Optolong L Enhance filter, and an ASI 533 MC camera. And this was taken from a major city sky. Marty said his struggle is making it really pop in processing, and Marty uses Cyril, StarNet, and GIMP for processing. So I'm not sure if I have a video where I've shown this exactly, but what I recommend doing is using the extract HA and O3 script in Cyril, make both the HA and O3 starless with StarNet, and then stretch them separately, and just a light stretch, then combine them back together in pixel math in Cyril, and then you're going to put the HA image into the red, the O3 image into both the green and blue. Then you'll have your HOO starless version. You continue to stretch that. You saturate that image until it really pops. Then go back to your data, do a regular stack, make a stars only image from your regular stacked image, and then finally combine the two with star recomposition, just the regular stars and the HOO extracted starless version. And I know that was probably just talking through it like that didn't make a whole lot of sense. But I do plan to do a video on that process soon. And I think it would help with an image like this one to make the nebula pop a little bit. Okay, Marvin sent in an image of the elephant trunk taken with a Skywatcher 150 PDS Newtonian and a modified Canon 600D. Marvin said that he had a number of issues the night he took this, so he was limited to fairly short exposures, and also wonders if he was out of focus and wondering if I could tell. I mean, just on first glance, I don't think that's out of focus, but let's zoom in. Hard to say still. I mean, maybe slightly, but if so, very minor. Not definitely not something I would have noticed unless you really asked me to look. So in terms of processing, I like a vertical composition for this better. So we could just turn it 90 degrees clockwise. And then I would probably crop the top a little bit, and I would make it brighter. Now, of course, when I make it brighter, it's also going to brighten the star field, which I think for this image looks okay, but you might want to play around with StarNet so you can brighten the nebula and keep the star field a little bit more subdued. But I think a little bit more contrast and brightness will help with this image. Okay, Maddo Golf sent in an image of the Heart Nebula, sort of the heart of the heart, and captured this with a Skywatcher 150 Newtonian, an ASI 294 MC, and an Optolong L Extreme filter. And for issues, Maddo Golf wonders if his stars should have more color, and wondered about how to properly process the stars. So in my opinion, for this scene, no. I don't think your stars need any more color because the focus of this scene is your your nebula. And so the stars need to be there, but I don't think they really need any kind of particular saturation. Let's look at how they look now. So right now you basically just have almost white stars. A few of them have a little bit of color tinting to them, but I think they look quite good. I wouldn't mess with the star treatment too much. So my actual critique of this image has nothing to do with the stars. My critique is that I think you added too much contrast. So in different places. So for instance, over here, this is clipped to black when it shouldn't be, I don't think. You want some of the dark nebula to appear almost black, and it's fine. I mean, this looks fine over here, but this looks odd to me over there. I'm not sure, it just feels like a big patch of black. And then there's other areas where the stretching just feels like it's been done too hard. Like in here, you're just losing much contrast at all because the color just seems sort of to be a block. And I mean, it helps for us to really focus, I guess, on these dark nebula regions, but it just looks a little bit odd, and I would prefer a little bit more of a natural transition with some of these colors. Okay, Matt took a photo of the Heart Nebula with a Canon DSLR, a Canon 200mm f2.8L prime lens, and a clip-in UHC filter. And Matt used StarNet and Photoshop for processing and wonders how to get rid of the chromatic aberration that were left over from StarNet. I actually don't think that the chromatic aberration was left over from StarNet. I have this lens and it just has chromatic aberration. So it would be there whether you used StarNet or not. But the way to get rid of it is open up Camera Raw Filter, extend the purple hue into the orange, apply it, and here's before, and there's after. Before, after. And typically you'd want to do that just on the stars and not on the nebula. That works especially well if you just separate out the stars, apply the chromatic aberration reduction, the defringing, and then add the stars back in. Okay, Matthew took a 10-hour integration of a dark nebula called Barnard 3 from a Bortle 6 sky, and knows the best thing would be to get to a darker sky, but that's not an option, so is wondering how to bring out the dark nebula without also bringing out the noise. And this is currently processed with PixInsight, StarNet, and Photoshop. So I looked through your processing steps, Matthew, and you're doing everything that I would do. So I'm not sure if I have a satisfying answer here. I guess my only suggestion is if you're really into dark nebulae and you have a good view to the south, it might be easier to capture some of the ones in the Milky Way core area because then the sky background will be Milky Way, so the dark nebula is going to really stand out against all the stars. It's sort of a different kind of dark nebula than this. If you really want to do this style of dark nebula, I guess the other suggestion I have is just wait until it gets as high in the sky as possible and then put in as many hours as possible. So you did 10 hours, but it might take 30 hours to get to an SNR that's acceptable from Bortle 6. So I know that sounds sort of crazy, but I know people have done it with pretty good results. So this is actually a really good start already. Let's just see if we stretch this a little bit more, what happens. Yeah, I mean, I can see what you mean with the noise. This looks like a difficult object. So keep it up. I'm sorry if that wasn't fully satisfying, but I guess it's just what you'd expect. Just put in more time and hopefully that will work out in the end. Okay, Matthew took a photo of the central Cygnus region with a modified Canon 600D, a Canon Nifty 50 lens, 50 millimeter f1.8 and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. And Matthew mixed a stack of normal exposures with a stack of exposures taken with an astronomic 12 nanometer HA filter. And I would say this is very well done. I'm impressed by how well the Nifty 50 rendered the star field. I see you stop down to f3.2 for the RGB and f2.8 for the HA. I'd say that's, I'm surprised actually at how well it did at those focal ratios. I would have thought this was f4 or f5 based on this star field. But it worked quite well. Maybe you have a nice copy of that lens. Let's zoom in. So if I were to nitpick, very close up, some of the small stars have a strange color, sort of like a teal green, when I think they should be either white or yellow. And that might just be the lens, but maybe there's something you could do in color balancing the star field on its own, because the rest of the scene looks very well color balanced. So I wonder if it's just something to do with the stars, and it might be the lens itself. That might be some kind of green chromatic aberration, or I don't know. But it zoomed out, I didn't notice that. It's really only zoomed in that you can see that kind of thing. Okay, Matthias sent an image of Andromeda. This was taken with an Ioptron Skyguider tracker, Sony mirrorless camera, and a zoom lens. And Matthias mentioned having trouble with the stars looking nice after StarNet and struggling with noise. So I have a few suggestions. One is to check out Siril, S-I-R-I-L. Even if you want to still use DSS for stacking, if you then bring your stack into Siril, you can do a color calibration and background extraction, that kind of thing. It should make your data easier to work with, and hopefully the colors will work very well after that too. As far as the noise goes, it's hard to say because it looks like you did a lot of noise reduction, but I probably would have done less noise reduction than you did. It looks very sort of smooth. My last suggestion is I would leave it a little bit more zoomed out. This is a fairly aggressive crop, and when you crop way in, the noise is going to be more apparent because you're sort of zooming in on the noise. So if you leave it a little bit more zoomed out, the noise won't be as noticeable. Mattia sent in an image of the Milky Way taken with a Nikon D610 and a Samyang 24mm lens without tracking. Processing was done with Photoshop, and this is definitely a unique look at the Milky Way. It took me a second to sort of understand what I was seeing. This is Cygnus at the bottom here. So we're seeing up through Cygnus and Vulpecula, and then a little bit of Aquila at the top. So it's a fun view of the Milky Way, and because usually shots are centered either on Cygnus and Cepheus or Sagittarius, so this is something a little bit different in how it was framed. I would suggest checking out the Camera Raw filter in Photoshop, just for managing some of that magenta fringing on the stars. It'll just clean it up a little bit. Other than that, I think this is well done. Okay, Max sent in an image of the Pleiades taken with a stock Canon 6D, a William Optics Zenith Star 61, and a Star Adventurer tracker done from a dark sky. So this is well processed, Max. Very elegant. I like the portrait orientation. Of course, saturation is definitely a subjective thing, but I would have preferred a little bit more saturation, both in the star field and in the nebula. So just to show you what that might look like, there's a bit more saturation. The way I did this is I just added a saturation adjustment. As you can see, it's pretty high, plus 68. And then I copied the image you had there into the layer mask and darkened the sky background in this mask so that the saturation would only be hitting the nebula and the stars and not the sky. And this is before and after. So even though this seems like a big adjustment, plus 68, I feel like the effect of it is actually fairly minor. It doesn't actually, you could raise the saturation quite a bit in astrophotos, and it only affects it to the eye just a little bit, I think. Okay, Maxime captured the Cygnus wall with a Vaonis Vespera telescope using the Cova lens mode, which makes a small mosaic image to help reduce walking noise and the issues of it being an alt-az telescope and things like that. So that's a very neat mode they've added to that smart telescope. And Maxime says he wanted to send this just to show how easy it is to get a good a good picture with that telescope in a short amount of time. This is just about 10 minutes without any post-processing done to it. So very nice, Maxime. I like the bright yellow star right there as an anchor point. It looks very good. And I agree that this technology is really amazing. These electronically assisted telescopes are really opening the hobby up to a lot more people by making it easier to jump in. Okay, Maximilian is a 16-year-old astrophotographer who captured this portrait of the Orion constellation with a Canon 80D, a Canon 50mm f1.4 lens, and an astronomic CLS CCD filter, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. This is about 3.5 hours from a Bortle 2 sky, and it was processed with Serial, StarNet, Photoshop, and Lightroom. And Maximilian asks if the colors are too saturated. So overall, I would say no, but it's a very busy field and there's a lot going on. And then there's a few places where I think the saturation level plus how you stretched it is hurting you. Barnard's loop feels very like filled in and like not quite how it should. It should be more varied in brightness and color contrasts, while it just feels like it's all the same red here. But there's, I think that's actually, you can sort of see it in the Horsehead area too, and in the Angelfish Nebula. It's really the reds that you're having trouble with. The variations in colors in some of the other colors looks perfectly fine. So something went wrong with the reds. But you did a great job of bringing out all of the dust and interesting stuff in this region. And I'm sure this looks nice zoomed in. Yes, it very much does. The star field is really nice and colorful, and you can see all these interesting little details. For managing the star field with the background, check out the new version of Serial, which I've been recommending, and the star recomposition process. I guess the last thing is I like the framing, but I wish we just get a little bit of the chin of the witch head. It sort of just makes me want more there. So I don't know if it'd be better to crop that out, but I think then if you cropped it, you'd be too close in on Rigel. So it's probably good as is there. Okay, Mika sent in an image of the Heart Nebula, which is this image is in narrowband plus RGB, and the image processing was done in PixInsight. And Mika was going for a natural look with using all the filters. And I think you did a good job of a pretty natural look here. If you think of the Heart Nebula as being in natural color, it should be fairly red, mostly dominated by the hydrogen, but then you have a little bit here in the center where the hydrogen mixes with the O3 signal, and you get a slightly, different kind of red. I have a few aesthetic kind of suggestions here, and I'm just doing these in Photoshop just for convenience, but these are just more visual suggestions, so you can accomplish this same kind of thing using the tools in PixInsight. So my first suggestion is just to back off the red vibrancy just a little bit. So here's before and after, and to me that just looks a little bit more finished. And then the second thing, after the red, is just to make the image overall a little bit less bright, both the sky background and the midtones. So here's before and after, and it just feels a little bit more balanced that way to me. So these are just pretty minor things, but to me then it feels a little bit more finished. Many sent in an image of the Elephant Trunk Nebula taken with a Samyang 135 lens and a modded Canon 80D with an L-enhanced filter and tracked with the Star Adventurer GTI. I think this looks very nice, Many. I like the framing here, the sort of wide screen look with the elephant trunk in the middle. And the Samyang 135 is definitely a powerhouse in terms of a big star field like this. Many asked about star color and said it was very difficult to get any blue stars to actually appear blue. And yes, the reason for that is the L-enhanced filter is an emission nebula filter. So it blocks most of the blue starlight instead of just, passing it. It's purposefully trying to block that out. The only blue it really passes is sort of a teal blue, or a teal green actually. That's the O3 emission. So blue stars will mostly turn white, yellow stars will turn either white or red. And the only thing to do if you really want natural star color is take the filter out and take another set of unfiltered data just for the stars. That data set doesn't have to be as long as your L-enhanced stack. So if you did 3 hours with the L-enhanced, maybe you could just do 1 hour for the RGB stars, and then you blend the two together. And I think for this shot, that would look really nice. It would enhance it quite a bit. My only suggestion with what you have here is just that the sky background is a bit noisy. I'm not sure the best way to completely fix that, but an easy way to at least fix the green noise would be using SCNR green on this image. And it at least takes out some of the green noise. There's still a little bit of unevenness that maybe could be fixed a bit with gradient background extraction. There is also a lot of HA in this region that I'm seeing, so some of that unevenness is accurate, but then there's like a big blue spot down here. There's a few other little things that maybe you just need more integration to fix those too. Okay, Michael's taken a photo of the Veil Nebula with a stock Canon DSLR mounted on an Orion 120mm f5 refractor. I think that's the short tube 120, an 8x reducer flattener, and tracked with an Ioptron SkyGuider Pro that was auto-guided and controlled with an ASI Air. So that's a very big telescope for the SkyGuider Pro. I do wonder how you managed that, how you got it all balanced and everything. Michael shot this from a Bortle 7 sky, and this is a very long integration. It's 42 hours and 40 minutes. And Michael was wondering why he didn't see more of the diffuse nebulosity with such a long integration. So I was wondering the same myself. I did take a look at your stacked data and tried editing it just to see if I could bring out any more nebulosity. This is what I was able to do using Cyril. I just did a background extraction and color calibration. I took out the stars with StarNet. I stretched the starless version with generalized hyperbolic stretch in Cyril, which lets you get very specific about how you stretch an image. And then I stretched the stars with an arcsine stretch and then brought those two together here in Photoshop, where I did a little bit of work. So I'll just show you that quickly. So there's the result of the starless image. I darkened it a little bit. I then brightened the nebula with a curves adjustment. I added saturation to just the nebula with a layer mask here, and then I screen blended the stars back on top. So hopefully that gives you some idea of some processing techniques to try, Michael. I think that the 42 hours did work for pulling out a lot of nebulosity, even with a stock camera. And it's just trying out some different processing techniques will help you really bring all of that data out. Okay, Michael took this shot of the crescent to the tulip in Cygnus with a modded 60D Canon, a Canon 200mm lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. No filters were used. And Michael commented that he was hoping for more O3 emission, but it came out very red. So yeah, that's going to be very common when you use a modified camera, but no filter. There's just some steps in processing you have to take to bring out the O3 emission, because normally if you just process the data, it's going to be dominated by the HA. Just because I was curious about how much I could bring out, I tried this here. So there's your starless red channel. I colored that red. I then screen blended the green channel on top, so that's your O3. I colored that blue, and you can see it's still fairly weak compared to the red, but with a little bit of selective color and curves, you can make the blue stand out a bit more. I then noticed there was like a little bit of a gradient down at the bottom, so I darkened that. I saturated it, and now we're seeing a better balance of red and blue. Added the stars back on. For some reason your data is a little bit soft, a little bit blurred. I'm not sure why exactly, but it still, I think, makes a pretty cool impression. This is a little bit more of a fantasy look. I guess that's often what I do with HOO, is make it a little bit crazy looking like this. But I just wanted to show that it's definitely possible to really push that O3 emission that you have captured by going starless and then just really enhancing the green channel and coloring it however you want. So I colored it fairly blue. Okay, Michael took this image of the Iris Nebula with an ASI 174MC cooled camera attached to an Orion 200mm Newtonian on a Skywatcher EQ6 mount, processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop CS4. And I think this looks great. You obviously have this mount and system, Newtonian telescope dialed in. The stars look really nice, and as do the details. My only suggestion is you may want to add one more plugin to your Photoshop CS4, which is Hasta La Vista Green, because I just see a little bit of green noise left around the shadows around the Iris Nebula. But that's really the only small fix I would make to this. Okay, Mihal. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. It could also be Michael, but I'll go with Mihal. Mihal sent an image of Orion's belt and sword, and this was taken with a Canon 80D ASCAR FMA 180 telescope and Skywatcher Star Adventurer GTI. It was captured from a Bortle 4 Sky and was a total of 1 hour 40 minutes. A few issues were mentioned. One of them was that the stars in the upper right look stretched. So let's take a look. Stars in the center look perfectly round. That doesn't look too bad to me. I guess I can see a little bit of issue, but it could be tilt. It could just be that's the quality of the lens, the ASCAR 180 lens. For a wide field shot like this, you can't expect perfection in the corners. So that might just be the best it can do. One thing you could try, I guess, is you could attach someone else's camera and see if the same tilt is there in that same corner, that kind of thing. But you may just have to live with it. Michal also mentioned the bright blue halos on the belt stars. Those look, again, fairly normal to me. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Those are some of the brighter blue stars in the sky, and they always sort of have that glowy halo look to them. One thing I did notice, which I thought was a little weird, was the sky around Orion and Running Man is like a lot darker than the rest of the picture. I'm not sure what happened there, but I just put in a little fix just to show you what I meant. So this is before, and then after I just brightened up that part of the sky. It's still maybe a little bit darker right in close to the Orion Nebula, but this is just a quick curves fix on the JPEG. Okay, Mihalo sent in an image of the Orion and Running Man nebulae taken with a Nikon DSLR and a kit 70 to 300 zoom lens on a Sky Watcher Star Adventurer tracker. And this was from a Bortle 7 Sky. This is 245 lights at f7.1, 30 seconds each. And it was processed with Cyril, StarNet, Photoshop, and Topaz. And Mihalo asks how to avoid overprocessing data that is not very good. Good question. Probably my first answer there is don't use Topaz denoise on data that's not very good. It's only going to exacerbate the problems. Any issue with noise or bad data quality, it's just going to make worse. If we zoom in, I'm sure I can see some weird Topaz artifacts. Like this line right here in the Orion Nebula is really artificially sharp. The stars look way too sharp and not natural looking. But then other parts are blurred. So yeah, I would just avoid using Topaz denoise. It's gonna always at first make your image look much better, especially zoomed out like this. But then when you really look at it, you're like, oh, that's not right. So it's putting a Band-Aid on some of the issues, but then also causing its own issues. So other than that, great job. Congrats on the new gear that you mentioned, which I'm sure you have by now and are enjoying. Okay, Mike sent in this wide image of the Cygnus Loop. This was with a Nikon Z5, a stock Nikon Z5, a RedCat 51, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And this was shot from Bortle 3 with about 2 hours of integration. And Mike described his process in PixInsight, then said that one of his issues when he combines the stars back with the starless image is it leaves gaps. So let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, I can see how it looks like there's sort of these weird holes and it just looks sort of splotchy. So what I would suggest is simplify what you're doing. What you're doing now is you're making a starless and stars version and then you're processing both. What I suggest is just stretch your data so that it looks good for the stars. Separate them at that point with StarNet 2, and then don't touch the stars version until you recombine them. And when you recombine them, just screen blend the stars back on, and that's it. And that's all you have to do. You can mess around with the starless version however you want, but don't process that stars only version ever. Just add it back on at the end, and hopefully with that kind of workflow, you're not going to see any of these artifacts. Okay, Miki sent in a photo of Mars. This was taken at 55mm focal length with a camera lens and a Canon DSLR. It looks great, Miki. The stars are in focus. Let's just zoom in a little bit. And they look fairly sharp, just a little bit trailed, but not noticeable when you zoom back out. They have nice color, as does Mars. And the next thing, I guess, to try with a photo like this one is to follow Mars night by night using Stellarium and find a night when it's going to be close to something interesting, like a star cluster or the moon or a deep sky object, and see if you can get a sort of interesting conjunction between Mars and something else in your photo. Okay, Miko sent in an image of the Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with a 6-inch Newtonian and a Nikon D5300. No chroma corrector and no calibration frames. It was taken from a Bortle 3 sky, and Miko got 3 hours of integration. So it looks good, but there's some issues maybe that could be corrected with flats. I also think that with this kind of framing where you can't really fit the whole galaxy into frame because of the focal length, that what might look better is just to do a crop where you're really just focusing in on the details. Something like that. Then it really feels like sort of like a spacewalk into the center of the galaxy, and I think makes for a slightly more interesting photo. And then because you don't have to deal with the background sky, you can do some fun things with processing too. Like you could really up the saturation if you wanted to, or up the sharpening, all kinds of interesting things when you're filling the frame with the deep sky object. So that's what I would play around with this image. Mikolaj captured the Andromeda Galaxy with a Canon 60D and a zoom lens, and Mikolaj mentioned having issues with banding. I can see that now that you've pointed it out. And it's both vertical and horizontal banding. To avoid this in the first place, one thing to do is make sure your flats and your bias frames and your darks and everything is at the same ISO as your light frames. I've seen some people use like ISO 100 for the flats. You really don't want to do that, especially with Canon cameras. So if you shot all your light frames at ISO 800, let's say, then shoot all your calibration frames at that same ISO. I don't know if that was the issue here, but it could be. It could just also be that your Canon 60D is developing problems with the sensor. There is a action set called Astronomy Tools for Photoshop that's about $30, and it has both horizontal and vertical banding noise reduction. So you just click on them and run them, and it's supposed to remove a lot of that banding from the photo. So looking at it, I think it did a great job with the vertical. I still see at least one big horizontal band here. So maybe let's try running it again. It got maybe a little better. So yeah, you can try running those if you want to spend the money, but it might be better just to upgrade the camera at some point. One other thing you can try is different ISO. So sometimes banding shows up more at lower ISOs, less at higher ISOs. So you might try going up to ISO 1600 and see if the banding is still there. Okay, Mind de Goss is a 12-year-old astrophotographer who captured this image of the Andromeda Galaxy untracked with a Canon DSLR and Canon Nifty 50 lens from Bortle 3 sky. And Mind de Goss asked why the stars have purple rings around them. That's called chromatic aberration, and it's very common with many, many camera lenses. You can minimize it by either stopping down the lens so that it lets in less light, but also sharpens up things like this. But of course, that's a trade-off because you're letting in less light with untracked. That sort of will make the galaxy dimmer, of course. With tracked astrophotography, we can stop down the lens and just use a longer exposure time. There's also a way to minimize this in Photoshop. So we go to Filter, Camera Raw Filter, and we use this diffringe tool. Here's before and after. I can also zoom in. So look at that star right there. There's before, after. And that defringe tool works pretty well, I have to say. Okay, Momosquitos took this photo untracked with a Canon 6D Omegon 72mm refractor at 432mm focal length. So yeah, let's say that again, untracked at 432mm focal length. That's pretty aggressive. And Momosquitos took 1,860 light frames at 1 second each, ISO 12,800 from a Bortle 4 Sky, stacked and processed in serial. So let's zoom in. I'm surprised at how little star trailing you got at that focal length, untracked. But I guess the Canon 6D does have pretty big pixels, so maybe that did it. It's very impressive. I think I'm not sure if going to ISO 12,800 was necessary. Maybe try 6,400. I'm just not sure if the 6D can really go to that super high ISO without limiting dynamic range a little bit too much. You asked how to improve the color of the nebulae without messing up the color of the background. To me, these colors look great. I don't know about changing them too much. You could make, if you had some particular reason you wanted to change them, you could just make a selection to mask and then use selective color to change the color of the nebula in some way. But these look like very natural colors to me. With a stock camera, the Lagoon and Trifid should appear this sort of like bubblegum pink because there's a lot of H-beta and O3 components that are mixing with the H-alpha to make that color. I did look at your data and I really couldn't do any better than you have here in processing it to bring all of this out. The only thing that I maybe would have done differently is just cropped away some of the edge artifacts. Just because I find them a little bit distracting, and I think the main focus of the Lagoon and Trifid is enough, and we don't necessarily need all that stuff around the edge. But very nice job and very impressive. Definitely one of the most impressive untracked astrophotos I've seen in terms of using an actual telescope untracked. That's pretty cool. Okay, this is Monty. Monty, a 15-year-old astrophotographer from Australia, sent in a nicely detailed image of the Large Magellanic Cloud. This was shot with a Canon 200D, a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker, and a Rokinon 135 f2 lens. And it was shot from a Bortle 4 location. So this looks very good. Monty said the only thing that was difficult was the Tarantula Nebula, which is right here, is so bright that it can be hard to process the galaxy without blowing that out. And Monty actually sent in his Photoshop file here, so you can see all the different adjustments that were made. And this one's pretty interesting. That's an adjustment where he brightened, the Large Magellanic Cloud, but didn't want to also brighten some of the nebula regions, so he masked those out, which is smart. I don't know this area of the sky very well, so I'm not sure if this is accurate, but it looks like you have a light pollution gradient up here in the upper left, because the sky is really quite neutral and dark down here, and then seems to be too bright up here. So if you didn't use background extraction on this, I'd recommend it. You can do it in Serial or Graxpert. Both are free, and they help you remove the gradient out of your image before you stretch it. But overall, I think this is very impressive. I love seeing images from the Southern Hemisphere. And the Tarantula Nebula is so fascinating, being this giant nebula region in another galaxy, but that we can make out like this even with just a camera lens. That's fascinating. Nandakumar Rajesh sent an image of the Milky Way. This is 33 photos stacked with sequator and shot with a Nikon D5300 and kit lens and processed in Lightroom and Pexels. Pexels I think is a social media platform, but Nandakumar wanted me to say that he has contributed over 400 images to Pexels. Anyways, obviously the struggle with Milky Way and light pollution is there's no good way to remove gradients when the whole sky is taken up by the Milky Way and the color of the light pollution, and the Milky Way is often the same color, so then they become intermingled. But this is a great job with those challenges, and I hope that maybe you'll also try some deep sky from your location, because with deep sky you can shoot closer to zenith where there might be less light pollution and might have a lot of luck that way. Okay, Natan sent in an image of Andromeda untracked with a stock Canon DSLR and nifty 50 lens. Nice job bringing out the dust lanes within Andromeda. That looks really nice. Some impressive detail for a small lens. And Natan asked if you should add bad data to a stack. So good question, and of course the answer is it depends. What it depends on is what you consider bad data. Like a satellite going through a photo is no problem usually, because as long as you use something like sigma clipping in stacking those pixels where the satellite photobombed your photo are just going to get rejected, so then the satellite trail won't make it into your final stacked image. But if you're talking about bad data, like it's out of focus or clouded over or something like that, then it will be better not to add that to the stack, or because the resulting stacked photo will probably be worse if you add those kinds of bad frames. Okay, Nelson sent in an image of the Andromeda Galaxy taken with a Canon 6D and a Canon 70-200 f4 lens on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer GTI. And this is one of Nelson's first attempts to use the tracker. So it looks like, Nelson, you have a little bit of polar alignment error just based on the trailing of the stars. It's all in the same direction. So keep practicing with polar alignment. The key thing for me to get it was using those apps on your phone where it shows you where Polaris is on a little reticule, like the same one that you'll see in the polar alignment scope, and knowing that you just have to get Polaris onto the same point in that circle. So I usually just ignore the markings in the reticule and just look at the app and say, okay, Polaris should be at 3 o'clock on the clock, and then that's where I put it. But if it helps, you can also just, with a GTI, just rotate the RA axis until that clock face is all lined up, and then just follow where Polaris should go based on the app to get correctly polar aligned. Okay, Nick sent in this image of Jupiter. This was taken with a Celestron 8SE telescope and an SV Bony 105 camera. This is 20 pictures stacked with astropixel processor. So I didn't know that astropixel processor does planetary registration and stacking. That's really good to know. I think this looks good, Nick. I'm not a planetary expert, but I think you can do video with the SV Bony 105 using some kind of software like Fire Capture. And you might want to try that, because with short video frames, it can really help with sharpness, because you're doing something called lucky imaging, where you're finding just these fractions of a second where the atmosphere is more still. And the faster you can record video, the better that works. Okay, Nico from Texas sent in an image of M33, the Triangulum Galaxy. This was taken with a modded Nikon D5300, a William Optics Zenith Star 61, and an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. It was from a Bortle 2 Sky, and this is 67 subs at 5 minutes each. And Nico used DSS, Serial, and GIMP for processing, and mentioned that this object has always been challenging, and this is his 4th attempt. So I've admittedly only shot it one time in my first year, but I remember finding it difficult too. It's deceptively dim, and there isn't a huge amount of contrast in the Galaxy to really tease out. So you really have to use color contrast, which I think you did a great job of here by emphasizing those nebulae, the H2 pockets, with their brighter pink color. My only suggestion is that I think you could darken the sky a little bit without losing anything. If I look at a histogram, there's a big gap here between 0 and where your sky starts. So I could probably bring it over, halfway, and I think that looks really good. Okay, Nicolas. Nicolas captured the Heart Nebula with a QHY-8L CCD camera, a GSO 200mm Newtonian, and a Celestron AVX mount. And this was a total of 36 hours integration, and Nicolas wondered why he's not getting the depth that he would expect from so much integration, and asked if it's his image scale, his processing abilities, or something else. Nicolas described his process as stacking in DSS, processing in Photoshop, along with using the AstroFlat Pro plugin. But he didn't go into a lot of detail with how exactly he processes this in Photoshop. So I'm not sure why you lost so much detail in processing. It looks like you tried to do a lot, tried to remove a lot of the stars and really add a lot of sharpening and things like that. So I would advocate for just doing much simpler processing than probably what you did. I'll show you what I was able to make out of your data. So this is just background extraction in Serial. I made a starless version. I stretched, the starless version with generalized hyperbolic stretch. I sharpened it a little bit and then added the stars back on. And so definitely there's a lot more detail in your data, but I think that the trick is just don't over process it. Just keep things simple, really concentrate on background extraction, and then you can add a little sharpening. I like the starless technique, but just keep experimenting, keep learning. You may find Serial helps you, or you may want to move to PixInsight. There's a lot of tutorials on that as well. Okay, this is another Nicolas, and Nicolas sent in a photo of Andromeda, captured with a Nikon D3300 and a 55 to 300 millimeter lens on a Star Adventurer from Bortle 3. No calibration frames and about 40 minutes of data at 135 millimeter focal length. And Nicolas processed this with GIMP and said they couldn't get StarNet to work, maybe because the stars weren't in focus enough. So let's take a look. Yes, they do look a little bit out of focus. You have that sort of donut shape, and when any kind of algorithm can't find the center of the star, it will have trouble knowing what is a star. So that makes sense. What I'd suggest adding to your software stack is Serial for things like color calibration and background extraction. And for the focus issue, since you have the Samyang 135, which is And for the focus issue, at 135 millifocal length, you should be able to use a Badenov mask. Many people are 3D printing them. I think you could find one that works for your lens for not very much money. Okay, Night Sky Observer sent in this image of Andromeda. This was taken with an 8-inch SCT and a modded Canon 2000D. So this is a really cool image. I like how close in it is. Your system seems dialed in pretty well based on the details and the stars. And Night Sky Observer mentioned he is having a problem with flats overcorrecting and is using a pixel math workaround to sort of fix it, but would want to really solve it for real. So my sense is it's hard to give advice on flats because different things will work for different people in different systems. But one thing that a lot of people suggest when you're struggling with flats is to try sky flats because they seem like something that are sort of tricky to capture well, but once you do understand how to capture them well, they can fix a lot of problems. So I think that's worth a shot. But nice work with the photo. It looks really good. Okay, here is Nighttime Imaging, who sent me an image of the Cygnus Wall. This was taken with a Canon DSLR and a Skywatcher 150 PDS Newtonian on an EQM 35 mount. This is 9 hours and 3 minute 9 hours of 3-minute subs, and it was stacked in serial and processed in PixInsight. So this is, and Nighttime Imaging is wondering if there's something more they can do in processing or something more they can do artistically. So I think artistically this is really successful. I like, sometimes the off-center of the main object looks a little strange, but because you have the bright stars, and especially this bright star offsetting the, it creates balance in the photo, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Because you have something big and bright over here, and then obviously the main area of interest is on this side. And I would say your processing style is very naturalistic. I like how much of the blues you're able to bring out. It's a very bright style. Just to show you what a little bit of a moodier style might look like, here's my interpretation. It has a little bit more contrast than yours. And then I guess I also went more red. But you still can see a fair amount of blue as well. So I think I like yours better, actually. But I am seeing maybe a little bit of horizontal banding and things in yours that is a little bit harder to see in mine, just because I think I went darker with the interpretation. Okay, this is Niklas, and Niklas sent an image of the lobster claw and the bubble nebula in Cepheus, and M52 is there too. And this is captured with a TS Optics 80mm refractor, an ASI 294 MC, and an Optolong L Extreme filter, and processed with DSS, Photoshop, StarNet, and Topaz denoise. And Niklas said his problem is undersampling with his camera and scope combination. So to me, undersampling is only really a problem if you're trying to do something very specific. So to me, undersampling is only a problem if you're trying to do something very specific, like resolve very small details in the lunar surface or in another galaxy or doing planetary or something like that. For shots of nebulae, you likely are not really undersampled because, for instance, if you look at your stars, those don't look undersampled to me, right? There's nothing that's pixelated about them. They have a natural profile. I wouldn't say they're undersampled. And then in terms of nebula detail, you're picking up plenty of fine detail given the field of view. Of course, you can go with a higher focal length and get a better sampling, but then you're not going to pick up all of this in one shot. So I really don't think undersampling is an issue for you. And I agree that it's really fun to pick up lots of deep sky objects in one shot. My one suggestion in processing is to check out generalized hyperbolic stretch. It's available in both serial in the 1.2 beta, and it's also available as a plugin you can download for PixInsight. And the reason I suggest it is because it's very powerful in your ability to bring out some of this faint nebulosity while controlling the highlights, because it has a protect highlights slider. And I think that's going to help you with a scene like this avoid some of these really bright areas just getting so bright that it's hard to see some of the detail that you've captured when zoomed out. Okay, NJR95 captured the Large Magellanic Cloud untracked with a Sony a7 IV, a Sony 70-200 zoom lens, and took 445 images at 4 seconds each, which comes to about 30 minutes integration. And this was done under a Bortle 5 sky. And I think this looks really great. I mean, I'm amazed this is untracked. I don't really know the southern sky that well, but I just can't believe that you can get this much detail without even a tracker on the Magellanic Cloud. NJR95 asked, how much difference will there be in image quality taken between a Bortle 1 to 3 and a Bortle 4 to 5, assuming all other parameters are equal? So a couple things. One is that there's a big difference between a Bortle 5 and a Bortle 4. A Bortle 4 is a big category. It can go from a fairly dark sky. By the end of Bortle 4, you're reaching a pretty bright sky. But if we're talking Bortle 1 to 3, it's going to get much better, because the thing with signal to noise ratio is light pollution carries its own signal, but also its own noise. And so even if you subtract a light pollution gradient from your data, all the noise from the light pollution is already mixed in with all of the other noise sources. So I know that's a bit abstract, but just to give you another sort of example of how it could improve your image quality, if you look at your image here, there's a magenta part of the Magellanic Cloud and a green part of the Magellanic Cloud. There's all these color shifts that I think came from a light pollution gradient that then you tried to subtract, and it didn't quite work perfectly. A lot of that kind of stuff is solved by a really dark sky, because you don't have all of these light pollution problems when you go to a dark site usually. So I think it will be definitely noticeable. 30 minutes of data from Bortle 1 to 3 will be even better than what you've captured here. Okay, NOAA captured Andromeda Galaxy without a star tracker using a Canon T7 DSLR and a Canon Nifty 50 lens. This was 200 lights at f2 and 2 seconds each from a Bortle 6 sky. And NOAA was wondering if there was a way to get more of the natural color of Andromeda from the city sky. So maybe not too much more than that. Untracked. With a star tracker, definitely yes. I think with a star tracker and a slightly longer telephoto lens, that people are definitely able to get plenty of color out of Andromeda from Bortle 6. But with your equipment, I'm not sure if more exposures would really help with the color. The darker sky would help, but I think what more exposures is going to help with is the noise. But I'm not sure if color is really going to come out that much better with the equipment you're using from a Bortle 6 sky. Another thing to point out here is there's a pretty extreme light pollution gradient from the upper left to the bottom right. You can take care of that for free with programs like Cirrel or Grexpert. Okay, NOAA captured the Running Man Nebula and the Orion Nebula with a stock Canon 60D, a William Optics Zenith Star 73, and an Optolong Skyguider Pro. This is 2 hours of integration from a Bortle 4 sky, processed with Photoshop and Topaz denoise, and NOAA said his biggest issue was black dots in the star cores after processing with Topaz. If you've watched more, of this coverage, you know that I'm not really a fan of Topaz denoise. It causes lots of issues like we're seeing here. So what NOAA is saying is these hollowed out star cores was from after using Topaz. But then also I just think that this, we have sort of a lumpy kind of blurred out effect too from Topaz denoise. If you do want to use a simple AI-based noise reduction tool, I would recommend Russ Croman's Noise Exterminator, which is available as a Photoshop plugin over Topaz because it's trained on astrophotography data and does a better job. What I usually just use is I try not to use any noise reduction that blurs the image like this. What I use is in here, in Camera Raw Filter, I use color noise reduction. And color noise reduction seems to just desaturate hot pixels and things like that in color model, but it doesn't blur anything. So that's what I use in terms of noise reduction typically. Okay, Nolan took an image of the North America and Pelican Nebulae with a stock Nikon D7000 24 to 120 millimeter zoom lens and a Star Adventurer tracker from a Bortle 5 sky and with a nearly full moon, and it was about 2 hours of data at f4. And Nolan asked about the noise and whether that was more from an old camera or from too little integration. So noise is always going to be a combination of things, and in this case, you shot on a full moon from a Bortle 5. So probably that moonlight is adding to a lot of your problems. If you shot it on a night with no moonlight, you're going to have far fewer noise issues on something like this with a dim HA target. The other thing is you're using a stock camera, not an HA modified one. So HA dominant targets like this are going to be a little harder to bring out. And then the more you stretch, the more you see the noise. It all compounds, the sky brightness, the moonlight, all these things. But I wouldn't really worry too much about your camera not being new enough. If you are really into emission nebulae, you might consider getting a modified DSLR or an astro camera. Okay, Noon sent in an image of the Cygnus Loop made with a modded DSLR, a Samyang 135 f2 lens, and this is untracked. 686 photos at 1.3 seconds each with the lens at f2.2 and from a Bortle 4 location. And Noon mentioned having trouble with the cloudy dust in the background and asked if there's a way to make it cleaner. So my guess is that you have a mix here of actual dust in space, but also probably a lot of dim little stars, because this is a really busy star region that are not fully being resolved by your lens, but are still creating some kind of light that's brighter than the sky. So I think the best way to handle that would be to just darken the sky on your starless image while keeping the nebulae sort of preserved with a mask. You can make sort of a luminance mask on your starless image and try that. It's also very impressive that you went after such a difficult target without a tracker. It's sort of curious to me that you have an astro-modified camera but no star tracker. But everyone approaches this hobby differently, so maybe you just like the simplicity of just the tripod. But that's really cool. Well done. Okay, and here we have Omer's astrophotography, and Omer's astrophotography sent in an image of Orion Nebula. This was taken with a Meade 80mm refractor and a Nikon D3100. Stacked in DSS and Cyril. And my first thought when seeing this is that it was like taken with on an eyepiece, but I guess not. It sounds like you're at prime focus, so I guess it's just that the refractor is very vignetted. Maybe it's like an f10 refractor or something with like an achromat. Since Omer's astrophotography didn't mention a mount, and this was done with 4-second lights, I'm guessing this is untracked. So we're getting a lot of very interesting and cool untracked shots here. This one was untracked, and now Omer's astrophotography is taking this super zoomed in view untracked. So my only suggestion in processing is to see if you can resolve more detail in the core here. And I actually know that you can, because I took your autosave TIFF from DSS and processed it myself and got this. And I think this is really neat because you actually resolved the 4 trapezium stars right here in the core of Orion. This is called the trapezium cluster. And it's really cool, that you captured this at such high resolution with untracked, I think. I use the new generalized hyperbolic stretch in the new version of Cyril to do this. And so that would be my challenge for you, Omer, is to maybe just crop in on this part and try processing it like I have here, just focusing on that cluster. Okay, Orson sent in an image of the Pleiades made with a DIY modded Fuji X-T2, a Tear 3S lens and tracked with a star adventurer. And this was taken from a Bortle 5 sky. The lens was stopped down to f8, and the ISO was 3200. And Orson has some questions about noise and ISO. So I'll try to explain this as briefly as I can. For stacked astrophotography, a higher ISO does not create any noise on its own. In fact, higher ISO values have slightly less read noise. What happens, and the reason that you think a high ISO has higher noise, is because it's revealing more of the noise. So if I just take a picture, a single picture, and look on the camera, and I use a higher ISO, it looks like there's way more noise, but it's just because the picture is brighter because of the higher ISO value. The thing that actually determines how much noise we see in the picture is our signal to noise ratio, which is determined by how dark your sky is, how fast your optics are, and how much data you collect. So ISO is not particularly important. The fact that you are at ISO 3200 doesn't really matter. You could be at ISO 1600, 3200, 6400. It's going to come out basically the same once you actually stack and stretch and all of that. What did matter, as you guessed, was stopping down to f8. That's going to mean that it's going to take much longer to get adequate signal. The trade-off is you get sharper stars, but I think probably with the Terra 3S, which I own too, you could just stop it down from the native f4.5 to f5.6, and that's going to give you plenty of sharpness in the stars, whilst giving you a whole stop brighter in terms of the light. So that was a lot of theory and acquisition acquisition and camera settings. In terms of your processing, I think it looks great. The diffraction pattern is pretty crazy at f8, but other than that, I think this looks really nice. And the noise, since we've been speaking about that, really doesn't bother me in your photo here. Okay, Uthman. Uthman sent a photo of the Ryan Belt and Sword taken with a Canon ESR and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. This is at 200mm focal length at f2.8 from a Bortle 5 sky. And this is one of Uthman's first images, so he's looking for any kind of advice. So my biggest advice is don't be afraid to stretch the data much more aggressively than you have here. Even on the JPEG here, if we just raise up the levels, I'm sure we'll see a lot more. So it doesn't look great because a lot of stuff has been clipped to black already, but you really can just go ahead and stretch your data much, much more aggressively, because I'm sure there is a lot more in there. This is one reason I like the program Cyril, which is free. It has an auto stretch feature. The auto stretch is going to be fairly aggressive, but it's going to show you what's actually in your data. And so you could start with the auto stretch and then go from there and just sort of alter the auto stretch a little bit. Okay, Otto sent in an image of Andromeda. This is taken with a Canon T8i RedCat 51 Skywatcher Star Adventurer and from a Bortle 4 sky. This is 60 lights at 2 minutes each. It was processed with Sequator, Photoshop, and StarNet, and Otto asks if the background is clip. So visually, yes. Let's find out if numerically it's also clipped. Yes, okay. So what I'm seeing here is if I hover my mouse and look at this info panel, it says 000 in the RGB. That means that it's pure black, and that's what clipped means. So 255 is pure white. That's an 8-bit scale, 0 to 255. And what you want to see there in the black background, the dark sky background, is something more like 18, 18, 18, or 28, 25, 27, something like that. As long as it's within the range of around 15 to 35, that's a really good black level for most monitors. Other than that, this looks pretty good, Otto. Even though your sky is so black, you still have a fairly nice transition from galaxy to sky, but the galaxy will look less pasted on if your sky isn't so dark. The only other thing is I think there's a little bit too much magenta in your galaxy, which is giving it a little bit of a purple tone, when usually we want to go for a little bit more of a solid blue. Okay, and then next we have Pobmerex, and this is sort of a funny one back to back because we were just talking about black level, and this one was clipped to pure black. This one to me looks much too gray, like not dark enough. And so if we look at this numerically, we're at around 49, 49, 49, so around 50. And I said sort of the ideal is around 15 to 35. So if we apply, just a curve like this to darken your sky, now we're at 16 or 22, 21, 17. So something like that is generally what we're going for with the sky background. Now, sometimes you can go a little bit brighter than this. So I could meet you halfway, do something like that, and then we're at around 30, but 50 usually feels a little bit too gray and washed out. So anyways, on with your critique. I just thought that was an interesting comparison. Pobmerex says this is their first astrophoto ever. Wow, it's amazing that my photo wasn't nearly this good, my first. This is 32 lights at 30 seconds each with a Nikon D3200, a Sigma 18-200 zoom lens, and just on a tripod untracked, and from Bortle 9. Okay, so very impressive to get this much detail out of an untracked shot from Bortle 9. Knowing all that, really the only thing I would say is just what I said earlier of it just being too bright to begin with. So I've just darkened it, and I think it looks a lot better, a little bit darker. Okay, Patrick sent in an image of the Orion Nebula. This was taken with a Nikon D750, a Tamron 70-300 zoom, and an Omegon Mini-Track LX3 from a Bortle 4 location. Patrick used Sequator for stacking and Photoshop for editing. So I think this looks very good, Patrick. I really don't have any other notes on it other than it's cool to see another person using that Mini-Track for a close-up deep sky shot like this. I'd thought of it mostly as a wide field kind of tracker, but it's nice to see that it can be used for this kind of thing and still get nice round stars. Okay, Patrick captured this of star trails, obviously, but also some satellites in there. And this was done with Patrick's Panasonic Lumix S5, which has something called Live View Composite Mode. So what that, I assume, means is you see the picture being made in real time right on your camera screen. And that's really cool. I actually have an Android cell phone that can do that mode too, and I found that it's really fun to capture star trails that way and see them getting longer and longer right on the camera screen. This one is obviously very well planned with the cool foreground and the lit up monument there in front. That looks really nice. So congrats, Patrick. I like this shot quite a lot. Okay, next we have Paulo, and Paulo sent in a nice image here of the Iris Nebula. This is in the constellation Cepheus. It's one of my favorites, and this was taken with a Skywatcher refractor with reducer, an ASI 294 MC camera, and Paulo would like me to address the background color of the sky and the stars not being round in the corners. Okay, so let's first take a look at the corners. Okay, so down here it looked worse than the top corner, but I don't know if the top was cropped. Okay, and just looking at these bottom two corners, all the stars are radiating in, so that suggests that you need more space between the reducer and your ZWO camera. So I'm not sure exactly what your imaging train looks like, but it probably should be 55 millimeters between the back of the reducer and your camera's sensor. Typically with ZWO, they're pretty good about giving you the right spacers so that you just put them all together and put it on the back and you're good to go. But I don't know if you're using something in there like a filter drawer or something that's changing that. But then, yeah, your top is actually pretty perfect. So that would almost suggest tilt more than a back focus problem. But then the way that these are radiating in on both corners makes me think that it is back focus. So you might have to, play around with this. There's a plugin within Nina called Hocus Focus that's supposed to sort of tell you what is tilt and what is back focus. So maybe try that out. Paulo's other question was about the color of the background sky in this shot. And it looks a little bit red, but I think it's possible that this red is emission nebula, just dim emission. But the key thing is just to do a very careful background extraction. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll run automatic background extractor. That'll show me where the dust is. And then I'll know where to put the points for the dynamic background extractor and just be very careful not to put those points anywhere on the dust. Okay, then we have Pedro. Pedro sent in an image of the Lagoon and Trifid nebulae captured with a Canon DSLR, Samyang 135, and Optolong L Pro clip-in filter. This was processed with Serial, and this image, it looks like a very nice field. The nice sharp stars throughout. The only thing that looks a little bit odd to my eye is it looks like very natural color, except for the Lagoon and Trifid are very orange, right, in this shot. Well, they should be more of like a pink or red. But in a natural color shot like what you have here, I think with an L Pro, they should be sort of pink. So I just used a quick selective color adjustment and mask to show you what they should look like if you're doing natural color, which the rest of your image suggests you are. So that's the only thing I would suggest is maybe figure out why they got so yellow if you can. And then if you can't figure it out, I would still just sort of maybe colorize them a little bit differently there. Okay, Pepito centered the Dumbbell Nebula at 250 millimeter focal length untracked. This is 158 subs at 1 second each from a Bortle 7 sky. Pepito mentioned they tried the night before with a brighter 50 millimeter lens, but the dumbbell was too small. Here they found it too dim and noisy and wondered why there's so much noise. So light pollution is this unwanted signal. It also has its own noise. Even when we remove the light pollution from our image, the noise is left over. So that's why light pollution is so bad, because the noise from the light pollution intermingles with your normal noise. And so getting to a darker place is the number one thing to sort of get better backgrounds, get better contrast. The other thing you can do is use a faster lens. So, when I'm showing these videos untracked on YouTube, I'm usually using a f2.8 200 millimeter lens, and from a darker sky with a longer integration. So all of these just little things add up to create a less noisy picture. But if you could just do one thing, if you went from 150 sub-exposures at 1 second each to 600, your image is going to be a lot less noisy. Okay, Peter sent in this image of the Veil Nebula. It was captured with a QHY 163M camera, an Explorer Scientific ED80 telescope with a Hotech field flattener, and a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount, and Botter HA and O3 filters. And Peter said that this is his best image so far, but he doesn't want me to hold back because he wants to critique in order to improve. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm going to zoom in and just take a look at the details. Very nice details in the veil. Okay, looking at your corners, the stars do seem to be radiating in, at least along the bottom corners, so you might need a little bit more additional spacer, maybe 1 or 2 millimeters, or it could be tilt, one or the other. Typically with an HOO image like this, you would make the HA emission more of a pink or red, and you made it a very orange. It doesn't bother me. I think it looks sort of cool, but I don't know if that was your intention. Probably was, I would assume. You have very nice detail and great, sharpness here. There's a little bit of graininess of noise when you really zoom in, but that kind of thing doesn't bother me. You could probably reduce it even more with a little bit more integration, but I think this looks excellent. Just because the stars are a little bit strange in the quarters, I might crop in a little bit more than you have. But on the other hand, then you'd be missing out on some of this cool extended nebulosity you got. So maybe not. In terms of the composition, I think you probably could have done something a little bit more interesting with what you have. It's just very much centered and straight across. Maybe putting it at more of a diagonal and getting a little bit more of the Fleming-Pickering triangle could have been interesting. Okay, Peter has captured the Andromeda Galaxy. This is with a TS Optics 70mm refractor, a Sony A6400 mirrorless, and an AVX mount. And Peter says that this is his first light with this telescope. He processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Lightroom, StarNet, and Photoshop, and said he didn't have the knowledge for how to deal with halos on bright stars. I actually wouldn't have noticed that at all. I don't think that your halos on your bright stars are obtrusive, so I don't think it's really anything to worry about. This isn't a star, that's a satellite galaxy. And the other stars look perfectly fine to me. My only suggestion is maybe color balance. I'm not sure if you meant to go with this really blue look. It looks cool, but it's a very artistic kind of interpretation of the galaxy, because usually the galaxy has a much warmer core than this. Well, this is more of sort of like an icy blue look. If you want a free tool for color calibration, you can download Cyril. Okay, Peter captured M42 untracked with a stock Canon DSLR and a kit lens. This is 826 lights at 2.5 seconds each from a Bortle 3 Sky. It was stacked in Sequator and edited with GIMP. And Peter asked what this line was to the right of M42. Let's take a look. Okay, so you see this sort of dashed red line. My guess is that is an airplane trail. And I can't remember if Sequator has a Sigma clipping option, but that's how you get rid of airplane and satellite trails, is to use Sigma clipping, which rejects outliers. I know most stacking programs have it. I can't remember if Sequator does. Other than that, I think this looks really good. Compositionally, I think I would have left a little bit more space down below Orion, even if it meant not getting all 3 belt stars. And then there's a little bit of light pollution gradient left in here that you could fix. And that's about it. You have some nice colors, and the Orion Nebula came out very well. So Philip captured here Central Cygnus with a Nikon Z6 mirrorless camera, a Nikon Z85mm lens, and he also composited in some details on some of the different bright nebulae with a 180mm lens. And I'll say that the compositing was very well done, because I didn't notice it at all before I read about it. The only place where now looking I can maybe tell is on the Cygnus wall. It looks like there's some extra crispy details in there. But overall, I think this is all really well processed. The colors look good. For my taste, I would maybe go just a tad darker overall. just because it feels a little bit bright. But I think the nebulae are at sort of the right level, and maybe it's the star field that just feels a little bit bright. But that's just, I guess, to my personal taste. I think this is a very nice composition with all kinds of great details. Another way you might control the star field, since you're tracking, is to stop down the lens a little bit. I know that it seems sacrilege to have this really nice fast lens and then stop it down, but I have an 85mm f1.2 and was using it at f1.2 for a year before I ever stopped it down. But then when I did, and actually did a very similar shot to this, I was actually very happy with the star performance stopped down to f2.8. Okay, so Philippe captured the Triangulum galaxy here with a Red Cat, a Canon T7, and a Star Adventure. This is 104 lights at 1 minute each, and it was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop. And my suggestion here is just to be careful with your stretching, do it very incrementally. The sky looks basically clipped, and the stars are almost clipped in the opposite direction, to white. So I think if you do put in less contrast through stretching, you're going to actually get a better result. And then as for the color, I think you could add a lot more. Even just with the JPEG here, let me just try adding saturation. Okay, so that's plus 67 to the saturation. And of course, I'm bringing out all the noise in the JPEG, but look at all that beautiful color in the galaxy. So with careful stretches and careful applications of saturation, I think you could get a lot more color in the stars and in the galaxy. Okay, Peter. So Peter sent in this very nicely framed vertical composition of the Horsehead and Flame nebulae. And this was done with a TS Optics 80mm Apo, a QHY 294 mono, and an Ioptron 725 with Botter filters. This is 42 hours of integration from Bortle 6, and it was processed with Cyril, Photoshop, Lightroom, and Topaz. And the composition and the colors are all really cool. I love this vertical composition showing off the extended HA response off the Horsehead there. My one critique is, I'm not sure if it was Topaz or which part of the process, but some parts of the shot got just a little bit over sharpened and sort of are looking artificial. Actually, the entire Horsehead, I think, looks quite good. It's really here in the Flame where I feel some of this color and blockiness in the sharpness doesn't look very good. And I know I'm way zoomed in here, but I could sort of see it even zoomed out. I'm just zooming in so we can see on the video what I'm talking about. So that's my only thing for 42 hours. I really would want very nice transitions, and I think in some areas you just went a little bit overboard. Okay, Pietro. Pietro took this with the Nikon D7500, a Samyang 135, and an Omegon mechanical tracker. It's 320 lights taken on 3 different days. So this looks very nice. It shows again that with a stock camera, you can really bring out a lot of detail in the North America and Pelican. And Pietro mentioned that he did some special boosts in processing to get it to look like this. Well, I think you did well. The star field was very busy and was wondering if there's any techniques to manage that. So yeah, you shot wide open at f2 with the Samyang, I believe. If you stop that lens down to f2.8 or f3.2, the star field's going to tighten up quite a bit. And the other thing you didn't mention is if you use StarNet, but that's another way to sort of control the balance between the nebulae and the star field. Okay, Pranshu. Pranshu captured the North America and Pelican as well. This was with a stock Nikon D5600, a 70 to 300 millimeter kit lens, and tracked on an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. And this is 1 hour, 48 minutes integration from a Bortle 3 Sky. And Pranshu stacked with Deep Sky Stacker and edited with Cyril, StarNet, GIMP, and Lightroom Mobile. So this is definitely a really nice shot, especially for that lens. Pranchu used it at 150 millimeter focal length at f4.9. There's a very nice balance here between the sky, the nebulae, and the star field. And it also has good natural color throughout. The only suggestion I have is, for me, it's just a thing where distracting things along the edge or in the corners just sort of bug me. So this is Deneb over here, I believe, and you just sort of have the glare of it. I would just crop that out. I think this would look cool as a widescreen 16:9, or maybe just like a little bit taller than 16:9, something like that. And then you don't have any distractions at the top or the bottom. And I think that has a really nice flow as well. Okay, PSMCD. PSMCD captured the Elephant Trunk Nebula with a Meade 70 millimeter quad, a QHY 183C, a Celestron AVX, and an Optolong L Extreme filter. This is about 3 hours integration and processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Star Tools, Photoshop, and Annie's Actions. And I think the data looks good here. I love the framing. It looks really nice. You know, centering the elephant trunk and having everything else sort of frame it up. With the L Extreme filter, you should be able to get a little bit more color variety than this. That was a question you had, was to get more color out of the nebula. So one way to do it is, if we look at your channels here, here's the red channel. You can see it's very extreme. It's very bright. Here's the green channel, right? So the response is a little bit different than the red. And so I took the green channel and I put it here and screen blended it on top. Now that of course doesn't look very good, but if we turn it sort of a teal blue, okay, now we're getting a little bit more color variety. The picture is brighter, of course, but then what we can do is we can increase the saturation, which I've done here. Now you're seeing a little bit more of that blue color. And then we've stopped, you know, we get a little more blue, but now the reds are getting a little washed out. So I just increased the intensity of the reds a little bit. Then now I see that, you know, the whole image is quite a bit brighter than where you had it. So I'm going to darken it back down. Oh, and that's it. Okay, so hopefully that helped a little bit. I just basically took your JPEG here, took your green channel, brought it back in and colorized it just to boost that O3 response. And here is the before and after. Whoops. Before and after. Okay, so this is all just working with the JPEG. I'm sure you can do much better working with your original data, but hopefully that gives you a place to start in processing. QSWAT72 made a 3-panel mosaic image here with a Samyang 135 f2 lens. This was done with an L-Enhance filter and an ASI 533 MC. It was processed with PixInsight, Microsoft Ice, and Lightroom. And that's it. Okay, so really nice idea for the framing here with the 533 square sensor. I really like how this is framed from the, you know, with the Boogeyman, Horsehead, and Orion all straight across in the middle. Looks pretty neat. My main suggestion in processing is to try to not go so heavy with the contrast, because you're losing a lot of potential details that you've captured. You know, high contrast, high saturation is of course going to make your photo pop, but bringing in too much and then you start losing a lot of details in the smaller little micro details basically. So with a mosaic image, I like to zoom in but it feels like you really edited this for the overall look rather than the zoomed in look where we're starting to lose a lot of little details. That's what I'm trying to say, especially in color. Having done a lot of mosaic work myself, I'd say that you really have to sort of reset your normal expectations for how much contrast and things to add, because as a general rule of thumb, the more zoomed in you are in a deep sky object, the more you can add saturation and contrast and all of these things, and it keeps taking more and more. Like if you're just shooting a core of the Orion Nebula or a galaxy core or something, you can add tons of saturation and contrast to that, and it's going to look great. But the more zoomed out you are, the harder you have to sort of control how much contrast you're going to add for it to look balanced and natural in the end. Okay, Quasar AP sent an image of Andromeda taken with a Canon T7, an SV Bony CLS, and an Astrotech AT72, all on a Star Adventurer tracker. And this was about 511 lights at 9 seconds each, 75 minutes total integration from a Bortle 6. And my guess is Quasar AP was using such short exposures on a star tracker because it wasn't sure about polar alignment or balance. The 72 millimeter scope is a little bit long for the Star Adventurer without guiding. With 9-second exposures from a Bortle 6, personally, I probably would skip using the CLS filter because that's blocking a lot of light that you could be getting out of the star field and Andromeda here. So I'd probably only use the CLS filter for more emission nebulae and things like that. But in the end, you did get a very nice result, pretty nice colors, and the galaxy is showing a lot of really great details. The sky background is a little bit uneven, but probably you went fairly dark like this to hide any walking noise. One thing you can do to try to fix walking noise before it forms is to dither a little bit. So even if you don't have an auto guider, what you can do is use the slow motion controls on the Star Adventurer to slightly change the position every 20 shots or something like that, or maybe every 9 seconds each, probably every 100 shots would be fine. And just moving it a few pixels every so often is a way to manually dither. Okay, Quinn captured the Andromeda Galaxy with a William Optics Z61 refractor, a Skywatcher EQM35 Pro, and an ASI 183 MC camera. This was taken from a Bortle 3 sky and is 5.5 hours integration. Processing was done in PixInsight, and Quinn asked about getting more detail in the core area of the galaxy. So the best way to do that in PixInsight is with a tool called HDR Multiscale Transform. And you typically want to mask to just this area. So you might use range selection to make that mask. But honestly, Quinn, I don't know how much more detail there really is to extract from this image. You already have really nice little bits of the dust lanes going right into the core. So I wouldn't worry about getting any more detail in this image. Okay, Rajat took this photo of the North America Nebula. This was with a stock Canon 40D, a Samyang 135 lens, and an Ioptron Gem 28 mount with a SV Bony CLS filter from a Bortle 9 sky. It was processed with AstroPixel processor, Serial, StarNet, and Affinity Photo. So this looks good. It's very tastefully processed, and nice job bringing out some of this fainter nebulosity below the North America and Pelican. Rajat asked about how to get good star color from a very light polluted location. So the CLS filter you used is great for getting good contrast on these emission nebulae, but it's not good for star color. So what you could do is take one stack with the CLS filter for the nebulae and then take another stack for the stars using much shorter exposures because you're under Bortle 9. So maybe 10, 20-second exposures and get about an hour of that. And then you'll make 2 stacks, one for the CLS. You'll probably go starless with that. You'll register to the same frame. And then with the RGB image, the one without the CLS filter, you can extract the stars and put them back on. Now, don't expect it to be, really, really good because you're under heavy light pollution, but I think you'll at least get better star color than you have here using that technique. Okay, Rucksheet. Rucksheet sent in an image of Andromeda Galaxy. This was taken with a Samyang 135 lens, a Canon 1200D DSLR, a Star Adventurer, and a Haida Clear Night filter. And this is one of Rucksheet's first images. This is a 52-minute exposures from Bortle 6 and processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop, and Rucksheet is hoping to bring more detail out in the image. So let me think. You took 50 exposures. Next time I would take at least 100 or even more. That's going to help you bring out more detail, stretch it further without too much noise. I would try next time also not using the Haida light pollution filter. It probably will work better for emission nebulae, but I wouldn't use it on broadband targets like this from a Bortle 6 sky. Even if that means your exposures are shorter, like, 1 minute instead of 2 minutes, that's fine. The result, I think, will still be better if you use no filter. And then my last tip is try Cirrel, because you have a fairly extreme light pollution gradient here, and Cirrel is very nice for removing those kinds of gradients and doing some other nice processing of your astrophotos. Okay, Ralph captured the Sator region of Cygnus with a Panasonic G9 camera and an Olympus 75mm lens. The tracker was a self-made modified Syrup Genie Mini, which is typically used for time-lapse kind of shots. And this was 250 lights at 20 seconds each from a Bortle 4 sky processed with Cirrel and GIMP. And Ralph asks about color, how to manage colors in astrophotography for a calibrated monitor, and is there any way to do that? So yeah, sort of. Cirrel has a command called photometric color calibration that you can use on the stacked data before you stretch it while the data is still linear. And what that does is it looks at the stars in your image and then goes onto an online database and figures out what color those stars should be. And then it applies a white balance function to your image. Now, that color calibration is only as good as that you preserve it, and it's hard to preserve good color once you do start stretching your data and doing all kinds of other stuff. But I still recommend it because I think it's better to start with a good, well-calibrated, color-calibrated image as a starting place, and then you can still use your artistic license, but you'll have something of accurate colors that way. So I went ahead and went through the process with Cirrel of photometric color calibration and stretched the image, and this is what I got. So just to give you an idea of what it might look like with color calibration. And I think this is fairly accurate. The neb up here is a blue star. I'm seeing it is blue here. The Pelican Nebula, I know what it looks like in natural color, and this looks very natural to me. So this at least gives you an idea of what it might look like with very natural colors. Okay, Ralph sent in this image of Andromeda Galaxy taken with a Canon R6 and a Canon RF 100 to 500 millimeter zoom lens at 500 millimeter zoom. This was on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer 2i, and this was from a Bortle 3 location. For some reason, the JPEG Ralph sent was super tiny, so I'm just using the stack here. And Ralph asks how to get more color into the image for a dramatic effect. So good question. There are a few things you can do. One is in Cirrel here, there are different ways of stretching the image, and some stretches preserve color better. Like this arc sign stretch is considered a very good stretch for preserving color. One thing I'll often do is stretch the data fairly minimally, take out the stars, and just open a starless version to saturate that some more. So I've already done that. So just to save a little time here, let's just open up the starless version. There it is. And let's go linear. There we go. So this is just very minimally stretched, right? This is sort of a good starting place for a starless version, is this level of stretch, because there's still plenty of space in there to add color. While when it's really stretched, you've probably blown out a lot of the color. So we just need to add saturation now. And in Serial, that's under color saturation. With your image, I found that, doing it once all the way to 1 didn't make a huge change, but then let's do it again. So I'm taking the mount and bringing it all the way to 1. Okay, now you can see there's quite a bit of color. I'm just gonna do it a third time this might be too much, but just to show you. There is plenty of color in your image. It's just it really needed to be brought out. And sometimes I can't exactly explain why with one camera and system you might just have to bring up the color saturation a little bit, and with yours I had to do it 3 times, but there you go. Just don't be afraid to add saturation, and these are very nice natural colors because I already color calibrated this in Serial and everything, and it's ready to go. So hopefully that helps. You would now just add the stars back on and you're ready and having a very nice image, I think. Okay, Randall captured the Pleiades with an ASCAR FRA 400 with reducer, ASI 294MC, and an Iaptron Gem 28 mount. This is 560 1-minute subs from a Bortle 7 Sky. And this was processed with PixInsight and Photoshop. So there's a lot going on with this data set. I think one of the big challenges in processing this is differentiating between noise, real dust, and light pollution gradients and things like that. I think the reflection nebula component here, the Pleiades reflection nebula, looks really good in your data. I'm not quite as pleased with the surrounding dust, just because there's a lot of like color shifts and I think over smoothed modeled noise kind of stuff. So if you're what I would suggest is really spend a lot of time on background extraction. I just wanted to see sort of what you had, so I did a very quick process. I didn't spend a lot of time on background extraction, so I didn't stretch this nearly as hard as you did. But I just wanted to see, okay, how crazy is the background? And it's pretty confusing. So I would try out different methods, try Graxpert, try automatic background extraction, maybe followed by dynamic, and see sort of what you can do in terms of separating out that light pollution from the noise and from the signal. It's pretty difficult. So I salute you for trying such a difficult target from Bortle 7. The data is definitely not easy to process. Okay, Raspora captured the Orion constellation untracked with a Sony a7 III and a Sony 24 to 70 millimeter lens from a Bortle 4. This looks pretty good. The Witch Head Nebula is present right there, which is always impressive to get from with an untracked technique. For me, and to my taste, you've eliminated too many stars. It feels like a little bit like the stars left are just sort of noise in a starless image. So I wouldn't kill this many stars from your image. You asked how to get round stars while maxing out dim detail, and there's not really any easy way to do that. I think you'll probably have to get a star tracker to do that, because with a star tracker, of course, you can take much longer exposures, which is how you get the dim detail while still having round stars. I mean, the other way with untracked is just to pile on more and more integration, but there's sort of a limit to that because at a certain point it just becomes impractical. Okay, Reinhard captured the Leo triplet with a TS Optics 115 millimeter refractor, Antlia LRGB filters, ASI 183mm camera, and a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount. And this was captured from Bortle 4 and processed in PixInsight. And Reinhard says his main issue is teasing out structures in the galaxies while also retaining sufficient depth in the background to show all the background galaxies and fainter things like galactic trails. So I looked through your whole processing description, Reinhard, and I think you're doing all the things that I would have suggested, like careful masking, using generalized hyperbolic stretch, and all these kinds of things. So I don't know if I can really give much help in terms of your question of how to balance these things. Just for anyone who doesn't know about it, one really nice thing with generalized hyperbolic stretch is you basically tell this where you want to add the most contrast. So let's say I wanted to add more contrast to this stellar stream coming off here, off this galaxy. I can click on that. It creates this yellow line, and then I want to just set my symmetry point to that yellow line. Then I'm going to open up a preview here. So then we want to increase the intensity and the stretch factor. And over here, we can see what it's doing. And one of the problems, of course, is, I just told it I want to work on this area of the sky. We're bringing out a lot of dust and stellar streams by working with that area of the sky. But then the galaxies can very easily get blown out. So what you can do is you can take this Protect Highlights slider and bring that back over, and we should be able to get more contrast in the parts that we want while still protecting the parts that we don't want to be changed. And let's see how I did. So this is before and after. Maybe not perfect. So sometimes, you might also want to combine that with masking out the details you really don't want to change. And so I think it sounds like Reinhard was doing all these things, but it is challenging. I don't really have an easy answer for what to do differently. Okay, Richard used a stock Canon 5D Mark II, an SMC Super Takumer 200mm vintage film lens, untracked, to capture the Lagoon and Trifid nebulae from a Bortle 6 sky. And Richard asks if I think it's overprocessed. No, not really. What I think there is an issue, which is you have the saturation level very high, but the picture is fairly dark. And so it's like high saturation, high contrast, but dark. And I think for this level of saturation to work, the picture has to be much brighter. So I only have the JPEG here, but let's just see what happens if I just raise the curve. Okay, so this is bringing up a bunch of issues because it's just a JPEG, but something like that, like much brighter image, and then the saturation level will work, but this dark, it looks a little odd. Richard also asks if this is the best he can do untracked and whether it's time to invest in a star tracker. As you probably know, untracked is great for bright objects like the Lagoon and Trifid, and Messier objects, things like M31, M45, M42. Once you've sort of hit all of those really bright, big highlights, it's probably time for a star tracker. So if based on your result here, I assume you've done other untracked targets, and I think once you've captured maybe about 5 or 6 of the main ones, then probably a star tracker is the next step. Okay, Richard used a modded Canon 1000D, a Canon Nifty 50 lens, and shot the heart and soul and double cluster. And Richard is the second person in this critique who is using an astro-modified camera, but no star tracker, which I think is really interesting. It shows you that you can go pretty far into challenging targets untracked with the right camera and the right sky and the right sort of attitude about it, I guess. Richard processed this with Serial, StarNet, and GIMP, and I think this looks very good. My two suggestions for just sort of finishing touches would be to darken the sky background maybe just a little bit more. I know there's interesting dark nebulae structures in there, so we don't want to lose those. But I think you could just get away with just a little bit darker like that. And then I guess see if you could make a selection on just the stars and maybe maybe just the stars and increase their saturation a little bit. I think that, in the double cluster here, even from this zoom level, I should be able to see some of those bright orange stars that really adds a little bit of a dynamic element to this. So I would just try increasing saturation just a little bit. Let me just see what I can do just very quickly. Okay, so that's not great because I'm I'm also increasing it on the background sky, but you get the idea. I think there is a lot more color in the star field that could make it a little bit more interesting, even zoomed out. Okay, Richard captured the Horsehead and Flame nebulae with a Skywatcher GTI mount, William Optics Redcat 51, and a Optolong L Extreme filter using an ASI 294MC camera, and then processed with Pix Insight. So it looks like you have some really nice data here, Richard. I would just suggest doing background extraction first thing. Right after WPP, just take the stack, stretch it. I mean, no, not stretch it. Do the auto stretch so you can see what you're doing, and then just immediately do a background extraction to get rid of this gradient. A good thing to do if you're having trouble with dynamic background extractor is try just the automatic background extractor, but turn the function degree down to 2 and maybe make the sample size bigger, like 30 pixels. And I think that'll work pretty well. And then I often also set the correction to division rather than subtraction, because I think it just is a little bit more of a gentle version of background extraction. Okay, Rick captured the Heart and Soul Nebula and the double cluster from a Bortle 4 sky with a Nikon D7500, a Rokinon 135 f2 lens, and a Skyguider Pro tracker. And Rick wondered why there was this color gradient in the background going from left to right. So to my eye, this looks like just sort of the natural color of the Milky Way, but and then the Milky Way band sort of fades out, and the double cluster is basically right on the edge of the main band of the Milky Way where there's so much more dust. But to confirm this, I did pull up an image I found online, and that had, there was also a 135 with the Canon, stock Canon, and or stock DSLR, I should say, and it looked very similar to yours, right? With the same kind of gradient. So I think that's just a natural thing that you're finding there in the sky. If it really does bother you, you could probably darken it more, but it is, the reason that it's there and you have trouble getting rid of it is because it's meant to be there. It's not an artificial gradient. It's actually out there in the sky. Robert captured the Heart Nebula with an ASCAR FRA 300 Pro telescope, an ASI 2600mm, and Antlia 4.5 nanometer SHO filters. So this is, I think, perfect framing, great processing. I don't always go for the starless images, but I think it works very well here for this object, just because there's plenty to look at with the heart and the fish head. My one suggestion is I find this sort of right side sort of distracting, this sort of like magenta color over here. I'm not sure it's probably is real signal or something, but I just don't find it that appealing. So you could, if you don't care about accuracy of the background sky color, you could just darken it like that. Or I think even more interesting, what you could do is crop, right? So I would probably, if this was my image, just crop way in here to some of the most interesting parts of it. Something like that, or and then maybe even rotated. To me, that, that works a little bit better, just because then I can, without zooming in, really see all of this beautiful detail that you've captured in the starless image. Okay, Romain captured the Veil Nebula. This is with a collapsible Dobsonian telescope called the Heritage 130P, and it was mounted on an Ioptron 25P with a modded Canon 100D and an L-enhanced clip-in filter. And Romain says that everyone was telling him not to use this collapsible Dobsonian telescope for astrophotography, but that made him want to do it even more. And despite all the challenges, it sounds like Romain is having a lot of fun with adapting non-astrophotography telescope to more of an astrophotography type setup. So good for you, Romain. I think everyone should just be doing this hobby how they find it enjoyable, and the end result is really great. If one were to pixel peep, you could probably find a little coma on the stars and things like that, since you're not using a coma corrector. But I zoomed out, it looks perfect to me. It makes a great impression, and I like the framing with the diagonal of the veil instead of, just in the middle. I think that looks really nice. Okay, Rowan captured the Milky Way with a smartphone and processed a stack of 130 photos at 20 seconds each with Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP. So I really like this framing with looking through the tree canopy. One of my very first Milky Way shots was a lot like this, where it was with a DSLR, but I was just looking up and seeing the Milky Way through the trees like this and took a picture. I do wonder if you left the satellite trails or whatever these are in deliberately, or if brought them back in, because usually with Deep Sky Stacker, with the default settings, I think it should reject those. This is the Dark Horse Nebula here in the Milky Way looks great. It's very well placed here, and really came across well. So keep it up. I think this is a really great start for your astrophotography journey here. Okay, Ruben captured the Horsehead Nebula with an Omegon RC8, Skywatcher EQ6R mount, and a night sky camera modified Canon SL1. This is 13 hours from a Bortle 5 sky and processed in PixInsight and Affinity Photo. And so my biggest suggestion, Ruben, is to try to get rid of these magenta and green shifts at the top and bottom of the photo, just since we know they're not naturally part of the scene, but you included them and then they got very saturated, so it looks a little odd to my eye. Maybe if you can't get rid of them with background extraction, you could try making some manual gradient masks in Affinity and just applying the opposite color. So apply more green to the magenta to neutralize it, and apply more magenta to the green to neutralize that, and try to just sort of get them at least a little bit diminished. It's not going to work perfectly, but I think you can at least minimize the effect of those added colors. Otherwise, I think this looks really nice. I really like the centered horse head and the vibrancy of this red and yellow stars right around it. It really draws the eye. Okay, Ruxan took a single 8-second exposure of the Milky Way with a Huawei phone and said the issue is no proper equipment for astrophotography. So yes, it'd be better to have the DSLR and Star Tracker and all these other things. But on the other hand, keep in mind, it's pretty amazing that your cell phone can do this, and the cell phones are getting better all the time. So hopefully, things will just keep improving and get less and less expensive. You might also want to try stacking. It looks like you have a pretty nice result there. So I feel like stacking might work for you if you have a laptop that you could install some free software on, like Deep Sky Stacker or Cirrel. Okay, Ryan captured the Crab Nebula with a 10-inch Starfinder telescope with no coma corrector, a Celestron CGEM mount, and an ASI 224MC, which is normally thought of as a planetary camera. This was taken from Bortle 6, and this is 16,800 images at 1 second each, captured using SharpCap with the SER format, and processed with Cirrel, Astrosurface T3, StarNet, and GIMP. So this is very impressive, Ryan, and I want to look more into your methods here, as this could be a very exciting way to image small deep sky objects using bigger telescopes, using a small sensor, but as I understand it, SER is like a video format. So I'd be really interested to find out more about how you do this, because the results look really impressive, the amount of detail that you captured in the Crab Nebula here with such short exposures. Okay, Sam captured the Lagoon and Trifid Nebulae with an ASCAR FRA 300, Skywatcher Star Adventurer, and Canon 1300D. This was captured from a Bortle 3 Sky and was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP. Sam is wondering how to bring the Milky Way out more in processing. It looks good. In terms of bringing the Milky Way out more, I think the first thing is it has a little bit of a red or pink color cast to the whole image. If we look at the histograms, you can see the red channel is like a little bit pushed. To get it more neutral, you need the red, the left edge of the red to sort of line up with the green and blue. So the first thing I did is I just sort of neutralized that. You can see I did do a quick mask here, so I wasn't changing the color of the Lagoon or Trifid when I did that. So, because we're just sort of working on the Milky Way and bringing that up, right? So I first changed the red color cast, and then to make it brighter, I just used that same mask and I just applied an S-curve, and this is what that looks like. So pretty simple, really. Getting the color sort of neutral and then making it brighter is my tips there. Oh, and I was doing this in Photoshop just because it's more convenient for me just to have everything lined up in Photoshop, but it's the same thing in GIMP. The only difference is instead of using adjustment layers like I do here, you just duplicate the layer, then apply the adjustment to that duplicated layer, and if you want, mask out the nebulae with a layer mask, just like I'm doing here. Okay. Sam took a photo of the Orion Nebula with his Samsung smartphone at the eyepiece of an Astromaster 102, and it's 700 1-second exposures stacked, and Sam notes that he took each photo manually pressing the shutter each time on the phone. So that's some dedication. I wonder, though, if some of these star streaks are from you manually touching the phone. There is a app for Android I've used called Intervalometer that will press the shutter button in your camera app for you. So it might work well for you, so that instead of having to touch the phone, you can just focus on recentering Orion, and then maybe all the ones that it's taking while you're recentering, you can just throw those out before stacking. But congrats on the dedication here. You definitely got some really nice details in the Orion Nebula core through stacking. I'd probably suggest a little bit more saturation, maybe making the image a bit darker so that you can reveal more in that trapezium region, which I think is the most interesting at this kind of focal length. Sasha took this picture of the Orion Nebula and Horsehead and Flame with an Ioptron Skyguider Pro, a stock Canon 750D, and a Samyang 135 lens. This is with an SV Bony CLS clip-in filter as well. And processed with Serial and Affinity Photo. And Sasha says they couldn't bring out more of the dimmer things without blowing out the Orion nebula more than they have here. So I think that is a hard balance with this scene. But I think that it is possible to bring out a little bit more of the background without blowing out the nebula more. The trick is really just, with a curve, protect those highlights by putting some points over here. If you're not seeing where my mouse is, it's right below, right over here. And I'll apply this curve now just to show you what I mean. So between what you had and this, you can see Orion Nebula is not changing in appearance, but I'm bringing up the sky background level. And this is just on the JPEG, so there's probably some color noise and things in there that wouldn't exist in the RAW. But I would keep trying with balancing things. You can also try generalized hyperbolic stretch. I think that might work very well for you. It's available in Serial, which you did use. They added it in the new version of Serial. Okay, Satya. Satya took this image of the Triangulum Galaxy untracked, wow, with a Canon 80D and a Samyang 135 f2 from a Bortle 3 Sky. And this is 2,357 lights at 1.3 seconds each stacked in Sequator with no calibration frames, then processed in Serial and Photoshop. All right, so Satya, I gotta give it to you. This is a masterpiece of untracked astrophotography. I can't believe the results people are getting. I would be so happy to get this result for untracked. You even have like the nebulae within the galaxy. The spiral arms are so clear. The stars are round, and the noise is quite manageable here. But 2,357 lights, that's more than I've even ever done. That's a lot of dedication. Satya asked if they stretched it too far because they can see some blotches of different colors in the background. So yeah, I think you could darken the background without losing anything. Here's just a dark background, and you know what? I think that looks pretty nice. Maybe that's even a little bit too dark. Let's see. Let's do halfway. So here's where you had it. There's where I put it. And there's halfway, right? So I think making the background darker is definitely a good idea with this image. I think halfway I can still see some of the color variation in the background. Nearly... Let's see what the value is here. Okay, so this is about 14. Okay, so this is somewhere around 14 to 15 out of 255 in terms of a black level. I think that looks pretty good with this. And I don't think, let's just take a look at the galaxy. I don't think you're losing that much in the galaxy by making the sky darker like that. So I probably would. Okay, Sarab. Sarab sent an image of Cygnus taken with a stock Canon 200D, a Canon Nifty 50 lens, and a Move Shoot Move tracker. This was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop. And it looks great, Sarab. My only suggestion is to maybe try Serial as well, which is also free software. You can use it in between Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop, and it has some really nice background extraction and color calibration tools that I think will help, remove any last bit of light pollution gradient in your picture, and also help, bring out the nebulae. But I think this already looks very nice, and you've very well framed as well with the northern coal sack down here and the dark nebulae going across diagonally. Okay, Scott's astrophotos sent in this image of the double cluster in Perseus, taken with an Orion 8-inch astrograph, Celestron AVX mount, and modified T7i. I think this looks great, Scott. You have the Newtonian really dialed in, so your stars are nice and sharp, and no major issues with like their halos or anything. It looks really good, well collimated. And I think, the 6-inch Newtonian, or it says 8-inch Newtonian. Which one is it? And the framing here with your 8-inch Newtonian is perfect. You get close enough to the star cluster that we can see a lot of detail and color, but you can also fit in the whole thing comfortably. My one critique is there's a little bit of a green gradient down here in this corner. And then you also have these stacking artifacts along the edge. So we might just want to crop those out because I think it's going to be difficult to get rid of them any other way. So I think just cropping in a little bit like that, you don't really lose much of the impact of the shot, but you get rid of some of that distracting stuff along the edge. Okay, Sean used a Nikon Z50. It's a stock Nikon Z50, an Optolong L-enhanced filter, and a William Optics Zenith Star 61 telescope on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer to capture the North America Nebula, and was processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Cirrel, StarNet, and GIMP. This looks great, Sean. My only suggestion is maybe just to do one last little adjustment to the black level. So in GIMP you could just do new from visible and apply a curves adjustment or a levels adjustment and just make it a little bit darker. Okay, Sean captured the Andromeda Galaxy with an HEQ5 mount, the William Optics 71mm refractor, ASI 1600mm camera, and Astrodon LRGB plus HA filters, 18 hours total, and processed in PixInsight. This looks great, Sean. I maybe would saturate the blues a little bit more just to balance that out with the red hydrogen. But other than that, I think this looks excellent. The black level, the details are all really well done. Okay, Sebas FL captured the North America and Pelican nebulae with a stock Canon 250D, a Canon 75 to 300mm lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker. It was processed in Deep Sky Stacker, PixInsight, Luminar 3, and Photoshop. So your data is very good, Sebas FL. I think you're trying to do a little bit too much in processing. You say your lens had a big chromatic aberration problem, but I think part of the issue is through the way that you're processing the data, you're accentuating that problem rather than diminishing it. So the easiest thing to do to get that kind of thing under control is just to stretch the data lightly with PixInsight until the stars look good. Separate them out. So you now have a starless nebula shot and the stars on their own. And then you can bring them into Photoshop, enhance the nebula however you want, and then put the stars back on top. So I did that. So this is just to my personal taste with your data, and that's what I got. So you can see the stars are reasonably fine. Just to walk you through the process of what I did here. There's the starless image, and this is what the starless image looked like with just stretching it for the stars to look good. I then did some selective color, a little saturation, some curves to brighten it, then added the stars on top, and then finally just tried to darken the bottom half a little bit because there was still just a little bit of a gradient left in. So hopefully that gives you an idea of simple processing that also helps control any issue with the stars and your lens. Okay, Sebastian captured the Eagle and Omega nebulae with Red Cat. Okay, Sebastian captured the Eagle and Omega nebulae with a Red Cat 51, EQ6R Pro, ASI 2600 mm, and Antlia HA and O3 4.5 nanometer filters. And it's only 1 hour per filter, so just 2 hours total integration. The data was processed in PixInsight, and this looks like, a fair amount of detail for 2 hours. Let's zoom in on some of the detail in the nebulae here. There's the Omega, looks good. And there's the pillars of creation and the eagle. So you can see some really nice detail in here. Okay, my one critique is with the overall impression and the star reduction. It's sort of a weird thing because it's like when we zoomed in, then this level of star reduction looks fine and actually looks good. So if I were just to crop the image like that, that is the level of star reduction that I think looks great. Same thing with the eagle up here. That level of star reduction is nice. But when we zoom all the way out, to me, this star reduction looks wrong. It almost feels like you might as well just go starless because the stars just feel like sort of hot pixels or something at this level. So it's sort of a hard thing with wide photos like this, how to handle the stars. I think part of it is that there is a lot of nebulosity in this scene, and if the whole thing was filled with nebulosity, this level of star reduction might not bother me. But because so much of the picture is dark, then I focus on how weird the stars look, I guess. But if the whole thing was sort of brought out, I'll just do a quick adjustment just to show you what I mean. If the whole thing looked like that, then the stars being that small wouldn't bother me. So just to give you an idea of what's going on in my mind. Okay, Shane captured the North America and Pelican nebulae with a stock Canon 6D, Canon 300mm f4 lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. Shane notes that he likes how this region looks better with a stock DSLR because it's easier to bring out the natural pink and magenta colors created by the mix of the O3 and HA emission. While with a modified camera, it turns the nebula more solid red. So I agree, Shane, that's a great point. You can also do that with a modified camera, but it's a little bit more work because you have to separate out the O3 signal from the HA and then probably stretch them differently and recombine them, while with a stock camera, you can just stretch and get these kinds of colors. So very nice job. I think my personal preference would be for just a tad less saturation in those pinks and maybe a little bit more blue, but I think this is very well done. Okay, Sean captured the Andromeda Galaxy here with a stock Nikon D610 and Apertura 60mm refractor on an Ioptron Skyguider Pro, and this is 3 hours from Bortle 5. So nice work, Sean. This is very tastefully processed, not overdone. The one thing I noticed is there's a little bit of a color shift in the Galaxy from this side to this side, and I feel like this side looks a little bit more purple, while this side looks more how I'd expect with the natural colors. So I'm not sure if it was something left over from a gradient or something, but maybe a little bit less red in the mix on that right side of the Galaxy would be good. Okay, Sricharan MS captured the Pleiades and the California Nebulae untracked with a Canon 200D, Canon Nifty 50 from a Bortle 2 Sky. This is 496 lights and processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Photoshop, and PixInsight. Sricharan MS noted that they didn't think the California Nebula came out well and wondered if it was a capturing error or a processing error. error. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by didn't come out well. I mean, I guess there's like a little bit of blur to it, but that might just be the distortion from the lens. In general, the California Nebula is just a large red nebula like this, so that's about what it looks like through a 50 millimeter lens. Yeah, I think that came out pretty well for 50 millimeter untracked. And in general, this came out really well for untracked astrophotography. You've captured a huge portion of the Taurus molecular cloud here, which is very dim. I mean, very difficult object. So this is really well done. Another sort of masterpiece of untracked astrophotography. This one and that Triangulum galaxy earlier, I think are two of my favorites I've ever seen untracked. Okay, Sigurd took this photo of the Iris Nebula and with a Skywatcher NEQ6 mount and a Skywatcher 200p f5 Newtonian and a Canon D60 Mark II camera stock. And this is 19 hours of integration from a Bortle 4 Sky. Sigurd processed it with Deep Sky Stacker, Serial, StarNet, and GIMP, and mentioned that this was his fourth time processing the data, and the struggle was always to bring up the dust without making the image too noisy. I think you've done a nice job in bringing out the details. It'd be my preference to keep the image a little bit darker overall than you have, both in the highlights and the mids. The shadows are fine, so just to show you what I mean, there's just a slight edit. And this is different from monitor to monitor, of course, but I like with a dark nebulae to feel like they're dark, right? They're just above the sky level, so keeping them a little darker, I think, is good, and it also, I think, helps hide the noise a little bit more. One thing I thought about with your setup in terms of investing in something, it might be worth investing in two pieces of fairly expensive software, PixInsight and Blur Exterminator. I think that you would get some benefit out of those two, especially the Blur Exterminator for just sharpening up your stars a little bit, which I think are well collimated and focused and everything, but just you're probably at the limit of your seeing. Simon used a Canon 90D and 300mm lens. He took this from a Bortle 7 Sky untracked, and this is about 350 lights at f5.6, 1.3 seconds each. Simon used Serial for processing this. Very nice. I think I would just suggest more contrast. Maybe make the stars a little less colorful so that the dumbbell stands out. So by more contrast, I mean we could just do an S-curve here. Something like that. Now, if you go too far with the contrast, it also brings out the noise. But I think something like that helps bring it out a little bit more. You could also do some selective masking to bring out the dumbbell even more than that. Okay, this is Ski 220, who captured the Heart and Soul Nebula with a night sky camera modified Canon T3i, an Optolong L-enhanced clip-in filter, a Canon 200mm lens, and an Ioptron Skygrider Pro. This is taken from a Bortle 4 Sky and was 50 lights at 2 minutes each, processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Photoshop, and Lightroom. And this is Ski 220's first attempt at using both the modified camera and the filter. So for your first attempt, this is great. The framing is perfect. I love the vertical look with the Soul Nebula sort of floating up here out of frame. They sort of look like balloons to me. My suggestion for improvement is to try Serial for stacking and try a script in Serial called extract HA and O3. It's designed to give you basically two black and white images that you can then use to process it more like narrowband processing. And I think that's the best way to get the most out of the L-Enhance filter. Because right now your image is very red and we're not getting a lot of that O3 signal out of this because the O3 is a lot dimmer, especially in the heart and soul. So I think Serial is the way to go with that, but of course there are other ways to do it too. There's PixInsight, there's even Photoshop. You can extract the color channels here and work that way as well. Space-side photography captured the Cygnus loop here with a stock Canon 60D, a Samyang 135mm lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. This was taken from Bortle 4 and is a bit over 2 hours of integration and processed with Deep Sky Stacker, StarNet, and GIMP. And Space-side photography asks, I had trouble bringing out the fainter parts of the veil. I think it's more to do with their editing skills or how much data they collected? Probably mostly how much data you collected. You know, the thing is, the Witch's Broom and the Eastern Veil, those are much brighter than the middle part, the Fleming triangle. So I think, it will just require more data, maybe 3 times more data to bring out all of the stuff in the middle compared to the outer parts of the supernova remnant. But this looks good to me for just what you have captured, and also impressive with a stock camera. Okay, Speedy Electron sent in this image of the Heart and Soul nebulae taken with a Canon 550D, a Canon 55-250 zoom lens, and on a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. This is about 90 minutes of integration from Bortle 3 and processed with Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP, and Speedy Electron mentioned that their plan was to capture the Heart and Soul, but then they couldn't see it even in a test shot, so they used the double cluster as a reference for the frame, but then cropped back in processing to the Heart and Soul for the final shot. But noted to me that they maybe cropped too much. So that got me curious, and I brought up the data and processed it myself. And so here is your full field of view. And personally, I really love this full field of view. We've seen this a few times from other people in the critique as well, but this one's a little bit different actually. It's even wider, and it really shows these dark streamers of the Milky Way band. And I also like the composition, even if it was unintentional. What I'm seeing here is a strong triangle here between the double cluster, the Soul Nebula, the Heart Nebula, and this bright star over here. And then it's mimicked by that dark nebula streamer right there. So I really like it. I think the colorful stars of the double cluster and the star field, I think, add a lot to the Heart and Soul. Speedy's Astro took this shot of the Horsehead and Flame nebulae from a Bortle 4 sky with an ASI 533 MC and a Skywatcher 80ED telescope on an EQ6R mount. This is 3.5 hours of integration, no filters. Very nice framing, Speedies. This 533 really fits with the 80mm refractor, really fits in the Horsehead and Flame quite well. What I see is, speaking of triangles from the last critique, this one has a really nice triangle right there, sort of forming an arrow up into looking into Alnitak. I'm not positive, but I think there's an issue in processing. Because if you look at some of the details here, when you zoom in, they have sort of like a weird effect on them. It's almost like very evident in the flame. It's like a oil painting effect or something. So I'm guessing that's some kind of noise reduction you used. I'd maybe back off on whatever that did that. Because it looks fine zoomed out, but then when you zoom in, it has a weird it gives it a weird look, and I feel like it's sort of changing the morphology, the shape of some of the details in the picture. Okay, Spinach the Wise took this photo of the Pleiades star cluster with a Panasonic Lumix G81 and an Olympus 75mm lens. And this was done untracked. Okay, another really cool one untracked on a Gorilla Pod from a Bortle 4 sky. And Spinach the Wise took 2,357 lights at 1.6 seconds each. So another Herculean effort here and a great result for untracked astrophotography. The colors, the stretch, the star reduction, all of these things look pretty nice to me. I especially like some of these details you've caught in the dust clouds. My only suggestion is to just be careful with how you're applying noise reduction. It looks like you used camera raw filter on the starless. I think if I were to do that, I'd be very selective about it. Maybe even mask where you want it applied. It feels like the Pleiades got really hit with a lot of noise reduction, but that's actually where you probably have the best signal to noise ratio. So I would actually not use really any noise reduction there. But it gives it a little bit of an odd effect where that looks a little blurry right there. I mean, I am sort of speculating about, what I'm seeing. But yeah, that's just what it feels like happened. But other than that, I think this looks really nice. It's very well done overall, and very impressive. The dedication that people are showing with untracked astrophotography. Okay, Stefan Astro captured the Iris Nebula. This is with a Celestron 9¼ inch SCT and a QSI 583 CCD camera, LRGB filters from a Bortle 4 sky. So it's definitely neat to see all these details in the Iris Nebula close up like this. Stefan mentioned having some issues with the stars. I did take a look at your stacked luminance data here, and it looks like in the center you have excellent detail, really sharp stars, and then away from center, not so good. So it looks like it's probably a back focus issue. I'm not exactly sure though which version of the SCT you have. I tried to look it up a little bit online, and it seemed to indicate that the Edge HD version at least had a particular back focus of 139 millimeters. So I'm just speculating, but maybe that's why you're having this sort of weird focus issue where the stars away from center seem to be not in focus. So I don't think I feel like you sort of phrased the stars question as if it was a processing question, but I actually think it's more of a gear issue. So I think there's something going on with your equipment where I think it's probably back focus needs to be addressed to get the most out of the full field here that the Celestron C 9¼ should be able to deliver. Because if it could only do this center part, that'd be a very small field. I think it should be able to do more than that. Okay, Stefan Nebula. Stefan Nebula captured the Vela super bubble with a Sharpstar HNT f2.8 telescope, the ASI 183mm camera, and a Skywatcher NEQ6 mount, and then a mix of chroma LRGB and astronomic high-speed MaxFR narrowband filters, HA and O3. And this was captured from a Bortle 2 sky processed with PixInsight. So some very interesting nebula structures here. I love in here you have these O3 streamers, and then it feels like this stuff is behind them, so it has a very nice feeling of depth to it. And while I don't go quite this saturated with my stuff, I do respect the look here. It's when done well, it works really well, and I think this is done well. Stefan says he thinks it feels a little bit flat and is looking for any constructive criticism, including composition and creative angles. So I started thinking about composition and thought, it doesn't quite work for me for some reason. And so the first thing that I always try compositionally is just see, well, maybe it will work at a different rotation angle. So I rotated this 90 degrees clockwise. And for me, this somehow works much better. And I think I know why, which is I read left to right, and that's the same way I read images. I think a lot of people, that's probably true. And so when you read this image left to right, if you start up here in the upper left, and you follow the brightest part, it's this O3 streamer down here. And if you keep following it, it sort of leads you around the image in this very nice way, and things repeat in this very pleasing way, where it goes down and then up, and then you go down to the next loop and down and up, and then you see this one is also repeating that pattern. Somehow on the other orientation, I wasn't getting all of that, so my eye wasn't being led through the image quite as well as this way. So I think this is how I would frame it. Yeah. Okay, Steve, also known as the Mad Lawyer, and now a winner of a couple of APODs at this point. He's been very dedicated to astrophotography and advancing in the hobby very quickly. And I know all that because he's a member of my Patreon and Discord community. Anyways, Steve sent in this photo of the Elephant Trunk Nebula taken from a Bortle 4 sky with a couple different telescopes and cameras. The cameras were a Canon RA and ASI 2600 MC. And this was Steve's first experiment with trying to combine data from different systems. So my suggestions are, I have a few. One is, personally, I like the elephant trunk in the orientation that's a little bit more common, which is 180 degrees rotated from here. So the elephant trunk is going up and down like that, from the bottom and up. I think it just looks a little bit better that way. And then my second is, I think there's a lot of color noise that you've raised the level of and then smoothed out. And so it sort of looks like it's nebulosity, but I don't think it really is. A lot of this unevenness in the background out here is what I'm talking about mostly. So background extraction is going to be very important before you get far with any kind of stretching or coloring of these kinds of shots. Oh, and Steve asked that I do a shout out, so since we're pretty far along in the video, I'll indulge him. So hello, Fort Worth, Texas Astronomical Society. Stu captured GUM 12 with an ASI 2600 mm camera, Red Cat 51 telescope, and narrowband filters. This is a 2-pane mosaic stitched in AstroPixel processor. Processing was also done in PixInsight and Photoshop. And Stu said that he had some gradients in the HA that he had trouble getting rid of. So I think I see what you mean. Like for instance, down here, this area is really dark, while here it's much brighter. So I think that's maybe what it is. If you hadn't pointed it out, I'm not sure if I would have really noticed. But yeah, an easy fix might be just to sort of manually brighten up this part of the sky, and it would look more finished after you do that. Sometimes what I'll do to help with gradients with a mosaic is I'll run background extraction on each panel, on each filter, and then also on the mosaiced images. So I think it's running background extraction like 9 times, 6 times For a 2-panel mosaic with 3 filters, it'd be running it 6 times before mosaic construction and maybe 3 times after, just to really try to flatten out any kind of gradients in there. And I really like the colors here, Stu. It's really interesting to have this very rich blue over here and then this much more pastel blue on this side. It really adds a lot of interest. And then there's also a lot of interesting variation in what you've gotten with the oranges and yellows as well. Super Zoki captured an image of the Milky Way from a Bortle 3 sky. This is with a Samyang 16mm lens, Nikon D5300 camera, and this is 100 lights at f2 stacked with Deep Sky Stacker and processed with Photoshop. This is Super Zoki's first major capture, and they are also new to using Photoshop. So for your first one, it's really great. My only processing suggestion is the color balance is just a little bit yellow overall to my eye. So here's a shift to the color balance. And you can look at what I did here. The shadows, I just took out a little bit of magenta, added a little blue in the midtones. I added, again, a little bit of blue just to make it a little less yellow overall. You might already know this, but just in case you don't, you've captured some nebulae in here. You can see the North America nebula right there. Right below that is the Satyr butterfly. And up here, this is the Elephant Trunk Nebula. You can just barely make it out, but that's it right there. But the North America is always the one that I think comes across pretty clearly, even in these very wide angle shots. Okay, Swastik. Swastik sent in a photo of the Orion constellation taken with a smartphone from a Bortle 5 sky. And Swastik wanted tips about removing the background, but then finding, after you remove the background, that there's too much noise. Yeah, that can be a big problem. Basically, the light pollution itself is this very nice signal. It might actually be the brightest signal in your image, but then when you take it out, you leave all of the noise from that signal because it's intermingled with the rest of the noise in the picture. So when you find that you can't really remove the light pollution in that way, I'd recommend not doing it in that way. So instead, what I would do in this case is I'd probably just crop down to the nebula itself. I mean, not the nebula, the constellation. And I would just darken the background from here. Okay, and then there is now a gradient there. So what you could do is make a gradient mask. Something like that. There we go. Okay, and then I'm just going to keep darkening the background. And you'll have to play around with this. You can see we're still getting sort of gradients. So you can play around with layer masks and curves transformation. So you're not subtracting the background, but you can still sort of process in a way so that you can see more stars and get a darker background just through curves. Szilard captured the Eagle Nebula with a Skywatcher Evo Guide 50 ED telescope, an ASI 178mm cooled camera, an Optolong HA 7nm filter, and a Skywatcher EQ3-2 modded with on-step to have go-to ability. Imaging from a Bortle 9 sky, Szilard took 100 lights at 60 seconds each. And Szilard used Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP to edit. Szilard asked what I think is possible with this setup and whether he should consider any new gear. So in terms of what I think is possible, I think you just showed what's possible. You've captured the pillars of creation very well here from a light polluted sky. And In terms of what gear to add to this kind of setup next, I would highly recommend an O3 filter. That would be high on my list if you can find one at the right price, because then you can do HOO imaging and get a lot more color into your nebulae. And sulfur filter isn't particularly important. If you have HA and O3, you can do so much in terms of narrowband imaging. So keep it up. I think that's a very nice setup, and adding an O3 filter would make it even better. Taha captured the Andromeda Galaxy untracked with a Canon 50D, a Tamron 70-300 zoom lens on a basic tripod. This was 956 lights at 2 seconds each for a total of 32 minutes under a Bortle 5 sky and processed using PixInsight. And Taha says they definitely have the astrophotography bug. They're in the process of buying a Star Adventurer tracker. But this looks great, Taha. Very nice color and details in this for untracked. You can even see some of those clusters of blue stars out in the outer arms of the galaxy here. Good luck with the new tracker, and I'm sure you're going to put it to good use. Taman captured the Heart and Soul Nebulae with a Nikon D5600, a 70-300 millimeter zoom lens, and on an iOptron Skyguider Pro. This is with an Optolong 1¼ inch UHC filter under Bortle 3 skies. And this was 62 lights at 120 seconds each, processed with Deep Sky Stacker, PixInsight, Photoshop, StarNet, and Topaz Denoise. So it's nice to see the double cluster up here in the corner. The framing is pretty good. I'm not sure if that 1¼ inch filter is really working out for your camera sensor, because I feel like this blue ring might be a reflection from it. Usually we don't think that 1¼ inch filters work that well for APS-C size sensors. Now I know you might have the kind of adapter that gets it very close to the camera sensor, so maybe that is working, but it feels like there might be a reflection from the filter cell causing this problem here. But from Bortle 3, I would probably try without the UHC filter anyways, and just try with no filter in your modified camera. And I think that you might like the results better that way. You'd get much better star color, at least. And while the nebulae might not pop quite as much, I think it might make up for it in just a flatter field with better star color. Okay, Terry sent in a photo of the Heart Nebula. This was taken with a Red Cat 51, an ASI 294 MC, an Optolong L Enhance filter, and an iOptron Gem 28. This was under Bortle 3 skies and was processed with Deep Sky Stacker, StarNet, and Photoshop. And I think the crop you picked and the colors overall are very nice. It's hard to get this transition from the sky to the nebula, the Heart Nebula especially, right. And I think you did a very nice job with that. I thought that it looked a little bit soft, so I'm not sure if maybe some of the data was a little out of focus, because it doesn't look like you applied that much noise reduction. It just looks the details just look a little soft for a Red Cat 51. So I'm not positive about that. That's just sort of a hunch, just to look through your data maybe and see if you've lost focus at some point and had better focus at another point. The Astro Guy sent in an image of Orion's Belt and Sword. This was taken with a Canon 1500D with 75-300 millimeter zoom lens. And this is more than 1,200 lights at f3.2 at 3 seconds each, untracked. And the Astro Guy said no issues with processing, and I agree. This is another amazing untracked capture here. It has very good flow from M78 down, up through the Horsehead and the Orion, and then even a nice bright star up in the upper right-hand corner. You've brought out some of the dark nebulae in the constellation successfully, so Very impressive. Congrats the Astro guy on something that looks really good. Especially with that lens too. I think you're probably were at 75 millimeters with this, and looks really nice. Okay. The Stellar Remnant took this image of Orion Nebula with a Canon RA, a Radian Raptor 61, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. It was processed with a basic workflow in PixInsight, and the Stellar Remnant asked about this star right here in the center, and there was like an artifact that they tried to heal in Photoshop, but it didn't really work. But then they found that artifact was actually in their individual light frames. So I looked at your stack, and yeah, I see what you mean. I wonder if you looked through all your individual light frames and if it was in every single one, or if it was something that was in just in some of them. But that's sort of what I would look into. I wasn't sure if it was just sort of a stacking artifact or if it was something that was there in the data in every frame. Otherwise, I think this looks nice, maybe a little bit over smoothed for my taste, but the colors and the star field are both really beautiful. The Ghost captured the Milky Way with a Samsung S22 Ultra. This is from a Bortle 3 Sky. It's a single 30-second exposure, and the Ghost asked if it's possible to stack a bunch of short exposures from a cell phone like I've shown you can do with DSLRs. Yes, definitely. It's definitely possible to stack cell phone pictures. I've seen people do it. I've done it myself. I haven't had a huge amount of luck with like doing calibration frames and RAW and all that, but I have stacked JPEGs, and that's worked pretty well. Okay, Theo captured M31 with a Canon 5D, Canon 24-105 zoom lens at f4, and Theo took 1,738 lights from at 2 seconds each from a Bortle 4 Sky. Theo processed this image with Serial, StarNet, and GIMP, and asked, why are the stars not round? Is it the lens? Okay, and this again was the 24-105. Let's take a look. Okay, that does look like a lens distortion of some kind. Sort of like a flaring. It almost looks also like flaring mixed with like a tilted lens element. So yes, I think that is the lens. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's a bad copy or if that's just sort of the nature of that lens. And unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it. But I think your editing taste is very good. These look like very natural colors and an impressive amount of detail and color, especially for untracked. Okay, Thomas captured M33 with a Skywatcher 150p Newtonian on an EQ3-2 mount and with a stock Canon 600D. This is a Bortle 4 Sky and is 350 lights at 1 minute each, so about 6 hours. And it looks good. I think that maybe the saturation in the galaxy could go a little bit higher with 6 hours of data. I just tried playing around with saturation just to see could the saturation of the these stars and the nebulae go higher, and it looked like there was color there just by raising the saturation. This is of course a very dramatic example just to see the color in the JPEG, but I think if you sort of incorporated a little bit of a higher saturation while editing, I think that could look good. Okay, Thomas took this image of Cygnus with a stock Canon 80D, a Rokinon 16mm lens, and a Skywatcher Star Adventurer. And Thomas asked if the lighter part at the bottom is likely light pollution or sensor leakage. I'd always guess light pollution. I mean, this is pretty minor, but Light pollution gradients are very common. Even if you're at a dark site, you still can get light pollution gradients. My suggestion with this image is pretty much just to fix the blue cast. Pretty easy to do. I can just use color balance here. I can go into the shadows and play around with the sliders until you get a more neutral look. Basically, the Milky Way should have a sort of neutral-ish, brownish, sometimes goldish look to it, and the sky should be mostly dark. So that was definitely a blue cast. I didn't completely fix it, but you sort of get the idea of what I was going for there. Okay, Thomas took this photo of Andromeda. This is with a Sony a6000 mirrorless camera, Skywatcher Star Adventurer tracker, and a Skywatcher EvoLux 62 refractor. And this was from a Bortle 8 sky, stacked with Deep Sky Stacker, processed in Photoshop. So this looks good, Thomas. I have two quick suggestions, and they're both in Camera Raw filter. So let's take a look. So we'll open up the filter. And my first suggestion is I see a little bit of color noise in the sky. So you can see it probably most clearly in here. See all these like little red pixels? And so you can just take this color noise reduction slider and slide that over to the to the right until a lot of those red pixels are desaturated. So something like 50 looks about right. And then the other thing I noticed is on some of these bright stars in the galaxy, you have a little bit of magenta fringe. It's very minor, but you can clear that up with this defringe slider right here. Okay, so two little minor things that you might not even notice until you zoom in, but both can be cleaned up with Camera Raw filter. Tigo sent in an image of Orion's sword here. This is done with a Canon T7, a Canon 55 to 250 millimeter zoom lens, and an Ioptron Skyguider Pro. This is 16 by 1 minute at ISO 200 f5.6 and Bortle 8. Looks nice, Tigo. I think in terms of processing, you could add a little bit more saturation to the image and maybe a little bit brighter in the nebulae. For capture, I'd recommend using ISO 800 or 1600 with the Canon T7, even from Bortle 8. And I know if that means your photo gets very bright, like the histogram peak is going up to 50%, then instead of turning down the ISO, I would turn down the shutter speed or close down the aperture more. Probably I would start with shutter speed and go for slightly shorter exposures. I know it's a little bit counterintuitive, but higher ISO on Canon cameras usually actually means lower noise for stacked astrophotography. Okay, Tim sent a photo of the Orion and Running Man nebulae captured with a Canon 700D, Canon 75 to 300 millimeter zoom lens, and Skywatcher Star Adventurer. This is 91 minutes integration from Bortle 5 and processed with Photoshop. Tim said that he had no specific issues with the image, and I agree, this looks really good. I don't see really anything to improve in particular either. Tim did ask how to know when to upgrade equipment and mentioned one issue he had with the Canon DSLR is horizontal banding. That's a common issue with Canon. There is an action set you can buy for Photoshop called Astronomy Tools, and they have a horizontal banding noise reduction script. This is about $30, so that might be an option while you're saving for something else. But as to the other question of like when to upgrade different things, all gear has pros and cons. What you have now, a Star Adventurer with a Canon to Canon zoom lens, Canon DSLR. That's a very small, compact setup. You could probably keep it that small, but upgrade to a small telescope like a William Optics Red Cat 51, and there are definite advantages to doing so. You get much better star quality. But then there are other upgrades that you really would have to consider if they work for you, because they add complexity, bigger mounts, computers, auto guiding, all of these things. So it's up to you whether that works for your sort of style of imaging. Okay, Tim captured the Heart Nebula from a Bortle 4 sky with an Astrotech AT65 EDQ, an Ioptron SEM40 mount, and an ASI 294 MC camera with the ZWO duo narrowband filter. And Tim said that this is his first attempt with a duo narrowband and was wondering how to bring out more blue. So with most emission nebulae, if you just process them in a straightforward way with that narrowband filter, dual narrowband filter, it's going to come out just like this, mostly red. And I mean, this is a very nice natural result. This is sort of what the nebula looks like in terms of the balance of things with a modified camera. But if you want to sort of mess with that balance and really bring out the O3, make it more like false color narrowband imaging, then the thing you do is you separate the color channels when the data is still linear, so you can stretch the O3 much more aggressively and then recombine as an HOO image. It's probably best to also use StarNet when you do this so that you don't blow out the stars. And then another question you had was how to get the best star color. The best is to not use the filter. So basically you want to take one set of data with the filter, one set without, and then you combine the stars from the set without the filter into the starless version with the filter. Timur, an 18-year-old astrophotographer, captured the Crescent Nebula with a Skywatcher Newtonian, a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount, and a modified Canon 1100D with an L Extreme filter. This is 2 hours integration from a Bortle 9 sky and processed with PixInsight and Photoshop. So I think this is very tasteful processing, Timur. It looks good. You have some nice details there. I like the crescent pointing down like this, and the stars look well focused and well collimated as far as I can see. I think for an HOO look, I prefer the more red pink look for H, and this is more of like a brownish orange look, more sort of reminiscent of Hubble palette. I think you've done it pretty well, but it's just not my personal favorite. If you keep adding more data to this image, one thing you can look forward to is the O3 forms a nice shell that goes out to about here with the Crescent Nebula. Tobiger captured Andromeda. This is with a Nexstar 130 SLT telescope and a self-modified Canon 1000D. This is 148 lights at 1 minute each from a Bortle 6 sky. And Tobiger mentioned that the 148 lights used were chosen from a total of 260 lights actually taken. That many was needed because many were rejected due to the inaccuracy of tracking with the Nexstar telescope. So that makes sense. The Nexstar telescope is pretty neat, but it's an alt-az mount. It's really designed for beginners doing some visual or maybe planetary work. So Tobiger getting it working for deep sky is a very impressive feat. You've done it very well here. There's lots of nice details, and it looks quite good. My two small nitpicks with the processing are that the sky is clipped to black. I think it looks better for the galaxy when the sky is not quite this black. And then the smaller stars in the image, if I zoom in away from the galaxy, have sort of a greenish color to them. I think they should look a little bit more yellow. I'm not sure exactly why that happened, but just something to be aware of in processing. Tobias sent in this image of the Pleiades taken with a William Optics GT102 refractor, an ASI 2600 MC, an Ioptron SEM40 EC mount. And this is Tobias's longest integration ever, 27 hours from a Bortle 6 sky. So I think this looks really great, Tobias. I think you've done well in processing to show sort of the maximum amount of detail possible while still looking natural and nice, just sort of neutral color palette to it. Nothing sort of too extreme with it. The struggle sometimes is between detail and saturation, because this maybe looks a little bit not saturated for the Pleiades, but I think by not saturating it much, you really see a lot more detail here in some of these fine wispy things going on. So I think in this case, it is the right call. Now, Tobias said his stars were a little bit egg-shaped in the corners. When I zoomed in and looked around, it's not something I noticed until you pointed it out. And then once you pointed it out, I can see what you mean. But it's not really that big a deal, I don't think. It looks like your sensor might be too far away from the reducer based on what we're seeing, because the stars are perpendicular to the center, not going in towards it. So that usually means you need less space between the sensor and the reducer. And then the only thing that I thought with this image is I'm not sure about the framing. To me, it's a little bit imbalanced, because you have all the good stuff on this side of the image, and then this side is fairly empty. There is some dust, but it just feels like a little bit sort of heavy on this side with not much going on over here. So I did do a rotation, and I like this vertical framing much better. I think I said this maybe in another critique, but this has, or no, that was for something different. That was the Horsehead and Flame. It forms this sort of nice arrow here with these bright stars and this negative space with the Pleiades. And so it really leads your eye into what is important in this image, and I think I like this better. Okay, Todd captured the Heart Nebula from Bortle 6. This was a Sharp Star 61, a Celestron AVX, and an ASI 183MC camera with an L Extreme filter. And this is 6 hours integration. Todd processes using PixInsight. So this looks very nice, Todd. My only critique is the background is a little bit bright and uneven. This is a very common thing with the Heart Nebula because it's a hard background. What I'd recommend is do a background extraction with each color channel, each filter, before combining them together. Sorry, well, there's one filter, so with each color channel. So separate the red, green, and blue, run a background extraction on each one, stretch them separately, then bring it all back together. Todd asked if he wanted to get better star color by removing the L Extreme filter, how much data should he get and how would he combine that? So from a dark site, I would maybe get, an hour. From a Bortle 6 site, I would get at least 2 hours probably of the RGB data for the stars. And then in terms of how to combine, there's Russell Croman's Star Exterminator in PixInsight. There's an option in there for stars only and unscreened stars. Turn both those checkboxes on, and then you're going to have just perfectly extracted stars that you can screen blend back onto your narrowband data. Okay, Tohu and Freed made this image of the rosette with a modified Tasco 4.5-inch Newtonian and a Canon PowerShot S90. I'd like to sort of see that setup. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it sounds cool. This was mostly shot from Bortle 4, but also incorporates Freed's data, which was monoluminance data from a Bortle 8. So I think this is quite beautiful too. I love the feeling it gives and the how it fills the frame with nebulosity. The framing is excellent. And I like how you cropped in. The dimensions of this image are actually quite small, 924 pixels square. So I'm guessing you had a much bigger field to work with, but then for artistic reasons, cropped to just this. My only suggestion is you also sent the star list, and I took a look at that. And looking at that, I felt like there should be a few little elements in here that should be sharper. Basically this dark nebula structure down here and up here in the two corners. So here's just a little sharpness enhancement. Let me make it a little bigger. Okay, so here's before and here's after. And it basically just adds a little bit of micro contrast to those elements. So I would just do that and then add the stars back in, and I think that would look really nice. It gives it a little bit more of a feeling of depth, because then the sharpest parts of the image feel like they're in front, and then you're going back into the image where you sort of lose focus. Tom captured the Heart and Soul Nebula and the double cluster with a Nikon D3200, a star tracker, and a Sigma 70-300 zoom lens. This is 1 hour of data from Bortle 4 processed with Serial and Photoshop. Nicely done, Tom. The double cluster especially pops. You have some really nice color here. Let me zoom in on that. So yeah, you have some really nice star color there for the double cluster. The Heart and Soul, of course, are hard to bring out with a stock camera, but you can sort of see their shape in there. Tom asked how to bring out the nebulae more and how to reduce the number of stars without additional software. And Tom was using Serial and Photoshop. Okay, perfect. So it's not really additional software, but if you update to Serial 1.2 beta and also install StarNet, which is also free, and link the two together, I have a video about this, you can really bring out the nebulae very well and also manage the star field in the process. It's called star recomposition, and I think you'll really enjoy that. Okay, Tomas shot the Lagoon and Trifid nebulae with a Nikon D3300, a 55-300 millimeter zoom lens, and an L-enhanced filter on a Star Adventurer. This is from Bortle 8 with processing in Deep Sky Stacker, Serial, and Photoshop. I really like the composition here. Tomas with the extended nebulosity off the lagoon going down into this corner and leading your eye up to the lagoon right in center. It looks really nice. It has a nice flow. This is Tomas's first time using the L-enhanced filter and was looking for ways to improve sharpness, noise, color correction, and so forth. So my biggest suggestion is to work on the background sky color and evenness using background extraction. There's a sort of a dark hole right here, right around the Lagoon Nebula, that I find a little bit distracting. I don't think it should be quite that dark in that part of the sky. And then generally the photo has a very sort of bluish greenish color cast. Let me just sort of show you if I take out. So here's before, and here's a slightly more neutral sky. It's still not perfectly neutral, but I just wanted to sort of give you an idea of what I was seeing. I think it should be possible to sort of get even more neutral if you use background extraction in Serial and some of the other color calibration tools in there. Tomas captured a portion of the Milky Way with a Nikon D300S, a Nikon 50mm f1.8 lens, and untracked, just on a tripod. Tomas shot 71 lights at 8 seconds each from a Bortle 4 sky. And I think this looks quite good. It's an unusual part of the Milky Way to feature, but it's a very nice star field, and there's lots of interesting, dark nebulae structures to look at here. And Tomas asked how to address banding along the edges. So I'm not quite sure what he means by banding. Maybe he means that the stars are distorted. That's just sort of a normal thing with lenses. There's also this over here, this extra distortion. I I looked at your raw frame and it's sort of interesting. There's, if you go over here to the left side, it's like there's some good stars and then it's very distorted and then good stars again. And so usually that happens when you have some data that didn't quite get the right distortion model when stacking. It's more common with wide field stuff like this. So you can try stacking again, but I think you'll just get the same result. There's not much you can do other than really crop that away, I think. You know, with a 50mm lens, you're a nifty 50 basically. You're going to have to crop in often to just get rid of some of that distortion along the edge if it bothers you. Tony sent in this photo he calls Orion's shower. It was taken with a Samsung S21 Ultra smartphone. It's a single 8-second exposure, and it was lightly edited in Apple Photos app. I really like it, Tony. I'm guessing that this is the moon glow from up here, and in some of my other critiques I've sort of mentioned, like, you know, having some kind of glow on the edge or in a corner is something I don't like, but in this case it's really cool because it's like the glow from the moon is illuminating the sky and causing this sort of nice triangle shape. And then Orion constellation is centered right under it. So it all seems very intentionally photographed and composed. And then I even like down here, you have a very nice sort of contrasting colors of blue into an orange of a little artificial glow with the cloud bank and some trees along the horizon. So it all looks really nicely put together. Okay, two zombie captured. Okay, two zombie captured the Orion belt and sword with a Canon 250D, a 75 to 300mm telephoto lens at 75mm, and this is 117 lights at 2 minutes each, ISO 400. My first suggestion would be to raise your ISO to like 800 or maybe even 1600, and then you might have to lower your exposures time to compensate. But I do see a little bit of banding and noise stuff in this that I think is usually accentuated by low ISOs on Canon cameras, and it's better to, I think you have to use the higher ISOs. Unfortunately, I only seem to get the stacked picture here, not the processed picture, but from what I can see, it's really good. You know, your stars are nice and round. Looks like you have good star color. I really like the framing you picked, where, you know, you can get the whole Witch Head Nebula over here, but you also have the belt stars. I think if I was doing this, you know, processing this image, what I would do is I would crop it super wide to just the top half, because there's not too much interesting going on down here, and that just forms a really interesting wide composition, I think. Toto captured the Heart and Soul Nebula with an A7R, a Sony A7R, a Canon 300 f4 lens, and an astronomic CLS filter from Bortle 4. And this was processed with Serial, StarNet, and GIMP. Toto first sent me, I hope you don't mind me showing this, this version, and then later sent me this version. And I just thought the difference was interesting. In most ways, the new version feels more finished because the first one has some obvious issues with uneven background and noise. The main way that Toto fixed that in the new version was just to really darken the sky, which is a good way to go with that often. My only issue with the new version is this: you darkened the sky, but also raised, I think, the saturation level, and I don't like that combination. If you want to darken the sky this much, I would bring down the saturation. I'm going to bring it down by 30% or minus 30. So here's before, there's after. To me, that looks now much more balanced with the sky. For some reason, high saturation and dark don't work together. You can either go low saturation and dark or high saturation and bright. Okay, Trebor captured the Elephant Trunk Nebula with a Red Cat 51, a Canon T6, and a ZWO AM5. This is Trebor's first DSO capture and processing attempt. So for a first attempt, this is very nice. It was stacked in ASTAP and processed in PixInsight. And Trebor wants to know about focus, about removing the stars in post-processing, about star reduction. As far as focus, this looks reasonably in focus to me. Stars look pretty sharp. So I'm not sure what else to say about it other than you want to check focus multiple times a night. With a Red Cat 51, it holds focus pretty well, but it can still easily lose focus if the temperature changes enough. In terms of processing, you've stretched it pretty aggressively, meaning the photo is bright, the star field is very present. One of the advantages of using StarNet or Star Exterminator to remove the stars is that you can then control the balance between the nebula and the star field. The most modern star reduction technique is Bill Blanchen's script. That's the one that I prefer. So you can look that up online on YouTube. It's available. Since this critique is coming out months later, maybe you already have, but that's what I'd recommend. Okay, Tristan took this photo of Cygnus, North America and Pelican, with the Skywatcher Star Adventurer mount, a stock Canon 2000D, and a Samyang 135 stop down to f4. Tristan lives in a Bortle 4 area, and this is a 3-hour integration. My first thought is the nebulae looked a little weird because this is a fairly natural color shot, but then the nebulae looked sort of like washed out and maybe a little bit too yellow. So I just processed the JPEG here just a little bit just to sort of show you what I mean. So here's before, where I feel like they look a little too brightly washed out and yellow, and then here's after, going for just a slightly more naturalistic look. And Tristan asked about his stars being a bad away from center. So if we look at the stars in the center, they look like this. And if we look at them over here, they look like this. That does look like some kind of lens problem, lens defect. Unfortunately, while the Samyang 135 is a great lens, there are quality control issues where you can get a bad copy. And so it's quite possible you have a bad copy here, and there's not much you can do to fix that yourself other than maybe sell the lens or something, getting a new one, or if you want to not sort of play that lottery, I think getting a small telescope might be a better investment. A William Optics Red Cat is a pretty consistently good telescope. I haven't heard too many complaints about bad copies there. Okay, Troy, who also captured the North America and Pelican. This was with a Canon. Okay, Troy also captured the North America and Pelican. This is with a Canon 2000D, a 75 to 300 millimeter lens, and a Star Adventurer. And this is an hour and 12 minutes integration from Bortle 4. It was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and PixInsight. And I think this looks very good, Troy. Lots of nice details here, especially for your stock camera and kit lens. I do have 3 quick tips. One is it could use a bit more background extraction. The bottom is brighter than the top. There's a little gradient there. I would use SCNR green to get rid of the green noise in the picture, and I would bring down the brightness overall quite a bit. Something it's sort of hard with the gradient, but something like that maybe. Yeah, and then kill the gradient too, and I think that'll look a lot more finished. Okay, Troy's Works shot the Dumbbell Nebula. This is with an AVX, an 8-inch Newtonian, and a Canon 750D and a UHC filter. This is under an hour of integration from Bortle 8, and Troy's Works said he tried to bring out more red in the nebula. So you beat me to the punch. That was what I would have suggested, is maybe just to bring out the red in the nebula here a little bit more. Let's just try with just a simple mask here in Photoshop. Okay, so that's obviously very sort of hack job, but it's definitely there. Just wanted to show you that. I'm actually surprised the green came out so well if you were using a UHC filter, because I thought a UHC filter cuts out most of the green spectrum. And this also looks fairly natural color, so I wonder if you really were using the UHC filter. I'm a little suspicious. But that's about it. I think that with a little bit of work, you could bring out more of that red, because you do have it there. It's just getting lost a little bit in the green. Okay, Tuca captured the Iris Nebula. This was with a Nikon D600, a TS Optics 102 ED, and a EQ6R mount. This is a little over 4 hours from a Bortle 4 Sky. It was stacked in Deep Sky Stacker and edited in Photoshop. So I do like the restraint of keeping it subtle. I like the framing here. This is the Ghost Nebula down there. Tahuka asked about star reduction. So instead of star reduction, what I would instead look into is star net, which removes the stars. You can then bring up the background about the nebulosity and then add the stars back in. And the nice thing about that is it lets you stretch the nebula without worrying about the stars. And in my opinion, that's going to look better than star reduction, because your stars look really nice right now. But if I were to just stretch this image more, the star field becomes a little bit overwhelming. But if you imagine, bringing out the nebulosity, but the stars are back like this, it can look really nice. So that's what you can do with StarNet. Okay, Omer. Omer captured the North America Nebula. This is with an Explore Scientific refractor and a 294 MC camera and an Ioptron 725 mount with an L-Enhance filter. This is 45 minutes integration from a Bortle 8 Sky, and it was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop. Omer mentioned that the color of the nebula was hard. It looks a little bit too yellow. So what you can do in Photoshop is selective color, and this allows you a lot of control over the color of different colors in your picture. And so I'm not going to get it quite right in the JPEG, but you can see that I just changed the color of it quite a bit just with that quick few sliders. So another thing Omer mentioned being an issue is the stars. So let's take a look. So it looks like you added diffraction spikes. Then you also have pretty elongated stars in the corners. And this is fairly normal because I think you're not using a field flattener with the telescope. So What I would suggest is get either a field flattener or a flattener reducer for the telescope. And I think Hotech, H-O Tech, makes one that many people use successfully with the Explore Scientific telescope. Okay, Uri captured Barnard 3 with an ASI 533 MC, a Rokinon 135 at f2, and this was processed with PixInsight and Photoshop. And Uri mentioned the stars could be better, but probably that was a consequence of shooting at f2, and the photo feels somewhat unnatural to him, but he couldn't figure out why. So I'm not sure either exactly. I think someone earlier shared a Barnard 3 picture and it was much closer in, but it didn't look anything like this. I think part of it is it's not about how many colors are in the image, but it's about the particular colors that you ended up with. Something about this pink of the hydrogen will look good in a shot where it's mostly emission nebulae. But when it's mixed with this more natural stuff of the dark dust, it looks a little bit funky. And then this, I don't know what this feature is here, this sort of periwinkle blue feature. Is that reflection nebula or what? But that looks a little odd to my eye too. I've never really seen quite that color naturally out in the sky. I've seen that kind of color when people are doing false color mappings with narrowband and stuff like that, but I think this is all supposed to be sort of natural color, and so I think it's mostly the pink and periwinkle don't quite belong or don't look quite right. One thing you can try is a photometric color calibration and see sort of where that puts the colors. Okay, V captured central Cygnus with a Canon Nifty 50 lens at f4. This is an ASI 1600 mm camera, ZWO, SHO filters, and all on an Ioptron Skyguider Pro tracker. So that's a very interesting little setup. You're very wide angle, so you can use the tracker just fine and get sharp stars without trailing, but then you're using a fairly expensive camera and filter setup so that you can do narrowband imaging. This is 12 hours, 15 minutes total from a Bortle 6 sky. It was processed with PixInsight. And V mentioned wishing they had more data, but they've been working on this project over a couple of different years. And so I'm very much the same way with projects. I'm always wanting more data. I'm always starting new projects and then I pick them back up years later. But I'm bad about finishing projects. Anyways, the framing is spot on here. I really like the neb in the center with this sort of dark void area down the middle. And then you have a nice balance between the nebula over here and the nebulae over here. And certain things pop really well, like the Crescent Nebula definitely pops right down there. The color palette isn't going to be for everyone. I know some people are really against this sort of fluorescent green kind of color palette, but personally, I think it works really well here. And I think it also works really well for wide field SHO images. I'm pretty sick at this point of the wide field red dominated image that's of Cygnus that I just feel like is pretty boring. And red actually doesn't show detail very well. I feel like when you get a very red image, you can't see all this interesting structure wide field. So I think that green is a very nice choice here for seeing the detail with a lot of clarity. Val captured Andromeda. This was with a stock Nikon D5100 camera and Samyang 135 f2 lens. This was from a Bortle 9 balcony, and it's 620 lights at 2 seconds each. So very impressive that you got this much color and depth from a balcony at Bortle 9. I'm guessing Andromeda must have been fairly high in the sky to get it like this. Val wanted me to address digital noise lines and wondered if they came down to not using darks. Okay, so let's see. So I brought up your just your stacked file, and yeah, this is called walking noise, and shooting good quality darks does help, because what happens is hot pixels should be rejected somewhat by good quality darks. And what this is basically hot pixels and color model spread across your stack. Once you stack the images, it sort of forms these lines of noise. So darks can help, but also what can help is just actually many sessions at different rotation angles, because then it will help break up the lines. So if you have maybe 5 different rotation angles stacked together, you won't get the walking noise quite as much, because the noise will still be there, but it'll be more random. Valentine captured M33, also known as the Triangulum Galaxy, with a Zenith Star 61 telescope, an Optolong L Pro filter, and a Skywatcher HEQ5 mount, and an ASI 533 MC camera. And this is about 90 minutes from Bortle 6 and processed with Deep Sky Stacker, Photoshop, and Topaz. And I think this is looking pretty good, Valentine. I think there's a little bit of green noise left in the galaxy, and the background sky could be a little bit flatter. You might check out Cyril for background extraction and color calibration. Okay, Vess sent in an image of the Dragons of Ara, captured with a Red Cat 51, an ASI 533 MC, an Optolong L Extreme filter on an AZ EQ5 mount. This was from Bortle 6. It was processed in PixInsight and in Photoshop. And the general impression here is really great, Vess. The square framing at this focal length really suits the subject quite well. It has nice flow in terms of framing, with this part right in the middle, but then also some interesting structures that lead you into that. My one critique of this image, so if I zoom into the central part here, you see how all these stars, as well as even the dark parts of the nebula, are all blue tinted. So I'm not sure why that happened, but it makes the center look not as good as it could, because the stars are fairly neutral outside of there, but then as soon as we get into this blue part, the stars themselves all, which should have white cores, have blue cores. It looks a little odd. Vince shot this image of Orion with a Nikon D3200 with a kit lens, and this is 33 images at 1.3 seconds each, stacked using DSS to stack and Photoshop and Lightroom to process. So it looks good, Vince. You even got a little bit of the Running Man Nebula in there and a bit of the overall shape of Orion. My 2 suggestions are, see if you can color balance this a little bit more towards blue away from green. And also the sky doesn't need to be quite this dark. You can brighten it up a little bit. And I think the picture will actually look better with a slightly brighter sky. Vlad captured the California Nebula. This was with a William Optics ZS61, a Canon T3i, and a Skywatcher AZ GTI in EQ mode. And Vlad took about 6 hours of data from a Bortle 8 Sky using Cyril, Photoshop, and Noise Exterminator to process. Vlad asked if there is a way to even out the background, as he, let's see. Probably. I mean, there's a lot of noise in there for 6 hours. You could probably just darken the background too. It looks a little bit too blue, maybe. So I feel like the background needs a little color balancing and a little bit of darkening. Vlad also asked if he is extracting all he can from this data. I think so. There's not a huge amount you can do with the California Nebula more than what you've done here, unless you go with full narrowband filters. but because it's very red, generally, as you see here. But you've pulled out a lot of the interesting structures already, and also I think you've got all of the full shape of it too, all the extended wispy bits. So I think that all looks good. If you can just sort of darken the background a bit and make it a little, the background a little less noisy, I think that'll finish the picture well. Okay, Widowmaker 895 captured the Andromeda galaxy with a stock Nikon D5300, a 300mm Tear 3S lens, and a Star Adventurer mount. This was processed in Cyril, Graxpert, and GIMP, and Widowmaker 895 said his main issue was dealing with chromatic aberrations. So let's take a look. So I guess you did deal with them successfully though, because I don't really see any. Although the star field does look a little bit just sort of like all white stars. There's not a huge amount of star color left. You said you would prefer a more natural look to the galaxy. I guess a more natural look, you wouldn't go this intense with the blues. I'd say that's the main thing that looks unnatural about it. And it's also a little bit high contrast. So if you go with a slightly brighter sky background, a slightly less bright Andromeda, and not quite this saturation on the blues, that's gonna make it more natural. Will the Sneck captured the Pleiades from a Star Adventurer tracker, a Samyang 135 lens, and a Canon 60D. This is 2 hours from a Bortle 7 sky and processed in Cyril and Photoshop. And Will the Sneck said that his issue is weird blue dust away from the Pleiades. There actually is a lot of weird blue dust away from the Pleiades in this area of the sky. I've found that too, so I wouldn't worry about that. Let's zoom in a little bit. My suggestion is your star field looks a little strange. It's like the small stars seem a little green, which I'm not used to on Canon cameras. I don't know if it's chromatic aberration or what, but yeah, just the general color of the small stars looks a little green. Let's see if we can fix it with Camera Raw filter. Yeah, I think camera raw filter can fix it. Other than that, I think probably just more data would help, and keep going. Okay, Wojciech captured Andromeda with an iXOS 2 go-to mount, a modified Canon 600D, and a Canon EF 75 to 300 millimeter kit lens. And Wojciech mentioned the stars are not the sharpest with this lens, so he downsampled to keep the artifacts from being too obvious. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Looks pretty sharp from here. And I like your framing here with the tall vertical crop with the Andromeda at the jaunty angle. That looks really nice. And also I like the level of saturation in the image. So I usually don't show two images, but Wojciech sent in two, and I just had something interesting to say about this one. So this one Wojciech took with the 18 to 55 millimeter kit lens, which has never been my favorite lens in terms of astrophotography because it's very soft and low contrast. And I think the reason this one looks a lot more over-processed compared to this one is because you were trying to sort of fix some of those problems with the lens. But what I would do instead for a shot like the one you have here is just take your 75 to 300 at 75 millimeters and do a mosaic of this same area. You could probably do it in 3 panels, and your Milky Way shot will be much, much better, much sharper. much more interesting star field with the 75 to 300, even if you put in the same amount of time and just do it as a mosaic. So that's my suggestion. Lemish captured the Dark Shark Nebula with an ASI 294 mm, ZWO filters, an Orion Sirius mount, and an Orion 203 mm f3.9 Newtonian. And this was shot from a Bortle 3 sky, processed in PixInsight. So this is really awesome, Lemish. I am a great admirer of deep integrations of dark nebulae close up like this. That's sort of one of my favorite kinds of things when it comes to astrophotography. The only thing that jumped out at me as a suggestion is, I don't know if this is just me, but if we look in this corner and this corner, right here and right here, you have two bright corners while these corners are dark, and it just looks odd to me somehow. Like, if I know that it's just the natural dust, but it's just too bad that the natural dust doesn't extend this way rather than like this and this, because it looks sort of like over correction of flats or something. So I think what I would do, and I'm not saying you should do this because it probably just is my little pet peeve, is I would crop at least one of these out and maybe both of them. Do something like that, just because it keeps drawing my eye away from the main focus of the shark. Okay, Zachary captured the Pleiades with a stock Nikon D7100, a Star Adventurer GTI, an Orion ED80 CF refractor. And this is shot from Bortle 5 and is processed with Cyril, Starnet, GIMP, and Topaz Denoise. And Zachary mentions he's struggling with star trailing and wonders if he should get auto guiding. So this is a Star Adventurer GTI with an Orion 80 millimeter refractor. So yes, I would say the GTI is okay for your scope weight, but the focal length you're thinking, at that focal length, I think you definitely want auto guiding. But despite your sort of issues with star trailing, it's not too noticeable in this one, and you really have to zoom in to see that there's a little up and down star trailing. And I don't think it really affected critical sharpness at all. I also really like this framing. I talked about this framing being nice earlier with one of the other critiques. Okay, and this image comes from Zachary P. from Texas, who was randomly selected as the winner of our camera giveaway. So congrats again to Zachary. Zachary captured this image, the Rosette Nebula, with a stock Canon T6i, a Star Adventurer tracker, and an SV Bony SV48P telescope. And so my main suggestions with this one are to check out Cyril for background extraction, because it looks a little uneven, and there's a fair amount, of gradient in the bottom and on the right. And then I would just go darker with the edit in general. So you have some room on the left here, and I would go down something like that. I think would look better. Okay, enjoy the new camera, Zachary. I'll get that out to you very soon here, tomorrow. Zafar captured the Orion Belt and Sword with a Canon 550D, a Canon 80 to 200 millimeter zoom lens, and all on a Star Adventurer tracker. This was processed with Deep Sky Stacker and Photoshop, and Zafar said that he had issues with sharpness and focus. So let's zoom in and take a look. Yeah, that's I can see what you mean. That's definitely out of focus. One way you can tell is often looking at some of the stars. You see how they have sort of dark cores. Whenever you see that, you're out of focus. The other sort of giveaway is there should be even more small dim stars in this kind of field. So once you get used to what a star field should look like with that particular lens, you'll start recognizing when you're pretty far out of focus. But the colors look good here. So once you've figured out focus and you got that down, I think you're going to take a really great shot, or maybe you already have at this point. Okay, Zeekson. Zeekson took this single exposure of his family and the Milky Way, of course, and this was with this Canon 60 Astro Modified and a Rokinon 14mm f2.8 lens. Zeekson said he didn't want to take two photos because it wouldn't be as real to do that, to do a sky replacement. He wanted it all in one photo, but then the problem is getting both his family and the Milky Way into sharp focus. And you can put the family further away, but then the family appears too small in the photo. So let's take a look here. The Milky Way looks in focus and your family looks in focus. And I'm guessing what you did is you just cropped, and that's probably what I would do, cropped in to get them bigger in the frame. I'm not sure if there's any real answer to your problem. You're using the right kind of lens, a wide angle lens with a small, what's called the hyperfocal distance, where it's going to reach infinity focus, is the right tool for the job. So I think this is about as good as you can hope for with that kind of constraint of trying to get something in focus in the foreground and in infinity. So very nice photo. I think you've done a nice job with that. Oh, I guess the only thing I would suggest, this is sort of silly, but if you have brighter colors for the family, they'll stand out more. I think the hand with the pointing is quite good, but the three of the family members seem to be wearing black jackets, so then they get a little bit lost in the foreground. So if you had a little bit brighter colors, I think that might work even better. Okay, Zeminko captured Andromeda with an EvoStar 72 ED, a Star Adventurer tracker, and a Canon 600D. This is 2 hours, 14 minutes from a Bortle 4 sky. And Zeminko asks if the star trailing is from periodic error from the tracker. So a 72 millimeter refractor on a Star Adventurer, probably, yeah, that is a lot for it to handle. And so there's two possibilities. It could be that the star tracker can handle that focal length, and you just need a better polar alignment, or the other possibility is the periodic error is too much for it to handle that focal length and you would need auto guiding to correct it. In any case, I would probably suggest you do get auto guiding if you want to stick with that setup, because I think you're going to have star trailing probably a lot with that kind of setup unless you get the auto guiding. As far as the processing, I feel the stars look a little bit too over sharpened for my taste. I'd prefer a more natural star profile with a fuzzy halo, but the galaxy looks quite good. So I think I would just work on the star processing for this one. Okay, and Zol. Zol is a 16-year-old astrophotographer who recently got started. Took this photo of Andromeda with a Nikon D3500 on a stationary tripod, untracked. The image is 600 photos stacked at 4 seconds each and was processed with GIMP. I think it looks quite nice, Zol. And if we zoom in, it looks like you have a little bit of star trailing, so I think 4 seconds might have been a little too long if you want to avoid that. Now, there's trade-offs to having a little star trailing. Your signal to noise ratio will be a little better, but you'll see sort of some lost detail in the deep sky object because there's a little bit of blur there. The other thing I'd say about a star field with star trailing is it does actually help to see star color, and you have a very nice colorful star field there because the pixels of the star are spread across more pixels. But generally I like to avoid star trailing and untracked, so I would maybe drop it down to 2 seconds or something to avoid this. And I think if you get the same amount of time, so you took 600 photos, if you did 1,200 photos, 2 seconds each, I think you would get a similar result in terms of signal to noise, but the photo would just be a little bit sharper. But your colors are quite good, and I think that means that you have a nice dark sky to work under. So I really hope that you can keep going with astrophotography, and I'll see more from you in the next critique. Okay, that's it for the 150K subscribers critique video. We got through 360, hopefully in 12 hours, and thank you for all of your patience in waiting for this to come out and for sending in all of these beautiful photos. I really enjoyed looking at each and every one, and I hope you all continue in your astrophotography journeys. Till next time, clear skies. This has been Nico Carver from Nebula Photos.